have just come onto the ground. Warm welcome from Gloucestershire Cricket for day 2 of this championship fixture against our friends from Derbyshire. I was chancellor to mention that there are spaces for Grace dining at lunch today if you wish to dine on the first floor of the Bristol Pavilion. You can book by visiting reception on the ground floor. It is roast chicken breast with roast potatoes, Yorkshire pudding, cauliflower cheese and seasonal vegetables today, £17.95, and as I say, at the moment spaces are still available for lunch. Your seat, go around to one of the team and book your table. A reminder too about the scheduled hours of play for today, with 6 overs being added from yesterday. Lunch will be at 4 minutes past 1 and tea scheduled at 6 minutes to 4, with a close of play at 6:24. Ahead of day 2 of this match, please welcome our umpires, Simon Woodard and Mark Newell. At the start of this first session, please welcome onto the field the Gloucestershire side captained by number 1, Cameron Bancroft, and resuming for Derbyshire their third wicket pair of number 4, Harry Kane, and number 77, the Derbyshire captain, Wayne Mattson.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Bristol. Gloucestershire taking on Derbyshire in this County Championship Division 2 clash. It is second versus fourth in the table, but second place Derbyshire, who start the day in an incredibly strong position, 116 for 2, trailing Gloucestershire by just 71 runs. It's a breezy morning, and there's a bit of cloud cover about, but the forecast appears to be set dry for the whole day, and there are 102 overs to be bowled in that day. I'll leave Fletch to describe the session times.
Oh, that's very kind of you. That's very kind of you. We've been having a bit of a chuckle. Because there's 102 overs today, lunch will be at 4 minutes past 1, and tea will be at 6 minutes to 4. No idea. Absolutely no idea. But that is what it is. 4 minutes. It couldn't be more cricket if it tried.
Ajit Singh Dale has the honours of starting us off on day 2, and he starts us off with a ball well down the leg side to Wayne Madsen, who flicks it down to fine leg for single, and Derbyshire are underway straight away. Madsen on to 19. Harry Kane has 29. Every Derbyshire batter getting a start, and yesterday really a tale of Gloucestershire getting themselves off to a strong start and then rather throwing away that position, I think it's fair to say, and getting themselves up to 187 only thanks to a partnership between James Bracey and Zaman Akhtar. It was worth 64 for the 7th wicket, but that was a long way short. Singh Dale in and bowls and worked into the onside by Harry Kane. There's a short mid-wicket, a backward square, and a mid-on, and then fine leg and deep forward square. He's just fielded that ball. And 2 balls in, 2 singles, 118 for 2. Jack Morley 6 for 55 with a career best, and at least when Morley was bowling, and Thompson 2 for 20 as well, extracted some turn from the pitch. However, as Singh Dale is in now, bowls worked leg side again, same gap found by Madsen, and the same result, 3 singles from the first 3, 119 for 2. There was the odd ball that turned, and certainly for the likes of Akhtar and Singh Dale, Morley clean bowling them top of off with deliveries that pitched on middle and leg, turn and hit the top of off. That was always going to be too good, but the main cause, I think it's fair to say, of a lot of Gloucestershire's dismissals as Singh Dale is in now, bowls, and Kames struck on the pad, but doesn't look particularly good. It's probably high and leg side-ish. Main cause of Gloucestershire's dismissals, I'm afraid, was some indifferent shots. I think it's fair to say Cameron Bancroft was more than a little aggrieved with his decision, given the fact that I'm told he was able to show people the massive bruise on his arm that he got from the ball that he was adjudged caught behind to, but I suppose that's what happens in cricket sometimes. Singh Dale is in, and Kane deflects this one through that mid-wicket backward square leg gap for the 4th time in the over, and it's 120 for 2 as they jog a single. And it has to be said, there's a time really when you've lost 3 quick wickets and you've got your captain in Bancroft, who was looking very well set on 58. It's a time when you just really, if you're Gloucestershire, you just can't afford that sort of a mistake to be made, but it was, and they happen. And Gloucestershire couldn't recover. In comes Singh Dale and bowls, and that's straying onto the pads again, and 5 times in the over, Singh Dale is just tucked out through forward square leg, and 5 singles out of 6, 121 for 2, so a fairly gentle start to day 2. And imagine it's going to be spin from the Ashley Down Road end, as it has been for most of the game. Morley getting through 18 6.2 overs, all from that Ashley Down Road end. And Todd Murphy, who bowled 8 overs, none for 26, bowled most of those overs also from the Ashley Down Road end. And the clue was the shin pads for Joe Phillips, that Gloucestershire weren't going to go double seam to start off with. It is the Kookaburra ball, and that Kookaburra is already now in its 30th over, so the general wisdom of first half hour, bit of moisture maybe, might move about a bit. It's not going to. I don't think we saw a ball swing more than about 0.4 of a degree yesterday, and the overhead conditions made no difference whatsoever. So you've got to take wickets as Derbyshire did with spin, or as Chappell did with a couple of wickets by banging it in short.
Murphy then, from the Ashley Down Road, bowls to Madsen, who just pushes this out into the offside, out towards the cover boundary. He's going to come back for a second run, a fairly comfortable second run, it has to be said, as it's fielded out there by Zaman Akhtar, who patrolled that part of the ground for long periods yesterday. Madsen moves on probably to 23, unless it's already been added. I'll get back to you on that.
No, it hasn't.
No, it hasn't. 123 for 2. Thank you very much. That's good of you to point the scoreboard out on the screen. As back into his crease goes Madsen, and clips this out to the mid-wicket boundary this time, where it's fielded by Ben Charlesworth. 124 for 2. Madsen 24. They trail by 63, and what a joy to see on the screen. Minimum remaining today, 100.4 overs. Sparse crowd again, I'm afraid. They were in Bristol. The sun is shining though. Rained last night, didn't it? Got caught in that on the way to the bus stop, as Murphy's in, bowls to Kame, and pushes it out into the offside. Tap on, tap off. We're all across that now. What a system.
Was there a proper bus shelter for you?
There was a bus shelter.
Oh, no, that's good at least.
We were sitting in there in t-shirts and shorts. With
get there and it's a temporary bus stop with no facilities.
The rain pouring down. Harry Kame clips the next delivery from Murphy up to a deepish mid-on, and takes the single on offer, moving on to 32. 125 for 2. I was ignored at whatever time I was supposed to do my first update, 11 o'clock. No cue, ignored. Murphy in again, and that one is squirted away down towards a third man area, backward point, that kind of region. And they go through for another single. Zaman Akhtar again does the feeling. There are runs just about everywhere at the moment. It's fairly straightforward.
Yep, you can't really stop the bleeding. Gloucestershire, they've set a... I mean, again, it's a very standard field. It's not like what Derbyshire were doing yesterday, when they seem to be tinkering with the field just about every ball.
Next delivery is defended by Harry Kame. Murphy picks up when the ball eventually arrives at his feet, and his first over of the day comes to an end. 5 runs from it. 31 runs conceded from the 9 overs that he's sent down so far. Harry Kame has 32, Wayne Mountain has 25. And Derbyshire 126 for 2, trailing by 61.
Yeah, he does tend to like to bowl seemingly round the wicket to right-handers quite a lot, Todd Murphy. I remember watching his Test debut, and I seem to remember that a lot of those wickets came from round the wicket, but I think this surface has quite as much assistance as that one, I think it's fair to say. However, there is something out there for the odd delivery, and you'd think as a spinner that's potentially all you need. For Singh Dale, though, he's going to have to mix and match a bit. Now, there is going to be a bit of funkiness here, because they've got a second short mid-wicket. Ollie Price in very close on that leg side. It seems as though they're going to try and force Madsen to play everything through that leg side, and that's exactly what happens. It's into the pads and it's played away to backward square for no run. There are only 3 fielders on the offside, including a slip, there's a mid-off and a cover point. So.
I wonder, in the 16 seasons he's been playing for Derbyshire, he's ever seen the like.
No. Well, I can't imagine, though, that too many people will have bowled into Wayne Madsen's pads over and over again.
No, that might be foolhardy.
Well, you'd have thought so, but also, I guess I can see where they're going here. Singdale wide of the crease, angles it in. Madsen rolls the wrists on it, plays it to that short, straight mid-wicket.
As long as he plays with the mentality that he's basically been given the licence, he knows anyway, he's the captain, but he's been given the licence to bat all day if he wants, then he'll be all right, won't he? You would have thought. You just have to have that mentality that, right, I haven't scored off this over, but that doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
He's got a few centuries under his belt. Wayne.
I mean, as long as he is at all careful with how he rolls his wrists on it, the timing of that, there's not too much that ought to be able to go wrong. This is again down the leg side, and that is off the glove of Bracey, and that'll be 4 byes. So that's the other issue with this angle of attack, in that you just spear it a little bit too far, and at Singdale's pace, Bracey doesn't have a huge amount of chance at getting down there full, and on a slow pitch, it's quite likely that that's not going to carry too well through to the wicketkeeper, and Bracey didn't have much of a chance with that, really. He did well to get some sort of a glove on it, try and deflect it down to fine leg maybe and limit the damage, but it's 4 more onto the total, and it's a troubling start for Gloucestershire even in the 3rd over of the morning, as this is worked away to the onside as a quickish single, but it's only quick because Madsen's hit it so hard to backward square. Is about halfway back, 131 for 2.
You got me excited then for a minute. I thought there was a danger.
Well,
he hit it really well straight to the field of mind.
Madsen thought there might have been, but Kane was confident all the way. And the other problem Phillips had was if he loses that throw, there's only one man who's going to be able to back it up, because they've only got 2 fielders in front of square on the offside. So he might have conceded 5. The deficit only 56. Singdale bowls to Kane, a little more on-off stump, and that is prodded away to mid-off. A rare defensive shot. But you could claim that some of the attempts to play the ball to mid-wicket were basically defensive, but in terms of a straight bat defensive shot, that's about the first that we've seen. Lots of runs on offer through the offside, but Singdale in general accurate enough not to do that, but of course the problem is, as I say, then you push the odd one down. Tries a shorter ball, Kane gets on top of it but doesn't get hold of it, and the ball rolls out to square leg. So 5 runs from the over. 131 for 2 I thought it was. Didn't get a single off that last one, did they?
No, they didn't.
They didn't.
No, they didn't.
No, it's just another one of those moments where you look up and you think, did they cover the right pitch? Did they run a single? No, they didn't.
Is it really 4 minutes past 1 for lunch?
Yes, it is.
Is it really 3:54 for tea?
And the great thing about that is it's fixed as well, so it's not as though you just say, oh, well, we'll wait until 32 are left or something like that, and then it doesn't matter that it's 3:50. It will be if.
But of course it won't
time,
be. It won't be because they'll be halfway through and over when we get to.
The odds are very unlikely that it will be. Yes. If it's 3:55, I will be devastated.
Yes, it needs to be a strange number, doesn't it? Todd Murphy to Wayne Madsen, who gets one outside the off stump and just punches it away for 4 runs out towards the extra cover boundary. He barely hit that, but unfortunately Zaman Akhtar was sort of point or even backward point on the boundary, and it just raced away over the outfield. Despite the rain overnight, it still looks parched, as all outfields do. In fact, the outfield here at Bristol, we were talking about it yesterday, I was saying how good it looks compared to some that you might be watching on the television at the moment. Derbyshire move up to 135 for 2, possibly. Madsen on to 30 as Murphy is in, and this time he forces it up to mid-on. And there's no run. Good to hear from Ben's mum, Ben Aitchison. Denise is listening in from Greece, and so she was good to hear me get excited about Ben's one-handed catch. Yes, it was a good catch. That one's pushed into the offside by Wayne Madsen, and there is no run. She says she's watched it a few times over. Yeah, it was an exceptionally good catch, diving away to his left-hand side. The first of the wickets to fall yesterday, in fact, and it was referenced by the bowler who was credited with the wicket, Jack Morley, last night, as Murphy comes in and Wayne Madsen crashes that one away to the cover boundary for 4 more. And he has started with some intent here, Wayne Madsen. He's moved on to 34 now, having started overnight, or started this morning on 18. He's faced 14 balls and moved on to 34. 139 for 2.
Unfortunately, it doesn't matter whether you're bowling over or round the wicket.
Not if you
Drop
put it
one
there.
short, one wide to Wayne Madsen, he's going to hit it for 4. And they're still persisting with this deep backward point. And I guess they know that if they put it to deep cover, then Madsen will hit it to deep backward point.
As Murphy bowls, and Madsen just stretching forward, gets a bit of a leading edge on that one out into the offside, but no damage done. Deficit now just 48, below 50. Obviously, because 48 is below 50. I don't know why I said that.
It's an important milestone.
It's a huge milestone. As Murphy is in, bowls to Madsen, again reaching for that one, pushes it to the man at extra cover. And there is no run. There's a game going on. If you want some live cricket, there is a game going on today at the Central Co-op County Ground, would you believe? And I've forgotten who it is. It's England, and I've sort of forgotten. I think it's New Zealand Day, but I'm not sure. Yes, it is. Women's game. New Zealand Day against England Day. England Day have been put into bat in a 50-over competition. They're already 7 for 1. So get yourselves down there quickly if you want to see some live cricket.
Yes. So there's...
Take us with you, of course, on the BBC Sport website now.
It's a very young England A side. Likes of Davina Perrin, Tilly Courtine Coleman, Grace Thompson. I think they're probably all still teenagers. In comes Singdale bowls, and this is played away to a fielder that they've put in at mid-wicket now to try and plug the gap that Derbyshire have found so often this morning at that sort of forward square mid-wicket area. They've still got the fielder out in the deep on the boundary, but now what's happening? We're going to get, good grief, where's Graham Van Buren going? He's going at a straight, short, but not stupidly short mid-on. Singdale bowls a fuller ball, and it's played away into the ground and well stopped by Ollie Price down to his right-hand side. There is no run. And, well, I mean, Gloucestershire probably, at least for the early part of the day, you'd guess would want to cycle through Singdale, Actor and Bailey. And again, although Bailey probably got a wicket with his worst ball, he was very impressive again. Yeah. Only bowled 3 overs, but 3 overs 1 for 9. Got rid of David Lloyd. Singdale wide of the crease, bowls down the leg side and misses his attempted flick round the corner, which, I mean, occasionally, yes, you are going to hit them through to the keeper, but given that Gloucestershire don't have a leg slip, their second fielder behind square on the side that they're allowed is that semi-deep backward square. You're not in quite so much trouble having a bit of a dart at those ones down leg.
No.
Obviously you'd feel rather aggrieved if you ended up...
Well, I don't know why. I've never really this strangulation business.
Singdale bowls short. It's a good short delivery, but well played by Kame. He ducks underneath. It did leave the periscope up there, but everything's angling down leg, so do a good job to hit it.
Next message man is wondering how on earth he's supposed to work when the test match is delicately poised and Derbyshire are going well. It's a conundrum that doesn't happen very often, so I would say don't work. I don't know if that's official BBC policy or not, but if you need to get in touch with me, not that anybody really needs to get in touch with me, if you'd like to, derbyshirecricket@bbc.co.uk is the way to do it.
Singdale to Kame, who comes forward and defends into the offside in the Test match, Shubman Gill has been bowled by Bryden Cast for 8. So India are 97 for 3, leading by 103 runs. Forecast for Headingley, don't think is that great, at least the one that I looked at yesterday. Seemed as though there was a chance of showers pretty much all through the next 2 days.
That's Yorkshire for you, though, isn't it? That's Yorkshire for you. If you're going to play cricket in Yorkshire.
Problem is, England also tend to do quite well there.
Yes.
The further north England go, the better.
The forecast is fine.
Singdale bowls, almost outside the off stump there. Kame pushes it away into the covers. It's cut off there by Charlesworth, and there's no run, and that's a maiden over from Singdale. Gloucestershire have, at least in that one, stopped the consistent trickle of singles. They've applied the tourniquet. 139 for 2.
I think it's tomorrow they've got real issues at Leeds, and it might be tomorrow where we have 1 or 2 issues here as well. Forecast for first thing in the morning isn't great, but it then stops and brightens up in the afternoon. So
okay. So what, by the time England are obviously doing a chase of 350 and 20 overs,
we might be able to watch that, and then they'll start playing here in the afternoon. That'd be great, wouldn't it? Here in our small microwave oven. Bristol. Todd Murphy bowls to Wayne Madsen, who defends that one into the offside, and there is no run.
I just realised I've still got my jumper on.
That's unbelievable. So I hope you've got something on underneath your jumper. That's my fervent hope, is that there is a t-shirt. Yes, there is. There, we're all right, everybody. Don't panic. There's Murphy over the wicket to Madsen, who turns this one into the leg side. They're going to go through for a single.
You'd need his sunglasses for my pallid complexion, reflecting what little sun makes its way into here.
Madsen moves on to 35, 140 for 2. Well, that hasn't gone up yet either, as Murphy bowls to Kame, pushes this up to mid-on. Madsen fancied a single there, but Kame had the best view of it and declined quite correctly. Derbyshire now just 47 runs behind their hosts as Murphy bowls to Kame, fullish, and pushed to the man close in at mid-wicket. All along the floor, but into the ground, really. Well, the photographer's fancies a straight-on shot of Todd Murphy bowling here. Murphy is in, so he gives him the opportunity to take that photograph, and Harry Kame takes the opportunity to take a single up to mid-on. And Derbyshire move on to 141 for 2. Harry Kame has 33 off 60. Wayne Madsen, who's faced 2 fewer deliveries, has 2 more runs. And Madsen's on strike now and defends that one back to the Australian spinner. Final ball of the over, just 2 runs from it. 141 for 2 at the end of it. Madsen deep in conversation now with James Bracey. And then he goes for a chat with Harry Kame as well. I mean, Wayne Madsen almost certainly knows just about everybody in county cricket, I would suggest, having been around it for so long. So don't be surprised to see him have a chat with anybody.
I left this until today because James Healy can correct me if I'm wrong, as he's back operating the cameras today. Well, you were the one that told me, so I thought I should.
Oh no!
I should mention this.
You go to repeat something that's wrong from somebody who's in the same room as you. That's a fantastic piece of broadcasting.
2 short mid-ons now, crouching, hoping for a catch, which they won't get because Kame defends it into the floor as Singdale starts his next over. But no, I was reliably informed by an anonymous source that Todd Murphy's father played for Knowle Cricket Club in Bristol. So apparently his dad was quite happy when he sign for Gloucestershire.
Yeah, I bet.
A return home, so his dad, I'm told by the internet, was a he's obviously a really good player. As Singdale Bowles digs it in back of a length, that's not a nice delivery to face. Kame is wrapped on the gloves, and we might need to go off because that can't happen.
Oh, I see. Yes, I'm with you.
As this has gone down into the offside. Singdale's not allowed to do that.
It's dangerous, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a great delivery.
He's dug it in and got some life from what's not a quick pitch at all. There's not much grass on it because they've been trying to get it to turn.
Kame dealt with it pretty well in the end. Did take the hand off the bat handle, as you might expect.
Singdale bowls a full ball. It's worked away. Oh, he almost got the gap between those two short mid-ons, and Van Buren does extremely well, chucking himself to his right and effecting a one-hand stop on the pitch that was initially covered yesterday.
Yeah, that'll be dry.
Unless no run. But no, Todd's father, Jamie, played 8 seasons, according to this, for St Kilda in the Victorian Premier Cricket. I mean, that's a serious standard.
That's good. That was Shane Warne's
there
club.
There you
wasn't
go.
it?
I thought I wouldn't need to say that next, but it was his teammate. Short ball ducked by Kame.
Right.
Through it goes behind the stumps.
And you know, because he's a big St Kilda, they're obviously rules team as well, aren't they? Big sporting area, obviously. But yeah, St Kilda and Shane Warne synonymous with each other.
By the way, the previous delivery, which
I'd missed the no ball. No?
Ooh, yes, that's what I was going to say. But then I also noticed that umpire Newell was telling Singdale that you've got to get off the danger area. I don't think that was an official warning.
No, it didn't look like an official one,
but
did
it was definitely. I think the next time he does it, he'll get one, because it was very much a direct appeal to the bowler not to do that, please.
Causing some we're going to have the helmets being brought out. That's why we've got this slight delay. Gives me time to just reply to Greg. No, Goose didn't bring us any sausage rolls, but we didn't ask him to, so we did meet up with Goose last night, who is a person, at the usual watering hole to begin with. A couple of refreshing sports drinks were had before we got on a bus and went home. All very exciting.
You didn't go to the best kebab shop?
Oh, no, we went there. Yeah,
oh,
no, we did go there.
I'd have been disappointed.
We went
otherwise.
to 2 other pubs as well, but before getting back on the bus and going home. Yeah.
Oh dear.
Terrific bus service.
Yeah, it was funny, wasn't it? Here comes Singdale Bowles, and this is played in defence of a full length up to mid-off by Harry Kame, and there's no run. Umpire Newell has stepped back as though he wants to join the throng of Gloucestershire fielders straight on the onside. There just simply aren't enough people standing in the same area with short leg, the 2 short straight mid-ons, the non-striker, and then the umpire in his normal position. In comes Singdale, charges in, bowls down the leg side. Gloucestershire initially thinking there might have been something on that. I don't know whether it was because there wasn't anything or because it didn't quite carry through to Bracey. Couldn't quite tell from this distance whether it just bounced before it got through. It was short and down there, and I think maybe both actually.
Yeah,
there was something on it, but I'm not sure that it was glove or
that doesn't seem to matter.
And then it was, I think, short of Bracey anyway. No, that's true.
That
they might
matter.
have.
They can hit anything.
They are from this end as well.
Well, it's not for me to comment really.
No, but again, as we said yesterday, the appeals might be quite vociferous. Round the wicket, Singdale, no change of field. He bowls a fairly filthy delivery, short and down leg side, but you never know with the Kookaburra ball and the way that things are. Batters sometimes contrive to get out to those sorts of deliveries, but it bounced in rather ugly fashion through to Bracey, who at least stopped it. And no runs off the bat off that over, just the 2 for the no ball. But Derbyshire, through the first basically half hour, have not lost a wicket, and they have moved to within 44 of Gloucestershire's first innings score. And I think almost the most concerning thing about Derbyshire's progress this morning is the way that Todd Murphy has been milked, really. It's not been that they've been stepping down and taking liberties to him, as Fletcher will disappear to do an update, so I'll commentate on Todd Murphy, who's bowling and Madsen's driving out to cover and not getting a run. But it's the way that just manipulated the ball, really. I mean, he's dropped short a couple of times, been hit through extra cover twice by Madsen, but the steady flow of singles shows the ease with which they seem to have played him. That's a bit of drift there from Murphy. He floated that one up there, and whether he's using the... well, he can't be using the wind, because drifted against the wind, so it was definitely some serious drift, but Madsen driving it straight back to him. Bracey applauding that. Murphy bowls, and this is going to be 1 run. Madsen turns it square on the leg side. Joe Phillips with those bulging shin pads does the fielding from mid-wicket. It sort of looks as if he's been in the gym every day, but he's only worked on his lower legs. He's not done anything on any... well, not anything, but you know what I mean. Not done any extra work on anything else. Forward goes Came, and gently just runs this one off the open face down through backward point, and there is a single 145 for 2, with now every Derbyshire batter in the 30s. Lloyd 35, Jewell 32, Came 34, and Madsen 36. Wouldn't these two just really like to get out, don't you think? Just they'd love to get out just to make sure that everybody was in the 30s. Here's Murphy bowling to Madsen, who is forward and taking a single through point. Pretty similar fashion to Came, really, not hit quite so hard, but again, a good ball from Murphy is scored off, which is a little troubling, as Gloucestershire are conceding this deficit, but in a trickle rather than a flood. And yeah, well, Bancroft has had enough of that. He's brought deep backward point up, which he kind of had to, really, because I don't think he's fielded a ball. When Murphy dropped a couple short, Madsen hit them in front of square for 4. Well, he's fielded 1 ball, but only because there was no fielder at backward point. Last ball of the over, back goes Came and turns it leg side. Good grief, that's very threatening. He's rehearsed a massive yahoo, which in the end was aimed directly at James Bracey, because he'd come out from behind the stumps and was standing at mid-wicket. Vicious. 3 from the over, 146 for 2. And there are still 94 overs to be bowled today, and if Derbyshire even... if Derbyshire even bat for half of those, Gloucestershire have got a serious problem. Still 2 more days to go, and Singdale will continue, but it feels as though something needs to happen quickly, but it doesn't at the moment have the feel of a morning where things are going to happen quickly. Singdale in and bowls, and Madsen plays that one off his thigh out backward of square on the onside, and there is no run. They are playing at Blackpool, having had plenty of their first day rained off. Kent 223 for 5. Ben Compton is in danger of carrying his bat again. He's 94 not out. And James Anderson has taken 2 wickets in 2 overs this morning, removed Jack Leaning for 4, and Joey Everson without scoring. Anderson 2 for 39 from 13 overs. Singdale in and bowls, and Madsen behind that one, playing defensively straight back up the pitch. Does he want a new bat? Or is it... What on earth does that signal mean? He waved his bat and then made a motion as if he was running his bat into his ground. Am I being dense here? What does that mean? Wave the bat and then sort of move it parallel to the floor. No idea what that signal means. 146 for 2. Singdale bowls to Madsen, who drives, and Singdale gets down low in his follow through. And his palm will do enough of the work that Archie Bailey can get across from mid-off, and there is no run. Glamorgan have lost some wickets this morning, so Leicestershire have come charging back in that game. Glamorgan 319 for 8 now. Ben Green has 3 for 44 from 21 overs. And Asa Tribe 107 yesterday, but it's been Leicestershire's morning so far. Singdale in, and that's worked towards square leg. Hammond doesn't pick the ball up cleanly, but there will only be 1 run, 147 for 2.
No, I've got nothing really.
Oh, that's all right. I'll continue then. Middlesex have been bowled out for 413 by Northamptonshire, 413 in 101 overs. Joe Cracknell was eventually dismissed for 112, and Liam Guthrie 7 for 94.
Ooh.
Toby Rowland-Jones finished 42 not out. Northamptonshire have just begun their reply in the first over. In goes Ajit Singh Dale, bowling now with a grunt of effort as came with a minimum of effort, just puts the bat to the ball and keeps it out. In Division 1, Surrey 71 for no wicket against Worcestershire, who were bowled out for 209. Yesterday, half-century already for Ryan Patel, who's opening the batting with Dom Sibley, so actually Rory Burns isn't captaining, keeping wicket and opening the batting. Ryan Patel 50 from 73, Dom Sibley 18 from 73, but Dom Sibley is Surrey's T20 opener.
Yeah, I know, it's bizarre, isn't it?
Singdale bowls a bumper, he goes flying forwards in his follow through as he does sometimes, and it's been wided as well. Oh dear. What a feel for Ajit Singh Dale, really.
Leicestershire, of course, without Ian Holland, who is has set the second division alight with his bowling this season somehow, and he can bat as well. He's playing in the big major league cricket.
Which team does he?
I have no idea.
He play for? Is it? It's not the LA Knight Riders, is it?
I would only know what they were called by scrolling down this screen.
The only reason, because I looked at that yesterday, because I think they were playing a game either yesterday or today, back of a length from Singdale, and came maybe actually with both feet off the floor there, but well balanced, plays it down into the offside to safety. There's no run, it's 148 for 2. The only reason I thought about that was that their initials being LAKR, so it spells Laker, you see, so I thought that's actually quite good for LA with the basketball team.
Oh, right, yeah.
Although, of course, then it means that Clippers fans will hate them.
Yeah, but the Clippers aren't really the Clippers anyway. Well, they are, but they're San Diego's team, who they stole. I don't follow basketball at all.
No, neither do I.
It's a terrible game.
Awful, isn't it?
Where you go up one end and then go back down the other. He didn't play against the Seattle Orcas yesterday, certainly, in Dallas, neutral venue.
Near Dallas. Grand Prairie, Texas. I mean, they say near, and it's probably about an hour and a half's drive into it.
He actually plays for Washington Freedom, who were the franchise there that also now mostly own Glamorgan's team in August. Glenn Maxwell plays for the Washington Freedom, of course he does, and Glenn Phillips, blimey, Rachin Ravindra.
Gloucestershire's Glenn Phillips.
There must be a few quid knocking about in that league.
Yes.
Here is Todd Murphy bowling to Wayne Madsen, who very fortunately gets his bat on that one, I think, because it might have been stone dead in front of the stumps, but he's come back for 2, down to fine leg. Bailey with the fielding. Madsen moves on to 50. No, 40. 50? Where did that come from?
Well, his first one out of the 30s. This is disappointing me.
Yes. I don't like the way this site puts the American Cricket League higher than the County Championship, if I'm honest.
You don't do ball by ball for it anymore.
Do they not?
Not for the Championship, no. Sorry, I've completely thrown you off there.
Yeah, the ball's just been played to a backward point by Wayne Madsen for a single. He moves on to 41, 151 for 2. Who doesn't do ball by ball?
That website. They don't do the ball by ball outcomes
do they not?
anymore for the Championship.
Well, I don't use it. No, they don't, do they? You're right. I don't use it apart from for scores. Anyway, here's Murphy bowling to Kame, who pushes this one out into the offside. I quite like it for the scores, but not for the heavily India-based writing and sensational journalism of some. It's all changing. It's going to change. Less games. In comes Murphy and bowls to Kame, who uses his feet, dances down the track and smashes it back over Murphy's head for 6. Beautiful from Harry Kame, who moves himself on to 40, straight as a die, into the sight screens and beyond, possibly, because we're going to need a new ball. I don't see exactly where that ended up, if I'm entirely honest with you.
Not sure either. The fact that nobody has gone off behind the sight screen, I lost it around about the second floor balcony, so it could have landed on that balcony, but I'm not sure.
And there's nobody at home because they're all at work. So they can't. They're going to come home tonight and look out the window and go, hang on a minute, what's that? It's a cricket ball.
And the club are going to say, can we have that back?
Yes.
Because we could do with it for the box of balls.
We could use that, put it in the box of balls and put the number 38 on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, anyway, we are getting a new ball at some point.
Well, this could change everything.
Well, there is that, I suppose. And how many Kookaburra balls at 38 overs old will any given club have?
I suppose if it all comes from practice, which I believe it does.
Is that how they do it?
Yeah, I think so. That's what I'm led to believe.
I was trying to work out if they kept some from last year and some from the year before. We'd have been out of a batch that just fell apart. Anyway, they've picked a ball. Mark Newell's picked it. He's given it to Zaman Akhtar, who's showing it to Simon Widdop, who will then allow Ajit Singh Dale a glance at it.
No, you can't have it yet.
No, because it's going down to the spinner, who's conceded 9 runs so far in the first 4 deliveries of this over. Todd Murphy's now on 0 for 53 from his 12 overs and 4 balls.
Singh Dale is shadowing.
Yeah, just making sure he hands it to him correctly. He wants to see it, doesn't he?
Yeah, there we go. Now this is what I mean. It's just so silly because he's walked all the way there and actually ended up giving it to Ollie Price.
Yeah.
What was the difference with giving that to Singh Dale? He's going to touch it anyway.
What do you think, Ollie? Ollie Price has given it to Cameron Bancroft.
The Kookaburra expert.
They might have an overlap on the left wing here if they use it correctly. I know it's been given to Todd Murphy now, so. Just the 50% of the Gloucestershire team has now handled this new ball. It's like when you get a kick-off in a game of football and everyone wants a touch. Murphy's in and bowls to Kame, who just clips this nicely into the leg side, having got his 6th the previous delivery. He picks up a single as the ball rolls out to Archie Bailey. And Derbyshire roll on to 158 for 2, trailing by just 29 runs now. Pretty good conditions, a bit blustery. There's Murphy around the wicket to Madsen, who drives to Singh Dale. We'll get a good look at the ball now as he fields it at mid-off, end of the over, 158 for 2. Both Madsen and Kame have 41 to their name. And Derbyshire in this, first 43 minutes or so of the day's play are going along very nicely. The partnership's worth 63 of 118 balls. They started the day on 116, which means they've added 42.
I'm sure Harry Kame is the type that would say to Singh Dale after he finally got a look at it, you know what it looks like.
Yes, now go and fetch it. Yes. I don't think he is,
No,
Harry.
I'm sure he is.
Well, no, he's He's a very polite and quiet young man, Harry Kane, who must have felt his place was under threat at the start of the season, but has had a pretty good campaign, it has to be said. Harry Kane, averaging just above 40, 4 half centuries. That was his first 6 of the season, though, in red ball cricket. I can exclusively revealed by looking at this internet website.
Well, it's also, I think, the first time that somebody's come down and tried to clobber the spinner and hit it for 6, because every time Gloucestershire tried that with Jack Morley, they got out to it.
Yeah.
Zaman Akhtar's replacing Ajit Singh Dale. He's bowling, and that's pushed pleasantly by Kane, but not past Graham van Buren, who's been busy in the field this morning. Fields from wide mid-off.
Rather begs the question why Singh Dale wanted to see the ball if he wasn't going to carry on bowling. Yeah, no, I'm not bowling with that, Skip.
Well, I don't know if he's that. He could be.
Is he the ball
the
picker?
Designated ball picker for this? He could well be being. Yeah. I mean, I suppose in
they're like a
simple
dark
terms,
red one, don't they? They're like a dark red one, I think.
In simple terms, he's Gloucestershire's leading wicket taker, so maybe he gets that prerogative. This is played in defence back to the bowler, and actually, in terms of first-class appearances. At what, 24 years old, and this being his 35th first-class match, he is the most experienced of Gloucestershire's seam bowlers. But again, it's a Kookaburra ball, so if you believe what tends to get said about them, it probably doesn't matter whether it's 30 overs old or whether it's 70 overs old. Akhtar leaps in and bowls, and this is just brushed around the corner for 1 run down to fine leg by Harry Kane. 159 for 2. Came on to 42. A few more Division 1 scores get through. Somerset 354 for 3. Tom Kohler-Cadmore made 104. Tom Lammonby is 92. Not out. Nottinghamshire 331 for 6 against Yorkshire, with Ishan Kishan 67 not out. Must have been some money spent to get him over.
Yes.
Akhtar bowls now, and off the back foot, Madsen runs this one out to backward point, and Charlesworth across to his left. And in that time, they will take a single. The deficit 27, 160 for 2. Hampshire 23 for no wicket in reply to Essex's 296 all out. That'll frustrate them at Chelmsford. 4 runs shy of a bonus point. Be happy about that.
I can imagine some being exercised about.
Akhtar in now, back of a length, and it's gone off the toe end of the bat, I think, and down in front of Bancroft and wide of him at first slip for a moment. I thought that might have just been almost like that catching practice at the start of the day, but in the end, not enough pace off the bat, and it loops short and wide.
Went for the uppercut, sort of. But he sort of dabbed at it, didn't he? Rather than fully committing. Harry Kane.
Could have continued his trolling by just rubbing his arm there. In comes Akhtar and bowls, and this is played with a straight bat towards mid-off, and Van Buren again fields, and 2 runs from Akhtar's opening over of the morning. Charlie Allison, by the way, made 101 for Essex, and Kyle Abbott's final figures. Oh, I love it when this happens. 19.1 overs, 10 maidens, 5 for 26. When the maidens are more than half of the overs that are bowled, and you bowled that number of overs, that's fantastic. And finally, Sussex have been bowled out for 361 by Durham, as James Coles finished 148 not out. And the big headline, forget James Coles' 148 not out, the huge headline, Jofra Archer made 31 from 34 balls.
Well done, Jofra.
But it's good to see him back, and in all seriousness,
Warming
it
up.
will be quite fun for
Big
those who are at
bash.
Hove today to watch Jofra Archer, Ollie Robinson and overseas bowler Gurinder Sandhu, the Australian.
England's
Go about their
past and
business.
England's future.
Gurinder Sandhu.
No. Archie Bailey's back. Well, he's bowling for the first time this morning.
Wouldn't be the first time.
No, indeed. No. He's got one slip. Derbyshire trailing by just at 27 now. At a 160 for 2. Fairly lengthy angled run up for Bailey, who is in to bowl to Madsen, who drives him potentially for 4. It is being chased, but not for long by Todd Murphy, and it is 4 runs out to the extra cover boundary for Wayne Madsen, who moves on to 46. 164 for 2. Deficit down to 23.
I mean, it wasn't exactly a long volley
that
either
was-
from Bailey. I mean, okay, it might not be the quickest ball that he's bowled
The
first ball,
placing
but
was
still,
pretty good, wasn't it?
yeah.
The placing was pretty good, just to the right of Ollie Price and to the left of Todd Murphy.
It just underlines why bowlers are probably thinking, well, we just can't bowl full on this.
What's he going to do in reply? And he bowls to Madsen, who defends this one, a sharp delivery that just hurries him a touch as he pushes it up to mid-off. And there's no rump.
I mean, if I'd Bailey's pace, I'd have banged it in short, but he was mature and he bowled it full again, and actually it was a very good delivery, which tested Madsen in a way that a short ball
You're
wouldn't
not
have
mature
done.
then, is that what you're saying?
No. Well, no. Actually, I suppose what I'm saying is, which is true, but what I'm saying is, if I could bowl at the speed Archie Bailey would bowl at, there's no way I'd be mature.
Well, you wouldn't be sitting next to me for a start. As Bailey's into Madsen, who clips this nicely into the leg side, but it's well stopped there by... And then he got the wrong person, then it wasn't who I thought it was initially, it was Joe Phillips. Just diving to his left. The solitary slip is now no longer a slip. Cameron Bancroft has moved in to become a second mid-wicket. 2 mid-wickets, a mid on, a man on the square leg boundary and a long leg, and on the offside, mid-off, cover and point. There's a third man, as that one is turned into the leg side by Wayne Madsen. And goes straight to Cameron Bancroft. 164 for 2 it remains.
I don't think our previous I don't think Gloucestershire's previous club photographer used to lie prone on the ground.
Oh no.
Flat. Okay.
With his long
I've had a
lens.
voice say, imagine Griff doing that. That's very cruel, that is.
As Bailey bowls, Madsen drives up to mid-on but doesn't time it now. Well, he needs help to get up. He's actually, you're right, he's on the ground, prone.
It's almost his chin's touching the ground as well.
But the camera's actually on the field of play because he's gone over the boundary. He doesn't want to get the boundary rope in his shot. It's going to be very arty, this, and you look forward to seeing this on the Gloucestershire website later on. Very good. There he is on the stream if you're watching. As Bailey is in again, that one's on Madsen's pads and he clips it away into the leg side. That is Charlesworth this time, who I thought it was before. And they take a single and Madsen moves on to 47, 165 for 2 at the end of the over. Madsen, impeccable counting. Harry Kame has 42. Did I say Madsen had 47? If I did, I apologise. If I didn't, you now know. And the Derbyshire deficit now, if it is their deficit, is 22.
Yes, almost may as well already be in the lead, really.
Well, there will be.
Yes, there will be.
That's my analysis of the situation. Well, it was an important first hour, of course. If Gloucestershire had picked up a couple of wickets, they might have got themselves back into the game, but they didn't.
No.
And haven't.
No. Actor in now and bowls Madsen tight to his body and runs this one away towards cover. There's a shot at the stumps which misses, and that again, actually, that was almost the reverse of what we saw earlier, where it didn't seem as though there were any alarms at all, and all of a sudden Van Buren let loose that throw, and actually Madsen thought, eek. I think he'd just about made it, but it was actually fairly close, and it's one of those which has forced a discussion between the batters about, do we do that again? Madsen to 48, home safely. Actor in to bowl, and this is played beautifully just past mid-off, because Van Buren's pushed wider of that position, having to cover both extra cover and mid-off really. So Kame, who never really was looking to try and hit a boundary there, but just a really pleasing shot straight back past mid-off, and they'll pick up 2 runs. 168 for 2. As Kame's on 44, he's got a bit of catching up to do in the race to half century. And the sun comes out. Very sandy coloured pitch as Actor bowls driving Kame wider mid-off. Van Buren will put his head down and try and pursue it, but there's no point. The outfield's far too quick to be catching anything, and he has levelled Madsen again. On 48. Faced 3 more deliveries, but Madsen shouldn't have got off strike first ball of the over, should he?
No, Harry
72
came in slightly ahead of Wayne Madsen as well. The fall of the first wicket. Caleb Jewell for 32. Lloyd made 35.
Active in now. Oh, that's one of the first loose shots of the morning, as Kame just wafts at one short and wideish outside off stump. And okay, there's only the one slip, but there's a keeper, we've seen one catch at backward point, there's a deep third back there. That was a strange shot from Harry Kame, really not committed to the shot, and at least if he'd gone for it and flashed at it, wouldn't have got himself in too much danger. But anyway, he missed it, and about an hour in, that's probably the closest Gloucestershire have come to taking a wicket. Actor bowls to Kame, who's forward and defending straight into the pitch, and back to Actor, who tosses the ball away to mid-wicket in, I'm sure, some frustration. It has been a frustrating morning for Gloucestershire, not just the fact that they've not picked up a wicket, but has just looked very easy for Madsen and Kame, or whichever way you want to put it. They have made it look very easy. It hasn't been all blazing boundaries, but in a way it's almost more troubling when it's not. Actor in now, and Kame just slightly out in front of himself there as he drives towards mid-on. He's still got a decent chunk of it, but Todd Murphy can field without having to move too much, and there's no run, but 7 runs from the over. And Derbyshire now just 15 runs behind as the wind kicks up again.
77-run partnership between these two. Cameraman's come round to get more head-on shots below us. He's always going. He's on the floor again. No, he's just sitting down this time.
The meditating photographer.
To watch Archie Bailey begin as you over. I wouldn't get up from that. 172 for 2 then as we approach the end of the first hour of play, and that one is turned by Madsen into the leg side, but he doesn't time it. Cameron Bancroft does the fielding and immediately talks to Graham Van Buren.
Yes.
Who's come up from mid-on. Captain and a former captain. Having a chat. Hatching a plot. Asking what, is lunch really 4 minutes past 1? That can't be true. No, it is. It is. 172 for 2. As Bailey's on his way in again. Running towards us. Bowls to Madsen, who clips that away nicely and gets to 49. Apologies. 170, that's exactly the sort of thing you're not supposed to do. 173 for 2. I think that was day one of commentators' school. Don't get excited by every delivery. There are people out there who do.
Yeah, Kevin Howells, with his head teacher's role, he'd have you hauled into the office for that.
And he'd be quite right to do so. So, came on 48 as Bailey comes in and bowls to him, and he's beaten by one as he'd been caught behind. The Gloucestershire players like it. Harry Kane hasn't moved. The ball was tossed in the air by Bracey. The umpire pops his hand into his pocket. Somebody offers him a word of advice, and we move on at 173 for 2.
It definitely looked as though there was a deflection, but impossible to say from this position. And sometimes also when we're just slightly off at mid-on especially, sometimes it does look as though there's a deflection. Actually there isn't, but it look as though there might have been a deflection. But
didn't hit the right part of his arm. 173, thank you.
There's no bruise there either.
173 for 2. Bailey's in, and that is driven handsomely, and it's going to go all the way to the boundary for 4, and it's a half century for Harry Kane of 86 deliveries. It was a really nice looking shot as well. His 8th 4 to go along with 1-6, and he's taken Derbyshire up to 177 for 2, and they trail now by just 10.
I mean, doesn't that always happen? Feels like it anyway. After either a dropped catch or a big appeal, the next ball goes for 4. There wasn't again much wrong with that from Bailey. It's a really fine way to bring up a 50. Punchy back foot drive and back on it after that shot previous over.
This one is clipped away into the leg side by Harry Kane just for a single. Moving on to 53. 1 ball left of the over. Update happening fairly sharply. I have an update for BBC Radio Derby. Private joke. 178 for 2. 1 ball left in the over. I've got loads of time. As Bailey, well, he's almost back to the top of his mark. He'll get there soon. Then we can get on with the rest of our lives. He's there. And he's bowling to Wayne Madsen, who's on 49, and Madsen turns that into the leg side and gets his half century as well in the same over. Madsen's 50 coming from 81 balls with 5 4s. What?
It's a leg by.
Oh, was it? Oh, God. I'm off.
I've punched my knee now about 20 times. Now there'll be all of 35 witnesses who are listening who will hear your assault on me in the commentary box if you do such a thing. 35 people related to either us or those out on the oh no, I'm sure there's some people listening. 179 for 2. Madsen is on 49. And here comes Satman Akhtar to bowl to him. And this is played off the bat into the onside, and there is no run. Now there will be a run as there's a fumble by the fielder at forward square leg. That's Phillips there, the culprit, who stamps on the ground, and that is Wayne Madsen's 50 from 82 deliveries. And his innings included 5 4s. 7 runs Derbyshire trail by. Akhtar in now, and Kane drives out towards cover, and Hammond does well to get across and prevent even a single as they were waiting and thinking that one would get by. Run well between the wickets. Madsen has looked really so concerningly in form, given that he's got previous history on this ground of enormous centuries. Actor bowls off the hip, played towards backward square leg by Kane for a single. 181 for 2.
Did I miss anything? Unbelievable. What I can tell you is that it's the 133rd time that Wayne Madsen's got to 50 in his career. On 41 occasions he's gone on to turn it into a century. It's only the 17th for Harry Kane, and he has just 2 centuries to his name so far in first-class cricket, but power to add here, clearly.
Actor goes in now, bowls. Madsen in behind, playing carefully back towards Actor. Slaps at the ball with his hand and deflects it to mid-off. And Van Buren's doing a little bit of shining, but I think most of that is just habit, really.
Yes.
The care that the bowlers, or lack of it, really, that the bowlers show towards the ball compared with the Duke's ball, which is lovingly caressed and cared for. The Kookaburra ball is just kicked and chucked everywhere. Actor bowls cut away off the back foot going towards the cover boundary. It won't quite get there as Charlesworth catches it, and 2 runs to Madsen. 183 for 2. Outfield's so quick that I'm not going to see a huge number of threes. Wouldn't have thought, even though the playing areas we mentioned yesterday, if you weren't with us, is bigger than it has been for any championship match that we've had here for I think really the last couple of years. The boundaries pushed much further back. Actor bowls full and wide and stroked away to cover, where Hammond is now positioned with a more split field. There is no run, and it is now 59 minutes to go until the
very exciting
104 lunch.
Again, I know we don't like talking about, I don't mind talking about football. It's all sport, and both teams from both radio stations areas have made a signing this morning. I see Jack Sparks has joined Bristol Rovers. In fact, he's had his photograph taken probably at a ground that we can see from this commentary position. We can't see the position from where JJ McKiernan would have had his photograph taken as he rejoins Burton Albion on loan for the season. Good to see JJ back.
Well, it's a pity we didn't interview James Bracey today and get his reaction
to the Jack Sparks
to the signing.
Is he a big gas head?
Very much. And we interviewed James Bracey last night, so couldn't ask that vital question.
Graham Van Buren is going on to bowl around the wicket, and it's driven by Harry Kane, but nicely fielded at extra cover by Ollie Price, diving away to his right-hand side. Van Buren did bowl yesterday, 6 overs for 18. He's in again and bowls to Kane, who just angles his bat this time to pick up a single out to Singdale's doing. What's he doing out there? Kane moves on. 255, 184 for 2.
Yeah, Actor's moved to backward point. He had enough of charging around the boundary.
Presumably because he's bowling.
After bowling, yeah,
presumably because he's bowling. Can I go and stand somewhere a bit quieter, please? Skip. Next Van Buren delivery is clipped by Wayne Madsen up to mid-on. He immediately turns around and looks at Bailey, who's fielding at sort of shortish, fine leg, so in that 45 position, you know the one. As Van Buren comes in again, and Madsen pushes it into the offside. Price again picks the ball up, has a little look at it, does give it a bit of a polish, almost entirely pointlessly, before tossing it back to Van Buren, who rattles through his overs as you might expect, and Madsen pushes it down. It's Groundhog Day. Pushes it back to Price, who gives it a polish, pointlessly.
So it's just habit. He can't. He's always been the shiner. He just can't help himself.
And you look at his sweater or his top on which he's polishing it. As Van Buren's next delivery is chopped into the offside by Wayne Madsen for a single. Van Buren stands with his hands on his head for some reason. there isn't a mark on his Gloucestershire top. He's going to polish it again now. Normally, if the designated polisher looks like he's been shot in the stomach by this stage of an innings, well, he could probably put that one back in the club shop and sell it as new. End of the over, 185 for 2. The deficit is 2. 53 to Madsen, 55 to Kame.
It was a gull which was positioned out at cover, which made a slightly comical attempt to try and get out of the way of the ball there, and has now decided to position itself at, well, fine leg for this over. And it could be a dangerous place to be as a gull, that, with Actor bowling short and into Madsen's body possibly. It wouldn't be my first choice. Here comes,
if you're a gull,
Actor and bowls. Oh, it's down the leg side. There's a half appeal because Bracey's taken a one-handed catch down to his left. It may have taken some pad, but it certainly didn't look as if it took any bad.
by the time Actor joined in, everybody else was back in their fielding positions ready for the next delivery. It took that long. Look, there he goes. Yeah, no, I'm not, can't be bothered.
It's a fantastic take from Bracey, but all for, well, I say all for absolutely nothing. I mean, he saved 4, of course, but
well, he kept Gloucestershire in front.
Yes. Here comes Actor and bowls up onto his toes. Is Madsen, and prodding this one back towards the bowler.
Wayne Madsen has become this is David Griffin, of course, the 6th Derbyshire batter to score 15,000 or more runs against the other counties. Top of the list, he's always top of the list, Kim Barnett, with almost 23,000 runs. Dennis Smith, Les Townsend, Derek Morgan and Stan Worthington, the other members of that list.
Actor in now, and Madsen works this almost one-handed towards the hands of Price at mid-wicket. And there's no run. Yeah, I was actually going to have a look at his record against Gloucestershire. I seem to remember he's been rather concerning for Gloucestershire. It's been either about 150 or they've got him fairly early and basically nowhere
in between. Oh dear.
Actor bowls, cut away flamboyantly by Madsen with a flourish to finish with, and that will be 4 runs, and you could tell that from just the sound. Actor just dropping short and wide, and Madsen laying into it. 189 for 2. He's on to 57.
Derbyshire in the lead.
They are, and these two continue to add to their partnership, which, I mean, you kind of, as Actor bowls, Madsen defends leg side for no run. You kind of be a little bit flippant about the whole them catching each other business, but actually it seems to be working quite well with them just pretty much matching each other's temper. There's well, you know, I was decrying the whole decimal point business with the strike rates, particularly 2 decimal points, but actually I can tell you there's only 0.2 of a difference with the strike rates.
It's truly remarkable.
It is.
What a time to be alive. I've looked up Derbyshire, Wayne Madsen's record against Gloucestershire, incidentally.
Last ball of the over, Actor into Madsen, who drives and won't beat a tumbling Hammond at cover. 189 for 2, lead 2.
It doesn't. This is going into this innings, of course. He's got a high score of 204 not out, nearly 1,500 runs at 45.
Yeah, the 204 not out was here, I think, in a
6
a
centuries.
thumping Derbyshire victory, and then we found another game where he got 150 odd on this ground in 2016 before the start of play for a completely different reason.
My first game, yes. Yeah. That was the Liam Norwell match. Where he got a century as a night watchman. That was quite flat. Not that I'm taking anything away from Norwell's innings. Van Buren into bowl to Harry Kame, who pushes this out into the offside, and there's no run. He's got 6 centuries and now 4 half centuries, so that backs up what you said. Once he gets to 50, he tends to go on and make 3 figures against Gloucestershire, it would appear, as Kame clips this one up to mid-on. He sets off for a single, which almost triggers Wayne Madsen. Then there's a cry of no, which I think was the correct decision.
How does that compare in terms of hundreds against other opponents? Is Leicestershire still top?
Oh yeah, I think so. Kane gets a full delivery and just taps it. That's the wrong pair. Taps it into the offside. In fact, it's 6 apiece.
Right. I almost, because I think he's basically scores runs every time against Leicestershire.
Yeah.
But
6 centuries and 14
feast or famine
centuries.
against Gloucester. A little bit more feast or famine against Gloucestershire.
As he turns this one into the leg side, Harry Kane. They run the first one quickly. They're only going to get one though, as Bailey picks up. Harry Kane moves on to 56, 190 for 2. Yeah, his average against Gloucestershire, I say, is 45, but his average against Leicestershire is 63,
yeah.
which is a big difference, really, isn't it? Over the course of 41 innings against Leicestershire and just 36 against Gloucestershire, as Madsen goes back and punches the ball into the offside to Price, and there is no run.
Were Leicestershire in Derbyshire's? No, they weren't, were they, in Derbyshire's conference? They were in Gloucestershire's, of course.
In Bob
in
Willis.
The conference season.
Oh, right, in the 2021, or whenever it was. That one is clipped into the leg side by Madsen for a single. Final ball of Van Buren's over, so again he pinches the strike. He moves on to 58. Harry Kane has 56. Derbyshire 191 for 2, leading by 4.
Oh yes, there was the Bob Willis as well, wasn't
there? Yeah, they were first.
They were
first class,
yeah.
But they weren't classed as county championship matches for whatever reason. You know what these statisticians are like.
Oh yes, the 110 over limit on first innings made all the difference.
Was there a limit in the Bob Willis?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't. I don't remember that. Yeah. I don't remember much about anything.
It happened,
if I'm entirely honest with you.
Happened on this ground in the first game of what was the season. Worcestershire had to start charging towards the end of the allotted time.
I mean,
James Bracey almost had a gull attack him there.
Oh dear.
I've no idea what it was doing, but it plucked something off the ground, only a couple of feet behind James Bracey. Then looked around in alarm and stared off after it. It was on a mission, that gull. It's the same one that just evaded a ball earlier on. Archie Bailey switching ends, bowling from the pavilion end. He bowls, it whacks into the pad of Madsen and rolls off down to fine leg. And ooh, no, there must have been some bat.
Yeah,
there was some bat involved.
I was going to tell you that, but I wasn't watching.
A single, 192 for 2. Lead is worth 5. Still, Gloucestershire strive even for just something this morning. It, I mean, understandably looks and feels rather flat out there. Bailey in now, inside edge onto pad, and the ball rolls towards backward point. Nice delivery again from Bailey, who actually, he is pitching it up there. And it's, you know, it's not as though Derbyshire have looked in enormous strife, but he's looked as likely to, again, not for the first time in his brief career so far, he's looked as likely to take a wicket as anybody this morning. Bailey in and bowls another full ball on driven, and well, you could see what was being attempted there, as it was played pretty straight towards the mid-on fielder, who then thought about trying to deflect the ball onto the stumps at the non-striker's end and run Wayne Madsen out, but the ball just missed it. Wasn't miles off a crazy dismissal. Bancroft trying to tip the ball onto the stumps, because it was hit firmly by Harry Kane. Bailey bins forward and then charges in, bowls. That's a really fine shot from Harry Kane, because there's not a huge gap between those two fielders. Short and straight on the leg side, but he's just hit it so well and right between the two of them. And once it's past them, There's nobody anywhere near it, at least not on the playing field. There's a few people down in the dugouts who can save Bancroft and Price's legs, but it's 4 runs and 196 for 2.
I know they both face the same number of deliveries, 98, and Harry Kane's in the lead. The excitement's palpable inside the ground.
Yes, yes.
Did we establish what time the close of play was?
Well, I think I may have decided it was 6:24.
6:24, thank you very much.
Yeah. I decided, no. I tried to work it out. Bailey bowls. Oh, it's a short ball, and Kane has been pretty much the only point he's looked as if he's getting himself in trouble here. He's tried that uppercut again and has missed it. It was a little bit more committed than his first attempt at that shot, but there's just not really much need to be doing that, especially with a fielder back at deep third, which there is. He's playing so well, just I want to give it away like that. Bailey in and bowls, and Kane is back on it, turning it leg side, and Ollie Price fields at short mid-wicket. 5 runs from the over. Derbyshire at 196 for 2, so they've had 80 runs in this morning session already without losing a wicket. Bailey and Actor, the 2 wicket takers, both yesterday. And Bancroft continues to try and cycle through his bowlers. Is it time for what some might consider the golden arm, Ben Charlesworth? It is a change of pace, I suppose. I know that tend to think, well, Kookaburra ball, there's no point bowling a medium, fast medium there, but just sometimes the change of pace can do it.
Van Buren to Madsen, start of a new over from the Ashley Down Road end, forced up to mid-off, and there's no run. It's warming up in here, isn't it? You don't think? No? Okay. I only asked about the close of play just for production purposes for this evening's programme. That one is, I couldn't care less, otherwise that was pushed into the offside by Madsen. The Sports Scene at 6 show. And here we've got a gull standing behind Graham Van Buren. Is he going to have to shoo it away? I think he's going to shoo it away. It's running towards it now, and the gull is not moving. It's walking along the floor, going, oh, no, don't chase me. And it's sort of flown about 15, 20 yards, and everybody's happy. So.
Stolen the show this morning.
Yeah.
It's a bit like Blair Tickner, actually. It's been out on the field a lot. It has done everything but field the ball. Blair Tickner yesterday.
As Van Buren is into bowl to Madsen, who goes back and forces it straight back to Van Buren, who threatens to throw the stumps. I don't think he ever had any intention of letting the ball go. That century stand, of course, between these two now. Did you mention that?
Oh, no, I didn't.
No, I've just been reminded by Derbyshire's tweet. This one is turned into the leg side by Madsen for a single.
I assumed it had already come up.
It came off 171 balls. Kane was on that. Kane contributed 33 towards that. That can't be right, surely. And Madsen 59. Is that enough? As Kane goes back and cuts out towards the cover boundary. Singdale is fielding and he picks up a single. Moves on to 61, 198 for 2.
There have been a few extras.
Yeah.
I suppose. It was the 4 byes this morning. Leg by, no ball, one of the wides, I think.
As this next delivery is again cut out slightly straighter this time to Singdale. They're going to come back for the second as well and take on his arm. Madsen going to the danger area, the danger end. Gets home comfortably, and 2 more to him, and the 200 is up for Derbyshire. 200 for 2. Madsen moves on to 62. Harry Kane has 61.
Yep. Respectful round of applause from the smattering of spectators.
I was going to call it muted, but respectful will do.
I don't think there's going to be a gigantic queue at this point for the reduced entry after tea. but you never know.
Is it only reduced?
It is, yes.
Oh, it's free after tea at Derby.
Reduced price. The Gull has now made its way across the boundary as Bailey bowls to Kame, who defends towards mid-on, so it's now able to glare at both the spectators and the cricket. I'd love to know what goes. I mean,
not much. I don't think. Not much. They're only about that big. Their brains.
True, yeah.
They're not.
Why is this sea green? You know, what does it think?
Well, that's why they're called gulls and not seagulls, of course.
True.
Yeah.
Yes. But
we're quite close.
It's a fairly maritime gull, that one.
We're quite. Is it?
Well,
is it wearing a hat?
Bailey bowls. This is punch driven towards wide mid-off, and there is no run.
We're quite close to the sea here.
are.
I'll give you that. We're certainly closer to the sea here than we will be in the Co-op Central. No, the Central Co-op County Ground. It's a new sponsorship deal, and I'm only just getting used to it. I do like it, though.
Sorry, which way round was it again? Because I might need to get this right at some point.
It's the Central Co-op. Not the Co-op Central, not the Co-op Central County Ground, but the word Co-op and Central both appear in it.
Bailey in now and cut away, and that will be 4 runs. Well timed by Harry Kame, just using the pace of the ball from Archie Bailey. There wasn't quite the flourish on that one that there was from Madsen, but equal effectiveness. And 4 more runs. Came back into the lead. 204 for 2. He's on to 65.
Let's face one more ball though, so.
Well, they've been going back and forth in that as well.
Yeah, those strike rates, just stretching in front. Harry Kame.
Paley in now, and a slightly false shot there from Kame as he looked to drive it through the covers, and the ball ends up skewing off to mid-wicket, but no real danger there.
The 2 highest scores of the game as well after Bancroft's 58.
Indeed.
Before he was given out.
Yep. As we said at this stage, even that, whilst as I said, it just came at such an awful point for Gloucestershire. However, as Bailey is in, that's edged, but it wouldn't have carried to first slip anyway, and it's down to the boundary for 4. There's a tumbling effort there, but when I say a tumbling, it was more like a flopping effort from Todd Murphy. But
he put the dive in.
Exactly, he did as much as he could together. He just couldn't cut it off, and well, there's just nothing that you could do. You can't bowl the ball a great deal quicker if you know you're going to have to bowl potentially all day. Archie Bailey, you draw the edge, and well, that's why Gloucestershire haven't got any slips in, because it doesn't matter a soft kookaburra in its 49th over on an English pitch, which aren't as hard as surfaces that are used around the world with the kookaburra. As Bailey bowls, floats it one up there, and Kane plays it into the ground, into the onside. There's no run. 8 runs from the over. Derbyshire 208 for 2. Lead of 21, and well, in short, there's a reason why most of the time we don't use them.
But these pitches will probably be as hard as we've had using the kookaburra ball, given how dry it's been.
I
still
don't
don't see any point in using them personally.
There's still I can't describe what the difference is, because I'm not clued up enough.
The seams on this batch of kookaburra balls apparently is slightly prouder than the ones that we used last year.
True.
But they do flatten quite quickly.
Yes, and there is no carry in the majority of English pitches.
No,
I mean, you can see it even in Test matches. That Lord's Test match, the World Test Championship final, the ball was not carrying by day 2.
Fielding dangerously close, weren't they? At points, the slipcord as Van Buren bowls to Madsen, who defends the first ball. Back to the bowler.
English hard pitches versus Australia, South Africa, even New Zealand.
It's not Perth, is it?
No.
For so many reasons. As Madsen goes for a cut shot there and misses the ball, ends up leaning on his bat rather awkwardly.
Wasn't too close to the stumps, but close enough that you'd be grieved as a bowler. He was trying to cut a ball that was halfway up stump height.
That's what he's doing. Van Buren bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside. And there is no run. So the lead is now 21. Those leads just race away, don't they? It seems to take an age to tick down deficits, but once you get into a lead, 208 for 2. Next one is swept by Wayne. You don't want to bowl there to him. Swept by Wayne Madsen for 4 runs. If anybody's going to sweep any ball anywhere, anytime, Wayne Madsen is your man. And it's got lost in a tractor. Don't move the tractor because that would just shred the ball. It's not even anywhere near the tractor, for goodness sake. It's about 4 feet away from it. They've got it back anyway. 212 for 2. Dear, oh dear. Madsen moves on to 66. Both have faced 107 balls. Van Buren is in and Madsen defends. There is no run. This innings, incidentally, is only in its 50th over. There's a lot of time left for Derbyshire to score a lot of runs should they desire to, and I think that's pretty much the plan. I'd be surprised if there's a different plan. As Madsen goes back and then just fiddles at the ball, pushes it out into the offside. Bracey's got his hands on his head. Van Buren's got his hands on his head. And the ball is picked up by Zamanakta at point. End of the over. 212 for 2. Lead 25.
Yeah, a couple of deliveries tweaking in that over for Van Buren there. That one's gone a fair distance actually. That's more than just a bit of straighten. There's definitely some turn there, and Derbyshire by far the happier of the two sides to see it at this point, despite the fact that they're having to bat last on it. Lead of 25 and 8 wickets in hand. The whole sort of...
They'll be hoping not to have to bat for long last, won't they? That's the...
Yeah, sort of even 140, 150... At least ask the question, but Gloucestershire are miles away from that. Bailey in driven and won't beat mid-off. This game looked to affect the sort of straight drive that might just demoralise a bowler further. 2-1-2 for 2. Apart from, I mean, he bowled probably... It might be the worst ball Graham Van Buren's bowled all season, that one way down the leg side, because he's not bowled... I mean, I mentioned his economy rate yesterday. Yeah. He's not bowled many bad balls. But actually, the rest of the over was quite testing. Bailey in, looped in the air, and it doesn't go to mid-wicket. It goes straighter. If they'd had Bancroft back in that position, short, straight, mid-on, then he might have been able to take that catch. But they've gone back to a conventional mid-on and a short, straight, mid-wicket. Trying to have a look at a replay to see how long that was in the air for. Well, would have been close, anyway.
A while. The technical term is for that.
Yep. That sort of felt as if that's probably how the wicket might have to come. Really, the whole sort of pitch it up, nick it off, maybe wrap the pad, that sort of thing. But the most batters don't miss balls when they're not moving off the straight. 212 for 2. Bailey bowls, and Kane gets turned round by that one as it was on middle and leg. He tried to play it leg side and it goes into the offside for no run. And it's the difference. I mean, you see 4-day cricket, test cricket round the world. It seems to me now that scores are either about 150 to 200 or they're about 400, 450. Yes. The middling sort of 300 score seems to have gone out of the game almost, because either the ball's moving and batters can't deal with it, or it's not moving and the sort of one-day technique as Bailey tries a Yorker. I've seen too many of those, but
they get bored batting, don't they? Get bored batting and just play silly shots.
That does happen. But you know, the techniques quite well suited to just see ball, hit ball, for want of a cliche. That actually doesn't get used quite so often now. That one's gone a bit out of fashion. When he hits it, it stays hit is still used quite a lot.
I always like that one.
But see ball, hit ball seems to have gone a bit out of fashion. Need to revive it. Bailey in now, and Came defends to the onside of straight. Ollie Price does the fielding. Short straight mid on. But, you know,
if you do nothing else in what I'm sure will be a long and illustrious broadcasting career,
I'm sure about that.
bring see ball, hit ball back into fashion.
Yeah, it was never Seaborn hit ball, I can tell you that. This could be a maiden over from Bailey. 1 ball left in it. The wicket that he took was in a wicket maiden. Bowls down the leg side and misses his help round the corner, so it is a maiden over from Archie Bailey. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 33. And I think you'd have to say he's probably again been the pick of Gloucestershire's bowlers.
Yeah.
212 for 2.
Yeah. Bailey 1 for 33 from his 8 overs. The other wicket, Zaman Akhtar, 1 for 59 from 10. They're teasing us with the smell of pies. Can you smell those pies? Yeah. Just the 2 people who eat the most pies have spotted the smell of pies in this room by the look of it.
No, I think maybe my nose is slightly blocked.
Oh, is it? Are you not coming down with something?
No,
no. Hay fever? No. Van Buren bowls to Madsen, who just guides this out into the offside.
Tension.
Yes. And there's no run. Lead of 25. 212 for 2, and a partnership worth 117 so far between Madsen and Came, as Van Buren bowls to Madsen, who drives into the offside. It's nicely stopped by Price, diving away to his left. Production meeting completed as Van Buren is in. That was guided out into the offside by Wayne Madsen. Just rolls gently along the ground to Singdale. Coming in off the cover boundary, and Madsen picks up another single to move to 67. 213 for 2. Tom seems to be passing relatively, what I was going to have to say, straightforwardly. That's not a good word, is it? In a straightforward fashion. Van Buren bowls full, and it's clipped into the leg side by Came for another single. He moves to 70 now, Harry Came, from 114 balls at 214 for 2. Came batting with his skipper Wayne Madsen, who resumed the captaincy at the start of this season after a fairly lengthy break. He goes back on the back foot as the skipper and pushes it up to mid-off. He relinquished the captaincy in 2016, or on the way into the 2016 campaign, and now he's back. He never went anywhere. He waits for Van Buren, and he defends this one into the onside, and then looks at his bat to see if it's straight. 214 for 2 at the end of that over. 52 overs of the innings gone. Only 78 left today now. 278, 214 for 2. Madsen has 67. Came has 70. I'll repeat that. 78.
I don't think Madsen is ever going anywhere. By the way, I think he'll still be tormenting Gloucestershire
and Leicestershire
in his 60s.
He'll just come back for those 2 games.
Yes.
Or 4 games. However many go, it might only be 1 game a season by then. Playing far too much cricket.
A sort of reverse Wally Hammond, who refused to play Northamptonshire because they just simply weren't good enough. Here comes Bailey and bowls, and this is steered away past backward point, timed well enough, nobody's getting there. Once it beat backward point, deep third wasn't getting there, and Came is on to 74, 218 for 2.
I think the Gloucestershire players have been told don't stand out on the field with your arms crossed, so they're all putting them behind their backs in a desperate bid not to cross their arms and look up, so the body language isn't great. Now, Sing Dale, he's going, no, I'm crossing him. I don't care what they tell me to do.
Well, I mean, it's you know.
But it's fairly soul-destroying, this kind of
it is soul-destroying.
experience.
How can you expect a side not to go flat at 218 for 2 with the side batting already 31 runs in front? Short ball taken on, not quite middled, but a clubbing pull shot will bring Harry Kane 2 runs towards deep mid-wicket. 220 for 2. I suppose what they haven't done, Gloucestershire, is really have a concerted ball by ball by ball short ball plan, and part of the issue with that is that the pitch is in a state where if you do bang it in, you don't quite know what height it's coming through at, and you may well just end up wasting your bumpers for the over with wides. Bailey bowls, tries a Yorker, it's flicked down to fine leg by Kane, just a little bit leg side-ish with the attempted Yorker, but again, I like the fact that Bailey's trying something. 221 for 2. But yeah, Gloucestershire threw the ball to Ajit Singh Dale, their leading wicket taker this season, and Todd Murphy, the overseas spinner, and really both were not exactly treated with disrespect, but as Bailey bowls into the pads, Madsen will pick up 1 down to fine leg, and it's that score which I'm just going to say it's double Nelson for 2 as Madsen's on to 68.
Would you
it gets really boring when people.
Would you automatically? You wouldn't break out. I don't think I've ever done an impersonation.
Yeah, it gets a little bit boring when people do the terrible impersonation.
I don't do accents anyway, so.
Do the odd one, but not that one.
I'd like to know which ones you do.
Bailey in short and wide, he's got away with it. This time Charlesworth gets down to his left and stops the ball from making it 2 boundaries in that fashion in the over. I've forgotten what I was I'm sure I'd started on something before. I got distracted by the score line, but never mind.
It'll come back to you. We've got plenty of time. We've got plenty of time. How many overs have we got left?
Sure nobody was listening anyway.
I'm almost certain that's not true. I desperately hope it's not true. A very loyal listenership.
Bailey in now, and this is played firmly back towards the bowler. Bailey didn't field it cleanly, and just for a moment Harry Kane thought about taking a single, but wisely decided there was no point. Oh, that's what it was. Yeah, I was talking about how it was basically impossible to stay, you know, loud
energized,
and energetic.
yeah.
And especially, I think that's also the other thing about when the ball's being milked about rather than thrashed for 4, in that fielders tend to be just sort of jogging and the batters are jogging end to end, and the whole thing just has that really gentle sort of middle of a 50 over game type feel. I think it's a drip,
drip, isn't it?
Yeah,
rather than a large gush. Todd Murphy's been told to warm up by Cameron Bancroft, but Graham Van Buren is continuing at the moment from the Ashley Down Road end. First ball turned into the leg side by Wayne Madsen, no run. Cameron Bancroft himself does the fielding at mid-wicket. A few people out on the balconies now. The flats at the far end of the ground as Madsen drives, beats the man close in. That's extra cover, but doesn't meet the mid-off. Moving around, so takes a single. Moves on to 69, 232 for 2.
Miles Hammond has spent an unusual amount of this innings upright. I saw Ollie Price diving on the floor and staying down. That's normally Miles Hammond's job.
Cabe is on 77, defends this ball from Van Buren. He's raced into an 8-run lead over Wayne Madsen. Out of nowhere, really. That ball was defended. And the next ball is defended into the onside. But Murphy's definitely going to come back before lunch, which is in... Oh, no, this is interesting. I have no idea. 21 minutes time. It goes Van Buren again, because it's at 4 minutes past 1. That one's pushed into the offside. Tee at 3:54. The close of play sometime before 7 o'clock or thereabouts. As we make up 6 overs lost yesterday due to a passing shower. Harry Kane leans back and guides this one out to the extra cover boundary. Singdale puts the dive in and keeps them down to a couple. Fair play to him for showing that much enthusiasm out there in the distance. I'm not entirely sure he needed to dive, but he decided he would. And Harry Kane moves to 79 at the end of the over. 2-5 for 2. Madsen has 69, and they're going to try Todd Murphy from the pavilion end, just for a change.
Well, we got a bit of energy out of Graham Van Buren there. That's the one. Well, I say the one. I mean, he's probably top of the list of people that you're still going to get energy from, whatever he's doing. And actually, I mean, a couple of balls before, when he released it and he saw Harry Kane going back, there was that, oh, as he thought, yes, finally, I've dropped. Oh, no, he still kept it out anyway. And that's just how it's felt, really. I mean, he must have felt he'd bowled a good one, and you just see the batter rock back and you think, yeah, they should have been forward to that, but then they still defended anyway. So Murphy, 13 overs for 54 runs. Van Buren has gone under threes again, 12 overs for 35. And Gloucestershire needs some threat from their test off spinner. Madsen faces on 69, Murphy bowls, and Madsen plays that one off the back foot as well into the onside. Maybe a fraction of turn for Murphy, but we've seen less turn than we did yesterday.
Yes, I think that's fair.
Murphy goes in, bowls, drags that one down. It's short down the leg side. Bracey misses the take.
I think he's hit it into his pad, has he? And it's looped into the leg side.
Yeah.
It didn't get very high off the pad, though, and Bracey's covered in dust now.
I didn't think there was anything... First up, I didn't think there was anything on that, but he's had 2 goes and then a third go, which he went diving after it.
Yeah,
Glove then tipped it with the left hand as well, and then went diving after it. I didn't think there was anything on it.
No.
Bizarre dismissal if there were. Murphy bowls, it's short down leg and pulled away for 4, so sort of got away with the previous one, but that one just that little bit shorter anyway, and yeah, that's absolute help yourself delivery to Wayne Madsen, or to be honest, just about anybody. 229 for 2.
That might be what I could smell. It's definitely a pie that I can smell.
Murphy bowls, and more on the money there as Madsen thrusts his front pad towards the ball but uses his bat to defend it.
My regular listeners will know the disappointment that I will have when, having smelt pies for the last hour, I get faced with pasta.
Murphy is in to bowl, and Madsen carefully forward, big stride in, play it back to the bowler.
Unless it's meatballs with pasta.
Is it not? Sometimes it has been. I quite like the meatballs.
I don't mind a meatball.
Yeah.
You can sort of disguise the pasta in amongst it, can't you?
Murphy bowls tighter to the stumps, and Madsen deflects this one defensively into the onside. 229 for 2. Lead is 42. Both batters still in the 70s, and yeah, I don't know. There's just something different about minced.
When it's
when
compacted into a spherical,
something different about it.
Absolutely. Absolutely, some very fine meatballs at Derby the other week.
Throw a few herbs in there.
A little bit of spice on them, yeah, don't mind that. I shouldn't be hungry after the breakfast I had. It's going to be Graham Van Buren to continue. Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? 7th over of this spell. 12 overs for 35 in total. He's bowling to Harry Kame, who defends the first ball of the over, straight back to the bowler. The gentleman who's scoring down below us, one of his bits of paper just flew away. There was a bit of a panic, but he's all right again now. I'm delighted to report as Kame defends the next delivery. Once again. He's got a scorebook on his knee and a bit of paper in his left hand. As Van Buren around the wicket bowls to Kame, who defends this one. They're not playing for lunch yet. Surely it's at 4 minutes past 1, chaps. You've got loads of time. A full 15 minutes yet.
Aim for the balconies.
Well, you may well have put one there. This one is defended into the offside. He's getting a very, very long way forward as Harry Kame. There was no run. 29 for 2. It remains the lead 42. There's Kame's defending this next delivery from Van Buren into the offside. There's a little mark. I'm hoping it's paint. It might not be on the window. And when I suddenly turn my head, I feel like somebody's moving, but of course they're not. It's just the mark on the window. It's pretty annoying as Kame pushes this up towards mid. I know why Madsen set off. If this hits, he could be in trouble. It doesn't. Shy at the stumps. Madsen had set off and gone quite a long way down the pitch. There are 1, 2, 3 hands on heads. Well, there are 6 in total. 3 players with their hands on their heads. And in fact, Bracey still got his there. I might be more comfortable to walk like that with those big gloves on. Madsen survives. That felt like a maiden.
Yeah, I think it was,
yeah. And
Murphy, the fielder at mid-on, who had the shy.
Unfortunately, it just turned, which is the first one that he's actually got to turn so far. And it missed the stumps. The score remains 229 for 2. The lead remains 42 after that maiden over.
15th over of the innings for Murphy, and Madsen gets across his stumps and plays it crabbily in defence into the onside. And well, I mean, we've not seen Ben Charlesworth, we've not seen Ollie Price. It's Murphy bowls driven, and Ollie Price has to get his body in the way of that one. Not a nice one with all those practice pitches there, well, used pitches I suppose in that area. I think maybe that's the one hybrid pitch that he's just dived on as well. Murphy in, be a fraction of turn there just to catch the...
Would it hurt,
well,
5% more than, would it, or 5% less?
I think more, from what I've heard. He's played leg side, by the way, for no run.
Not much in them, is there?
No, but I was speaking to Nicole Harvey, former Western Storm Somerset player, as Madsen defends back up the offside of the pitch, and she was saying that diving on those, just, yeah. I think at Taunton, the percentage of artificial grass might be a bit higher than that one.
All right.
Murphy in now, and this is punched away and well stopped at extra cover by Ollie Price. Probably would only have been a single because Bailey was coming across from mid-off. So, well, what can Gloucestershire do, I suppose, other than try and build some sort of pressure towards the lunch interval? Might be a couple of maidens. Murphy in now, and there won't be because he's strayed down leg side, and Madsen just turns this gently towards square leg and takes a single to spoil that maiden over and keep the strike. 230 for 2. Madsen 74, Kame 79, and There are just about 10 minutes to go until that lunch break.
But about...
All right, there's 11 minutes left.
Thank you very much. Well, we can't be having about.
No, that's true.
Well, it's as
Not when
precise
no,
as
that's- no, that's true.
104. 116 runs added. Is it? No, 114 runs added.
Well, you never know. The other reason, though, you never know quite whether it's just about to tick to 12:54.
No, you
so Then
don't.
you said there's 11 minutes, and then by the time you've said that, it's 10, and you're just wrong.
I said just more than 10, but that's not particularly precise either, is it? What's happening here? Van Buren's going to continue, but there was an announcement. He's going to come around the wicket.
Over the wicket.
Over the wicket, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, obviously.
I don't know whether there was a substitute fielder being announced.
Oh gosh,
I
that...
don't know. Ian Randall loves that sort of thing.
We've been given duff information from James to our left. Come on, son, you're better than that. Here's Van Buren into Walter Madsen, who has a wild swing at that one. It comes off the outside edge of his bat and goes down to backward point where Singdale fields, and they get a single. Might be the reason that Miles Hammond has his hands on his head.
Perhaps they were just being reminded of the
104
lunch, because
yeah.
if anybody gets up at 1 o'clock,
Starts opening their flask.
out the ground,
Yeah.
chucked out,
Yeah, gone too early.
poor form.
Lead up to 44, 231 for 2 with that single to Madsen, taking him on to 75. Partnership up to 136. Came, got a silly mid off now, turns it into the leg side. Van Buren reverting to around the wicket. To Harry Kame. Somebody started on his sandwiches early down there.
Haven't confiscated.
Yeah. Bring him up here. There's a big appeal this time.
Oh, don't do that.
And the umpire scratched his nose.
You can't do that.
No, that was a bit naughty, wasn't it, really? The umpire definitely raised his hand as
You can't
Van
do
Buren
that.
bowled. It was into the ground, though, wasn't it? From Harry
Not
Kane.
out and then just
Yeah.
up to the
Can't-
nose.
Yeah, Van Buren bowls again and Kane pushes it back to the bowler. Should have tried to turn it into the leg side. I think it hit the ground and it was taken sort of short leg by Bracey. As Van Buren comes in once more, it's turned into the leg side again by Kame, and there is no run.
That's very naughty. That I mean, he said not out and made it clear as well. So I don't think Kane would have had his heart in his mouth. But if you're a spectator halfway through a sandwich that you shouldn't have been eating, and you look up,
Yeah, but choking
no
on
good.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kame goes back and chops this out towards Singdale on the cover boundary for a single to complete the over. One at the single at the start and a single at the end. 232 for 280 to Harry Kame, 75 to Madsen, the lead. 45, the partnership, 137. That's as many numbers as I want to read out in one go, really.
Yeah.
Some of them are a bit bigger than others.
I'm sure Gloucestershire supporters would rather you didn't read the numbers out at the moment.
Some of them are going to get bigger.
And I don't enjoy saying this, and this is not done for the purpose of making the big pronouncement, but there is no contest out there at the moment. I don't think that's an unfair thing to say. There is no contest.
It's not for me to say, of course.
Just what we've seen this morning, we've seen two plays and misses. There was one appeal off Bailey's bowling for caught behind. A ball played in the air to where a fielder had been. That's the level of
Yes.
the lack of action as far as Gloucestershire are concerned this morning. Murphy to Kame, and this is a ball which is tickled down to fine leg. It was in the air, but Gloucestershire don't have a leg slip or even a short leg, so despite the cries of anguish, Ollie Price has still got his hands on his head. sure how that was ever going to be a wicket, really. Murphy bowls and Kane plays this into the onside. Seems to have dragged his length back a little bit. This over is Murphy. Seeing if he can extract some turn out of a little bit further back of a length. 2-3-2 for 2. Murphy bowls, use of the feet from Harry Kane. Has to use his feet to get back in his ground because he's hit the ball straight to short mid wicket.
Last time he used his feet, he smashed the ball into the flats.
He'd do well to do that from the pavilion.
Be a great shot, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Murphy in and bowls, and Kane watchfully plays it out to mid wicket again. So it does have a little bit of the feel of Maatson and Kane ensuring that they're there for the afternoon session. Murphy kicks that left leg up again and strolls in, bowls to Kane. Quick single to the fielder at the 45. There'll be a shot at the stumps than on striker's end, but not really at full power from Phillips, knowing that they were going to get through. More of just a quicker way to get the ball into the hands of Murphy. 81 to Harry Kane, so Maatson has just one ball this over. Singdale being pointed out to a finer backward square leg position on the boundary as Murphy bowls, and Maatson plays it pretty much right where Singdale was, but it wasn't hit firmly enough to make any difference at all. It just meant that Singdale had to run a few extra steps. End of the over, it's 1 o'clock.
It's not lunch though, why is that?
It's not lunch. 234 for 2.
4 minutes to go until lunch. Might get a couple of overs in here, and then of course lunch will be at 6 minutes past 1.
Is anybody moving? I don't see anybody moving actually.
No,
really.
the gentleman who was eating his sandwiches is now tucking into his coffee.
There's a couple of people moving round the ground, but they do seem still to be keeping their eyes on the cricket. I'm not seeing people break out further refreshments.
I won't get anywhere near the end of this Graham Van Buren because you know the rest. It being 1 o'clock. I'd do a couple.
You can't change the update to 104.
No, strangely, the news doesn't move in line with the cricket. I've never understood why.
It's terrible.
Yeah. We've got 2 slips in place now, though. Cameron Bancroft has joined Miles Hammond as the first ball is pushed by Matt, a little airily back to Van Buren.
Yeah, might be a leading edge there, but it didn't come close to carrying.
No, it dropped a long way short of the bowler, who sends another one down, and Wayne Maatson picks off a single into the leg side to move himself onto 77, which is the number that adorns the back of his shirt.
Oh, very good.
Thank you. Harry Kane's way past his. He wears number 4. He's on 81.
Yeah, who would win if you added the two sides numbers up? What a vital question.
I think looking at Price and Hammond,
yeah,
and Charlesworth.
Bancroft 1, Murphy 3. They're not contributing too much.
No, they need to up the game really. Leg slip and 2 slips, and Harry Kane pads this one away.
Yeah, Lloyd 8, Kane 4, Anderson 9. So there's 3 in single figures versus 2 for yeah, I think Gloucestershire probably do have the higher numbers on the whole. It's usually the case. I don't know why there's a load of histrionics about that either, by the way. There was a bit of bounce there from Buren, and maybe a bit of turn out of the foot marks, but Kane just hit it straight into the ground. There's no short leg. They have got 4 round the bat though, as Van Buren bowls. Ooh, Kane does get a bit of a tangle there. Bat onto pad, and then somehow the ball ends up dribbling towards Joe Phillips at silly point, but they've got leg slip, that's the one. 2 slips and the silly point. As Van Buren bowls, very full right up to the bat, and Kane stabs it back to the bowler. So 235 for 2, and Gloucestershire, I'm sure they were absolutely desperate to get another over in. They're going to. as it will be then 69 overs remaining in the next 2 sessions. So Gloucestershire are, well, I mean, I suppose what else can you do? Rattle through your overs and make sure you don't go too far past the close. There's, they've certainly got through them this morning. This will be the 33rd, I think, over of the morning. Murphy in now, and there's a shot off the back foot, which Madsen just manipulates through backward square and gets off strike. 236 for 2.
I think you're right.
About
33rd.
the single, or
No, you're right,
right,
about
yeah.
the single, definitely.
Oh, so many things I'm right about for once.
Yeah, and you're right about how many overs have been bowled.
Good.
And you're probably right about other stuff that you were talking about while I was away doing the update, so you had a good few minutes there, Ed. Well done.
Good. Leg slip, short leg slip. Murphy bowls, use of the feet. It's played just past Bancroft, who slaps at the ground in anger as the ball goes down to long on. It did take a bit of a bounce on him, to be fair. 237 for 2.
And the 104 lunch has now been delayed.
Yeah. Oh no, it's going to be 105, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh no. They got rid of the short leg as there's a slap drive through extra cover by Madsen for 4 runs. And Murphy leans forward and stares at the floor and contemplates existence. It wasn't too over pitch, but there was width there, and he doesn't have protection out on the offside boundary. And Madsen's level with Kame again.
Well, that'd be nice if they went in level,
82.
wouldn't it?
Yeah, maybe.
I know you're losing the will here.
9 runs shy of a bonus point.
Oh, that's the least impressive
Get my
thing
revenge.
I've heard all day.
Murphy bowls, and there's a fairly ugly shot from Madsen as he tried to repeat the dose of the drive and skews it towards mid-wicket and rehearses a straight bat defensive shot.
I'm most excited by a very tiny person over there with what look like his grandparents. He's got an orange cricket bat in his hands and he's desperate to play. Somebody play with him.
2 balls left until lunch. Murphy a little short, although with a little hint of turn. I suppose he might have brought leg slip into play, but Kame flicks it. Madsen, sorry, flicks it past leg slip. They'd already put it up on the board, and they take 1. So Madsen 83. No, it was a leg bye. I'm getting a lot wrong now. A lot wrong now. Murphy bowls last ball before lunch, squeezed away into the onside by Kame, and it means that both batters will be on 82 as the lunch break is taken at 1:06. And a morning that has, from a Gloucestershire point of view, been a session they will not want to remember particularly. Derbyshire have disappeared off, not quite into the distance, but certainly more than threatening to do so, with a lead of 55 and only 2 wickets down. And for Derbyshire, just keep on batting, really. I don't think I'm going to deliver anything more more than that, really.
126 runs in the morning session for Derbyshire without losing a wicket. The current partnership is currently worth 147 between Madsen and Kame. The Derbyshire lead is 55, and that's probably enough numbers from me.
Yeah. Well, actually, I'm going to deliver another number because we'll be back in about 40 minutes.
Approximately.
Chelmsford, Essex 296, Hampshire 89 for 2. At Trent Nottinghamshire still batting in their first innings, 453 for 8 against Yorkshire. Similar story at Edgbaston, where Somerset are batting on 444 for 5 against Warwickshire. And at New Road, in reply to Worcestershire's 147 for 1. Elsewhere in the second division, Blackpool Kent 278 for 5 against Lancashire. At Grace Road, Glamorgan 353 all right, Leicestershire
Like they can see.
Welcome back to the afternoon session as Derbyshire resume what seems at this point to be their march towards piling on a sizable first innings lead. It's 55 at the moment, but at 242 for 2, they're not showing too much in terms of signs of slowing down. Both batters on 82 as Graham Van Buren bowls the first ball of the afternoon session. Left arm spin over the wicket. It's played out into the onside towards deep mid wicket, and they'll take one. Ed Seaborn and Dave Fletcher are your commentators. BBC Sport website, app, via smart speakers and BBC Sounds.
Nice.
And on the Gloucestershire live stream. Change of field after one delivery.
All full of pasta. No pies. Just pasta.
I hope the players didn't have a full tub of pasta. Actually, I don't know. I'm not sure. Is pasta good or bad? I just thought, it's good, is it? Okay.
Full of energy.
Van Buren bowls to
I'm raring to go.
Prods it into the onside for no run. The field change, by the way, was Joe Phillips going into silly point. Ollie Price just doing an Irish reel down below us. He does actually seem to be warming up as if he might be coming on to bowl. Van Buren floats that one up and it's clipped into the leg side behind square by Kame for a single. And yeah, they've decided that Madsen doesn't need the silly point, but Kame does. 244 for 2. Or no, they've just no. Phillips just helmet off, helmet back on again. Oh dear. Van Buren bowls and Madsen pads that away out of the middle of the pad.
Nicely played.
Yeah. Well, you know, as I say, whenever it gets to this, you start looking at which part of the pad did it hit. Van Buren bowls, edged and just past Hammond at slip, who had a one-handed attempt at it. The ball is just tipped back in by Ollie Price. Singdale will throw into Bracey, and they're through for 3 runs. But almost worked as Madsen tried to play across the line and against the turn. Got the edge, but just wide of Hammond, and you're not really thinking, I don't think, with this angle of attack that you need 2 slips.
He needed
But
2
they
slips,
needed
didn't
2
he?
slips, didn't they?
Yeah. Yeah, he needed 2 slips.
Another look at that. I mean, it goes very quickly and it goes wide.
Outside the leg stump as he played it.
247 for 2. Van Buren in now, and Kame defends watchfully back to him. So 16 overs for 43 at Graham Van Buren, so it's pretty much the sort of rate he's been going at this season. 2.7. Not the easiest to get away, but at the same time, if batters aren't charging down and taking risks against him, they seem to be relatively happy to bed in, although yeah, he's probably turned balls the most that we've seen this innings.
Yes, I think that's fair. Ajit Singdale's going to bowl from the pavilion end. He's pointing in various directions to try and get this field sorted out. Looks to be relatively slipless. Man down at fine leg. There's a short catching mid on Ollie Price, who's polishing the ball at the moment, rather pointlessly. There is a man at square leg on the boundary. Cameron Bancroft wants a word with Graham Van Buren. In fact, he wants to swap. Ah, there's more swaps going on. Oh dear, just get on with it, boys, come on. Man down at sort of backward point on the boundary, really. Cover. There was a catching shortish mid-off as well. Now, that's very exciting. Joe Phillips. There's a mid-off as well. He'll have to move a bit if he wants to see the bat. Yeah, Bailey moves to his left. Bancroft dries his hands. Here we go. As cricket breaks out in Bristol. Madsen waits as Singdale bowls and he beats him. What's going on out there? It was quite an aggressive shot from Wayne Madsen. Played the wrong line, I think, as much as anything.
It was quite ambitious.
Yes.
First ball of the sessions from a new bowler, I suppose.
He didn't do an awful lot. He's just played down the wrong line and could only have nicked it, really. Probably would have raced away down to third man for 4 runs. He's missed out on some runs there, Wayne Madsen. He's on 86. Kame has 83. Oh, we're going to have another change in the field now because Bancroft's going to go into slip.
They might be starting to be concerned about getting through too many overs. Gloucestershire, the over rate has moved even to +4 now since that morning session.
Shouldn't be on the board. Anywhere in the country. Singdale is in and bowls to Madsen, who clips this straight to one of the 2 mid wickets. And there's no run.
Gloucestershire can certainly slow it down.
Yeah, so Derbyshire are pretty good at that as well.
I mean, Singdale's follow through, unless he falls over in it, does tend to go 18 yards maybe.
There's a lot of human being to slow down, isn't it?
I don't blame him.
No, you don't want to be suddenly stopping and pulling something.
He's not a DeLanger that does tend to somehow stop himself immediately. Well, the javelin throwers run up.
Bowls to Madsen, who clips this one into the leg side. He's going to get a single here and move on to 87, 248 for 2. On the brink of going 4-0 up on points. Very exciting. Although Gloucestershire only a wicket away from pulling one back. As we make our own entertainment in between deliveries. Here goes Singdale again. And this time Harry Kame just dabs it down to backward point and picks up a single. So he is off the mark for the, he was already off the mark anyway. For the afternoon he's on to 84, 249 for 2. The lead 62.
There might be a gentleman over there in a rather fetching blue hat, just be reading a newspaper or something. It might be the phone actually, but
is he not asleep? Oh no.
No, there's definitely something's being examined. He's flicking through. Maybe it's a cricket Bible. It looks a bit smaller than a newspaper.
Next delivery from Singdale's pushed into the offside by Madsen, no run.
I mean, normally you would say to keep an eye on the cricket, but if you're a Gloucestershire fan and you're sitting quite a long way from the bat, sort of be forgiven maybe for averting your gaze.
Are we sure it's a gentleman?
It does look like one. The person.
Very Aston Villa / Burnley colours. Burgundy sweater. As Singdale goes in and Madsen gets a little inside edge-ish on that as he pushes it out into the offside. The over comes to an end. Decent one. 249 for 2. Kame has 84. Madsen has 87. I thought somebody was taking him an ice cream there for a moment, but they walked straight past him.
Just teased.
Yeah. Gone back to the person who they actually came to the cricket with. Which
just walked past dangling drinks and ice creams in front of people in the stands. Oh, not for you.
Well, when you say people, if you want to come down to the cricket, we can find you a seat.
Well, it's that old thing, isn't it? A lot of the crowd have come today dressed as empty seats.
I would never say that. I mean, the stand away to our left clearly isn't open.
No, half of it's
half
not
of
even
it's
there.
not there, yes.
Van Buren, 2 slips are in now, and a silly point. Sweep shot attempted from Kame, and of course the appeal for LBW is not even close to being out.
The silly mid-off's appeal,
outside
yeah,
leg
even
stump.
he could have seen it was outside leg stump, couldn't he? Come on, boys. You're better than that.
Well, it was a sort of ow rather than a how's that, wasn't it? Van Buren bowls, floats that one up there, and that doesn't miss the stumps by an enormous amount. It's not caught a great deal of Harry Kame's pad. It was quite close to bowling around his legs. But of course, if it had just missed that pad, even by a millimetre, it would have been wided.
Yes. Yeah. Quite right, too.
Van Buren, oh yeah, vital adjustment to the field there. The mid-wicket taking 2 paces to his right. Van Buren loops another one up. And Kame's forward to the pitch of the ball and defending back. Actually, looking at that again, it didn't come off his pad. I don't think he got either glove or bat and hit it into his pad, I think. Yeah. Van Buren noticeably taking his time, which I think he has to stop himself every time he really wants to bowl. As Kame turns it gently leg side for no run. He's desperate to charge through his overs, but I think somebody might have said, Graham, you might just have to make it more like a minute and 3/4 rather than a minute and a half, or even less. Kame is forward and playing in defence into the onside. Charlesworth waits for the ball to roll to him. It's another look, and that sweep shot earlier in the over, he swept almost actually into his back leg rather than his front leg.
Too far around, didn't he?
Van Buren is in and bowls, and Kame has played that one off the top part of the bat, and it would have been an extraordinary catch from Phillips to launch himself forward, but it was in the air for a little bit of time, but not enough for Phillips to dive forward and take the catch. But this angle of, well, I was going to say attack, but of course the regulations will say that this is defensive negative bowling automatically. So this angle of horrible defensive negative bowling is bringing Gloucestershire a little bit of something to cling on to here. 249 for 2.
I'm very excited by an advertising board that looks like it could blow off at any minute down below us to the left. That's very exciting. And potentially dangerous, of course. There are people quite close to it, so it's the purple one with the beer glass on it. It's in sort of 2 bits, and the bit on furthest away from us was just blowing around. It seems to be held on by one strand of something. There it goes again. Might be worth trying to sort that out. In comes Singdale and bowls to Madsen, and that one takes off and flies past the edge of his bat through to Bracey. That's a terrific delivery. What's going on? Have they watered the pitch at lunchtime? Now that was a really good delivery from Singdale. Short and quick.
I mean, he's poked at it, but in a way he's not actually anywhere near it, because he's done that as the ball's whistling towards James Bracey's gloves, really.
Yeah, jagged his head back, Wayne Madsen.
I mean, it's clearly what is exciting a lot of people about Ajit Singdale.
Lots of people. He's on his way in again now. Bowls to Madsen, who drives. Singdale actually gets a touch on it on its way through to Phillips, who's fielding in the fielding pads. That's quite a short mid-off. It's about level with the stumps. 2 pitches to the left. One that we could possibly do with covering at some point if it rains. Forecast not great for tomorrow, but Wednesday looks all right. Players say they don't look at weather forecasts, and I frankly don't believe them. As Singdale is in, and Madsen pulls this around the corner. Well, actually not quite around the corner. He's played it in front of square. Out towards Actor. They go through for a single. Madsen moves on to 88. 250 up for Derbyshire to a rapturous round of applause from inside the ground.
From all the travelling fans.
Both of them are still in, I think. I think there's more than a couple, but there aren't. There's not a huge number. It's a bonus point, of course, for Derbyshire, so they are now 4 to the good. as Singdale goes in again and bowls, and that one is just pushed out into the offside by Kame. He'll get a single. And he'll move to 85, 251 for 2. The lead up to 64 runs now. The partnership up to 100 and 56.
22 wickets at 29.5 this year for Singdale, which, given some of the absurdly flat pitches that he's had to bowl on, is a pretty excellent return for him.
He's in again now to bowl to Madsen, who pulls this one around the corner. Out to square leg. Sort of on one leg kind of shot. Moves to 89, 252 for 2.
Particularly his efforts on, well, they like to call it a slab there at Old Trafford, don't they? The pitch slabs up.
Do they?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, apparently that's what the Lancashire players talk, or just the word that they use to describe what pitches do there. But Singdale made it
jargon rubbish,
look like a completely different pitch. He may possibly have impressed too many people up there.
This is driven by Harry Kame nicely out towards the extra cover boundary. It will be chased down, and is indeed chased down by, I was going to say the wrong person, again, Archie Bailey.
Is it the stumps?
The batter was in, so we don't need to get too excited.
They were thinking about coming back, though.
They came back for 2. They weren't going to get 3. They might have done, actually. 254 for 2 at the end of the over. Madsen has 89 and Kame has 87, and I'd actually stopped looking by that point.
I don't know. I think there's something beautiful about a nice arcing throw from the deep that smashes into the stumps. I don't think Madsen was thinking about 3, really. Kame briefly was, and then, well, I think Harry Kame was a little bit impressed with the throw, even if Fletch wasn't. Here goes Van Buren. It's a quicker ball, which does turn a bit out of the footmarks, but Madsen's got plenty of time to line that up off the back foot, play it down into the ground, into the leg side. Cloud cover has returned, but nothing that looks at all threatening, as that ball has just missed leg stump, and Gloucestershire are looking in disbelief at the stumps that they're still intact. Van Buren again well outside the leg stump. It pitches, then it turns a long way and probably would have hit Madsen in his original stance, so umpire Widdop allows him to get away with the ridiculous call of wide, as this next delivery is padded up.
I didn't see it, apologies, so I can't...
Well, you can see it again if you look very quickly.
Oh, yeah.
Not far off. That's turned square, but it's done it out of the footmarks. Sweep shot from Madsen. He's hit that well and through mid-wicket for 4. Bailey won't get there from deep backward square. Sort of slapped at it a little bit to send it a long way in front of square, knowing that was where the fielder was, and Van Buren just over pitching there will be cross because he's sort of taken the turn from the footmarks out of the equation, and somebody like Madsen is not going to miss out on that.
No.
Low full toss and swept away. He's into the 90s, 93, 258 for 2. As Van Buren bowls, it's wide this time and cut away through extra cover. That's going out towards the extra cover boundary. There's a chase on from Ollie Price. He'll just get there inside the boundary and limit it to 2. Madsen 95, 260 for 2. Well,
he's not going to hit a 6.
Okay. I will never enjoy calling 100 more if this is a 6 straight down the ground. Van Buren is in and bowls, and it's about the furthest thing possible from a 6 straight down the ground. He's kicked it away. End of the over. Lead 73.
Thanks to Bungalow Billy. Yeah, West Ham as well, of course, for the claret and blue. The gentleman in the stand away to our right, not far from the big scoreboard. It does now look like he has indeed fallen asleep. I can't say that I blame him.
Oh, just woken up.
Oh yeah. Who's playing? If indeed it is a gentleman.
Well, it's when you sort of wake up and everybody else is applauding, and you just sort of, ooh, clap, 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 clap.
To find out that you were dreaming about somebody applauding. And unfortunately, you're the only one. We've all been there. 260 for 2, Derbyshire, leading by 73 now. Harry Kame's on 87, and he's on strike for the beginning of a new over from Ajit Singh Dale, and he just guides it down to the man at third man for a single to move to 88. 261 for 2. So Wayne Madsen is inching towards. He's not inching at all, really. He's got these 95 runs off 155 balls, which is a fairly healthy strike rate in County Championship cricket. Derbyshire can bat all day today without worrying too much about the consequences. And even if we do lose some to the weather tomorrow morning, which forecast suggests we might, still a lot of time left in this game as Singhdale runs in and bowls to Madsen, who guides this down to third man for 4 runs to move to 99. Easy as you like, really, from Wayne Madsen. His 11th boundary. Derbyshire move on to 265 for 2, leading by 78.
I mean, there is a slip in place, but
it was down though, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, and also, I mean, just if you're going to play with the outside edge, then even Singhdale, there was that ball that just really flashed through to the keeper, but the majority, as soon as it's pitched up as well, pitched up just that bit further, I don't think Madsen thinks that any sort of nick would carry.
Singhdale goes in. Madsen turns this one into the leg side, and there's his century. He already waves before he completes the run. He punches the air and then removes his helmet and points towards the changing room. Gets the congratulations of Harry Kame as well. 157 balls. It's his 7th century against Gloucestershire. It's his 42nd in total. 41 of those for Derbyshire. And he has taken his side into a very healthy position here at 266 for 2, leading by 79. As Singhdale goes in and bowls to Harry Kame, who ducks underneath a short one. And allows it to go through to Bracey.
At what point did you feel Madsen was going to score that 100?
Well, just a couple of minutes ago when...
Oh, really? Really?
No. I don't... well, no. He's always looked in control out there, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He has looked in control.
I mean, you know, really, I was thinking maybe after the first 20 minutes.
First boundary. Singhdale bowls. Another short one, and Harry Kame ducks underneath it. Again, nice take from Bracey behind the stumps.
I think even, to be honest, you go back actually to the first over of the day, which, if I remember rightly,
today, you mean? Yeah.
You had. I'm not saying that was when I thought he was going to get the 100. I don't think it was quite. I mean, you of course you always fear that a player like Madsen in an opposition is going to score 100, but in terms of when you just felt right, he's looking in such good order that there's just very little that can get him out. Even going back to the first over of the day, the ease with which these two have played with was on display from that first over.
Singhdale bowls to Kame, who clips this one into the leg side. Price tumbling to his left does the fielding, and the over comes to an end with Derbyshire on 266 for 2, leading by 79.
If I remember rightly, there were 5 singles in that first over of the day, and all 5 found exactly the same gap. We're just, even with Singhdale bowling as quickly as he might be bowling, it just there was nothing seemingly troubling Madsen and Kame. I suppose there's been the odd moment that you think if the bit of luck went the right way, then maybe Gloucestershire could have got a wicket, but it's not as though there's been any sort of consistent threat there. Madsen driving, sorry, to Van Buren, straight back to him. And they've got rid of the silly mid-off now, just the two fielders in the slip cordon, Hammond at first and Bancroft at second. Van Buren in, kicked away, and you still feel that actually Van Buren and maybe when he's bowled Archie Bailey have looked the two bowlers the most likely to take a wicket today, and particularly actually Van Buren, since he's switched to over the wicket, has caused the odd problem, but not there. Madsen's gone back and kicked it away, and maybe now he's actually just decided I'm not going to interest them at all here. Maybe just having watched the game a couple of times as well, maybe they just had a chat, and actually maybe now it's time to kick it away, or if a delivery presents itself like that one, knock it through the onside and take a single 267 for 2 as the lead is up to 80. Leicestershire, by the way, bowled Glamorgan out for 353, so it's a good comeback today, as Glamorgan were 238 for 3 and 283 for 4. Van Buren bowls and nudges towards square leg and trots through for 1. His total on to 89. So yeah, 283 for 4 to 353 all out. Wickets spread about as ever. I mean, yes, yeah, Ian Holland has taken a cluster, but it still feels as though nobody ever goes wicketless for Leicestershire. That bowls any appreciable number of overs.
Well, Van Beek's a good player now.
Yeah.
I like Logan.
Van Buren, last ball of the over. Madsen tries to whip it into the leg side and it hits his pad. Bracey will spring out from behind the stumps and field. 268 for 2. 2 wickets to Wright, 2 to Van Beek, 3 to Green, 1 to Scriven, 1 to Wood, 1 to Travaskis. There's just nobody. There's no weak link.
Not yet.
Seemingly in that attack. Leicestershire, by the way, also 71 without loss now. In reply to that 353, so the running Foxes have come back.
Don't go there.
Kent 303 for 5 against Lancashire. Compton 129 not out.
Obviously.
Finch 47. Anderson 2 for 51 from 18 overs. Chris Green's in his 26th over, 1 for 76. There's a few Australian off spinners about. Warwickshire's Corey Roccaccioli has bowled 25 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 104.
What you need is a Lancastrian left armour. Just a thought. Here is Ajit Singhdale to continue from the pavilion end, bowling to Harry Kame. And Kame gets struck on the pad going down leg side. There's a prolonged appeal from James Bracey. Just making sure he hadn't lost his voice. Wayne Madsen's 3rd century of the season. Of course, he got his first one in the opening game of the season in the first innings against Gloucestershire. He made 118 off 166. He made exactly 100 against Kent in that innings victory in the last game before the T20 blast began. In between, made a mere 96 against Leicestershire, missing out on yet another century against the Foxes. He's at the non-striker's end as Ajit Singhdale bowls to Kame, who just guides that out into the backward point region for a single. He moves on to 90. His strike rate plummeting down to 54.
nerves are kicking in.
He's in the nervous 90s now. He does only have 2 first-class centuries to his name.
So there might be a few actually.
I think there might be. I think there might be. He's only in his 40th first-class match, approaching a couple of thousand runs. Wayne Madsen over 16,500 first-class runs in total. A career average of 41. You're not missing anything. The game stopped again. Came averaging just a smidge under 33.5. Has opened, was the opener with Lewis Rees last season, but dropping down to 3 to accommodate Lloyd and Jewell. The dynamic duo at the top of the order, as Singdale is in to bowl a short delivery to Madsen that he ducks underneath and immediately marks out his guard. Say he might have not been concerned about his future, but thought, it could be me, but more than worth his place in the side. Harry came this season, averaging 45.5 in the Championship, but 3 half centuries. I dearly love 3 figures here. He's on 90 at the non-striker's end as Singdale goes into bowl to Madsen, who clips this one. Does he? No, he misses it. And it's well taken by Bracey, diving away to his left-hand side. Good job he didn't clip it, really. Well, if he had clipped it, I think it would have been beyond Bracey's reach anyway, so either way. It was a dot ball.
Murphy's warming up a fine leg. I don't think he's warning anybody.
Yes. I'll tell you something.
You're out of the attack.
Singdale wants the slip removed. And so it is. The fine leg is going, third man is going finer. There is a sort of fine leg, long leg. But third man is very fine. As Singdale is in, that's on the leg stump, and clipped into the leg side, and goes all the way for 4 in between the man down at long leg and the man at square leg. And Madsen moves to 105, 273 for 2.
Yeah, I mean they've tried this sort of leg theory of Gloucestershire. It hasn't come particularly close to achieving its target, but then I'm not exactly sure where you do bowl to Wayne Madsen in this sort of mood, when you know that an outside edge is probably not going to carry. What can you do, really?
Singdale bowls, and that wraps him on the pad. There's a big appeal for leg before wicket. Singdale liked it briefly. He did go back, was forced, pinned back into his crease. The umpire was unimpressed. 273 for 2 at the end of the over. Madsen has 105. Kame has 90, which is his high score for the season by 1. He got his 89 against Kent last time out. No wonder I couldn't remember it. Nearly 3 weeks ago now, that. Nearly 3 weeks ago.
Oh gosh. It does, I mean, seriously, it scrambles me, the T20. As, Van Buren was going to bowl and then Kane pulled away.
It doesn't scramble me, I just can't remember anything.
Well, it gets me. I have no idea. What day is it today? Van Buren in and Kane plays into the onside.
Today?
Yeah,
I have no idea.
Is it Tuesday or is it Monday?
It's Monday. But that's just the cricket season, isn't it? Because we start on different days at different times and at different places. We play all the games at one place.
Van Buren bowls. Kane goes back and whips it down to long on for 1, 274 for 2.
I vote for Horwich. Make my life a lot easier.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't get to use the local bus system down here if I'd have been in Horwich, so,
Yeah,
you know.
the bus that goes straight through people's houses.
Well, yes, it didn't really, but it was pretty straight.
Van Buren bowls, reverse sweep, hit in the air, but there's no fielder at backward point. There is, however, protection out on the boundary rope, so Madsen will just add 1, 275 for 2. Leaders on to 88. Yeah, well, at least in the first part of the season, you know,
Yes.
even if it changes year on year what day it starts on, you know what day one
It
is.
starts this year.
Yeah. Buren bowls padded away by Kame. I mean, some of the matches have felt as though they might have gone on into different years, but there we go. No, actually, I mean, I shouldn't say that, because I mean, this season there was a point during the Kent game when I was looking up and trying to find out when the last time was that we had back-to-back games at Bristol finish inside 3 days.
You need to get out more.
It was 2010, in case you're interested.
No, not really.
No, I don't think so.
No.
This one could finish in 3.
It could if it doesn't rain. I bet I've left my drink somewhere. Anyway.
Van Buren has gone back to round the wicket as he's into Kame, and that's played down to long on for a single. 276 for 2. I mean, he's hit one huge 6 that it wouldn't have mattered whether there was a long off or a long on, or indeed somebody standing at the back of the stand behind a long on. So I'm a little curious as to why you would just gift Kame a single, but there we go. 276 for 2. They brought long on up now for Madsen. Buren in, and that's stroked away through extra cover by Madsen as Actor tries to get round the boundary. He'll slide and stop it. And 2 more runs to Wayne Madsen, 108 at the end of that over. The lead is heading towards 3 figures, and Gloucestershire still have not taken a wicket today. 116 for 2 has become 278 for 2.
Mm.
That's all right.
Yeah.
As in, there wasn't much to add, really, was there?
No, I don't think so. I think you've covered it nicely.
England also haven't taken a wicket for a long time. KL Rahul 86, Rishabh Pant 61, 205 run lead already for India.
Be an exciting run chase tomorrow. Possibly. We've got Todd Murphy back from the pavilion end. For those still interested in this game. I don't mean you, Ed, I just mean in general. As Derbyshire continue to pile on the runs. It's been a very, very satisfactory day so far. In fact, it's been a very, very satisfactory 2 days so far. 278 for 2. They put on 162 already today. Murphy is in over the wicket and bowls. That's turned into the leg side by Kame for a single. I think he's got a bit of a shift on there because it went to Van Buren and he suddenly panicked. Actually put the foot down. Moves on to 93. 279 for 2. Partnership 184.
We've still got the best part of 10 overs to go until the new ball's available.
That'll make a big difference. Here is Murphy again. Madsen goes for the sweep, the slog sweep. It actually goes out into the offside. Murphy's down on one knee momentarily, appealing. And then got back to his feet when he realised he wasn't going to get it. And walks very slowly back to his mark. Madsen trying to be aggressive. As Murphy's in again over the wicket, goes back into his crease, does Madsen, and just about gets his bat down on that one, pushes it out into the offside. And Madsen practices the kind of shot that I don't think I've ever seen.
I missed it. What was it?
It sort of bat at a 45-degree angle, and yeah, it was all very peculiar. This time he sweeps, and sweeps successfully for 4. He got hold of that one. He does love a sweep, Wayne Madsen. Everybody knows that. 112 not out he is now. 283 for 2, but that was executed perfectly all the way along the floor. Nice.
I think he was ever going to miss it a second time, was he?
No.
And even if he had missed it, I think that actually part of what helped him get hold of it so well was that it was outside the off stump, and he could really leather it from there.
And leather it he did. Lead up to 96 now. As Murphy is in. Madsen just taps that one into the onside. He's becoming slightly more idiosyncratic, it seems to me, the older he gets.
It does tend to happen to batters, doesn't
yes,
it?
Yeah. I mean, he's not quite as batty as some, but it works for him. As Murphy bowls, and he defends this one straight back to the Australian. It's the final ball of the over. 283 for 2. But yeah, he's got some mannerisms that he certainly didn't have when I started watching him. I've only watched it the last 10 years of Wayne Madsen. He seems to have batted for quite a long time over the course of the last 10 years as well.
Most of the 10 years,
So you just see him go a little bit more eccentric. But if it works, I suppose you're happy to do it, aren't you? He'll never ever be as eccentric as Billy Godolman was in his time of me watching him play for Derbyshire. But it was great fun.
I mean, Kim Barnett would have retreated further and further away from leg stump, I suspect, as time went on. Chanderpaul certainly got extraordinary at the end of his career. Another walker. Van Buren round the wicket to Kame. Kame with a back foot drive through the covers, and they'll take a single. He's on to 94, 284 for 2. The risk of looking at other games again.
Well, I've got another game that I'd just like to mention.
Yes, do.
It's the game that's currently taking place at the Central Co-op County Ground.
There's a strangled appeal for I have no idea what, as it was going down the leg side, and then Harry Kame has to get back into his ground as there's no single on offer there. Bracey whipping off the glove in pursuit.
England A taking on New Zealand A women. England A made 297 for 4 in their 50 overs. That's it, really.
Okay. Good news. Forward goes Madsen and runs the ball out towards short extra cover, and there's no run. Freya Kemp's playing in that game.
I knew you'd know more about it than me. Really, I to my shame, don't know the Christian names.
Van Buren wide of the crease, loops one up, and it's driven through mid-off, but not for a run. Yeah.
For some reason, the BBC put them at the bottom of the scorecard, but not on the actual scorecard, even though there's clearly enough space.
Well, they include the vital information of how many dot balls they faced.
I mean, nobody really. That's never really been a thing.
Van Buren bowls. Oh, he's gone back to that one as Madsen, and Van Buren will be furious, although he'll smile because that's what he does. But that has just turned too much. It's not gone a huge way, but it's pitched, on off stump, and then just turned away from it. But the off stump was there, so you'd been thinking if that just carries on. Another play and a miss as Madsen plays a strange looking half cut, half dab to that one, and Hammond would have been getting his hands ready at slip, but it's back-to-back plays and misses, and Van Buren still wicketless through 21 overs. That was, if he gets any sort of an edge to that surely is straight in first slip's breadbasket, but it's 284 for 2. the end of the over at the lead on to 97. But yeah, it's good. I mean, just on England Day, it's good to see Freya Kemp getting some form back, because England need a left-hander. They need somebody who can whack it towards the back end, and she can bowl some handy left arm medium as well, which can be used at various times. So it'd be good to see her get some form back after what's been really a fairly injury-ridden couple of years.
Todd Murphy bowling to Harry Kane, who just guides that down to deep backward square leg for a single. Moves on to 95. Derbyshire, excuse me, Derbyshire to 284 for 2. Got all emotional then for a moment. The lead moves to 98. Happens from time to time. Just comes over me. Looking to see where David Griffin was as Murphy bowls. A little bit of extra bounce for that one. Tapped into the leg side by Madsen, no run. Flags away to our left, still fluttering quite vigorously. It'll be out there somewhere, because
I don't think anybody's particularly interested in pictures at the moment, it seems.
Well, no, I see what you mean. As Madsen goes for the reverse sweep and beats the man who was at backward point and gets 4 for it. The dive was put in by Ben Charlesworth, but when he didn't get there, Wayne Madsen was able to take full advantage, and he moves on to 116, 289 for 2, and the lead is into 3 figures. It's 102. And still we wait for the day's first wicket. He will be out there because of Harry Kane's proximity to 3 figures. I imagine there'll be a way to the right, because that's where the celebration will be pointed. Towards the changing rooms as Murphy bowls. Madsen turns that one into the leg side. And there's no run.
No, I can't see him anywhere.
No, neither can I.
Perhaps he's lying flat on the grass, camouflaged.
Oh, I can see him now.
Changed his... No.
He's away to our right. He won't be lying down. I can guarantee that. Here comes Murphy then. And bowls to Madsen, who clips this into the leg side towards Cameron Bancroft, who moves just slightly to his right at mid-wicket to do the fielding. Got a couple of the Derbyshire supporters around him as well, to keep him company.
Aman Rao on the field, by the way, down at long on.
Ah, this one is defended by Madsen. It's the end of the over. Madsen has 116. Kame has 95. He's not going to hit a 6 to get to 3 figures. Derbyshire 289 for 2, leading by 102. He's the possessor of a 6 in this innings, of course, but I'd be surprised. I'd be delighted, but I'd be surprised if Harry Kane decided that the best way to get the 5 runs that he requires is from one blow. But I was surprised when he hit the first one. He beat the announcer to it this time.
Come on, Randall.
Yeah, slacking.
This is awful. He was on the field for all of 2 deliveries there. Van Buren round the wicket into Kame, who drives into the offside, and Ollie Price has a think about throwing an on-strikers. And when I say a think, I don't think he ever really thought about letting go of it. Just motion to Madsen. Get back, and he did. Looks forward to this next delivery. Kane playing with due care and attention, keeping it down and waiting for his time. Ollie Price again fielding. Again, Van Buren just one of those pauses top of his mark as he bowls, and there's some gentle turn there outside the off stump, but started wide and got wider. James Bracey seems to have removed the bails there, unless he was just trying the old switcheroo. As Van Buren wide of the crease and driven by Kame to the sweeper out at deep cover. That is Zaman Akhtar, and is 290 for 2 here. Wantage Road, Northamptonshire, 111 for 2 in reply to Middlesex's 413. Zafar Gohar has both wickets for Middlesex. Van Buren quicker, and Madsen just flicking to Aman Rao, who's fielding at the position around the corner on the leg side that you know of, the short long leg position.
It's got a name.
Stooping down from his height of 6'6".
I will never complain about pasta again.
Pasta who?
Pasta, because I've just been sent a photograph of the lunch on offer at Derby today, and it's a jacket potato with mango. I mean, what is
mango?
What is the world coming to?
What?
No words at all.
Van Buren bowls. Madsen cutting out through the offside to deep cover, and they'll take a single. 291 for 2. Can I see this picture?
Yeah, you can.
Am I invading your privacy? If I'm
no. Bit of mango underneath there. The jacket potato looks like it.
It looks like it's just landed from Mars.
It's certainly been incinerated somehow, with some peas and some beans in what appears to be some kind of bowl.
That you could do somebody some serious damage with that jacket potato.
Yeah, couldn't you? You could do some serious damage with a mango, I would have thought. But anyway.
What how to defend yourself if somebody is coming at you with a mango?
With a mango.
Oh no.
Remarkable.
291 for 2.
Yes.
Lead 104.
That's the one. Wayne Madsen's on strike on 117. He made 118 in the corresponding fixture at Derby, first game of the season, in 166 deliveries. He's had 185 today. Not today, yesterday and today. As Murphy bowls trim and he clips that into the leg side. It's nicely, very nicely stopped indeed by Miles Hammond, tumbling. He's hurt himself.
The pink hair powering him on.
Yeah.
World record with the pink hair.
As Murphy bowls, it's swept by Madsen. Is it going to go in between? Yes, it is going to go in between the two fielders out on the square boundary. 121 he moves on to now with his 15th boundary. High score of the season, 295 for 2. Yeah, spaghetti and meatballs on Saturday apparently at the Derbyshire women's game. That's much more like it. You can tell that we're obsessed by food, as well I am anyway. Murphy bowls to Madsen, who defends that one. 295 for 2, the lead 108. The odd sign since lunch of a potential breakthrough, but not an actual one. Our man in South Africa has been in touch, Reenan, as this one is defended by Madsen very nicely. He's enjoying watching these two bat together. He says, and this is the kiss of death. Here's hoping it continues long and hard. I'm not sure anybody ought to say that out loud, as this next one is a reverse sweep from Wayne Madsen, and he's going to get a single for it, because he didn't quite make the connection he was hoping for. He moves to 122 though. 296 for 2. Derbyshire within one shot of going 5-0 up in the match.
Bailey loosening. Charlesworth was doing a few warm-ups at backward point as well.
And goes Murphy and bowls to Harry Kane. That was a little aerial off the bat out through the square leg region. There was a yelp as Joe Phillips flung himself to his right, but he picks up a single as it beat Phillips. And Kane moves on to 90. Oh no, moves on to 97 and keeps the strike. And who's taking his sweater off?
I think it might be Ben Charlesworth.
There we go.
Yeah, it is. I did wonder whether they might throw the ball to him a bit sooner, because it's not as though he hasn't picked up some important wickets this season, but they've gone with the just before the new ball spell, which caused Kent some problems earlier in the season. But yeah, I think it's a bit cruel to chuck Charlesworth, pretty much the oldest Kookaburra ball,
Yes.
having not given him a bowl at all before that point.
He's not going to turn it down, though, the opportunity of the champ. He's not going to turn it down, is
No,
he?
he's not. Well, no, actually he isn't, because he's not been available to bowl for so long, and in words of teammates, he's been desperate to contribute with the ball, but hasn't always been able to with injury. He's taken 8 wickets at 31 this season.
Yeah, that'll do. Harry Kame's got to be careful of the loosener. He doesn't want to get out on 97. But it would be nice if he got to 100 quite quickly. Here is Charlesworth then in and bowls, and that is a relative loosener, but it's because it's short-ish and wide outside the off stump. But Kame only picks up a single as he moves on to 98, and Derbyshire up to 298 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, he's done well, came through the 90s, not to get too impatient, but also not start.
It's not stopped, has he?
Yeah, don't stop scoring, because that just gets you into as much trouble anyway.
Charlesworth is into bowl to Madsen, pushed up to mid-on this occasion, and there's Noah in the partnership worth 203 now. Missed the double 100 partnership because there was no applause.
Sometimes it goes up on the screen in massive lettering as well, which if it did, I wasn't looking at it.
337 balls, the double century stand with Madsen making 121 of them, as this next delivery is guided by Madsen for his 123rd run down to backward point. Of course, he scored 121 of them because he's been in there for they've both been in there for the entirety, obviously, but Madsen was the newer. If they hadn't both been there for the entirety, it wouldn't be a stand. Harry Kame making 69 of them.
Everything gets messed up if somebody retires and then goes in.
That's rubbish, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's Harry Kame then. He's on 98 as Charlesworth bowls to him, and he clips that away down towards fine leg. He's only going to get a single. As the ball is picked up by Bailey down below us. He moves to 99, and the 300 is up for Derbyshire. Thank you, everybody. Another bonus point banked for its worth. 300 for 2. Partnership 205. As Charlesworth's on his way into bowl to Madsen, who defends the ball straight back to the bowler. Still haven't done anything about that advertising board. It's not troubling me enormously, but it's troubling me a bit. We have seen advertising boards blow around into unpleasant places. Madsen waits for the next Charlesworth delivery. It's wide of the off stump, and he drives it out into the offside towards Actor, but he didn't time it at all. It means that Harry Kame will be on strike at the start of the next over, much to the delight, I'm sure, of the listeners, as Derbyshire remain on 300 for 2, leading by 205.
Yeah, rather different feel to this game for many reasons than the last home game for Gloucestershire against Kent, when we had it was actually a pretty sizable crowd and a rather vocal section of supporters down below us who were chanting Cameron Green's name as he reached his 100, and he said in an interview afterwards, "I never had anybody chant my name before."
Really?
Yeah, that's nice.
Just a bit more Derbyshire lunchtime food news. Apparently at the bottom of the this is outrageous, at the bottom of the baked potato and mango is a salsa and guacamole.
Oh, okay.
That sounds horrific. Here comes Murphy then, bowls to Harry Kane, who clips it into the leg side, but straight to Cameron Bancroft, and there's no run.
But is a jacket potato also a thing in Mexico?
I don't think so. I'd be surprised. 300 for 2. Murphy is in and bowls, and this time Kane clips it into the leg side. He's going to get the run that takes him to a century. His first of the season, only the third of his first-class career, and he's done it off 180 deliveries with 12 fours and a 6. He salutes the Derbyshire changing room, raises his bat for a second time. He's taken Derbyshire up to 301 for 2.
Yeah, well, considering how this partnership has been, what it's done, it would have been a bit of a travesty, really, if Kane hadn't got there after Madsen did. And again, he's actually exercised more than a bit of patience in the last 20 minutes or so and manipulated his way there. Murphy bowls as a top-edged reverse sweep, which is looped up in the air, and that will be Todd Murphy's first Gloucestershire wicket. And at long last, with some sense of slight sarcasm from some of the spectators, Gloucestershire have picked up their first wicket. It was a ball outside the leg stump. I don't know if Murphy saw Madsen go for the reverse sweep, but he had to try and drag it from way outside his original leg stump. It wasn't actually that far outside leg stump. He just top edged it. I thought he did it because he was trying to fetch it, but not really. It was just a ball on leg stump, and Madsen, I think it was done by a slight change of pace, but a big looping top edge. Charlesworth takes the catch, and Murphy, I'm sure, will feel a lot better about that. 301 for 3, but Madsen takes the generous applause from a Bristol crowd, and not for the first time. He's walking off this ground having scored a fairly sizable 100.
Yeah, high score of the season. Wayne Madsen, 123 in the end off 195 balls with 15 fours, and added 206 for the third wicket. With Harry Kane as Brooke Guest goes out to join him. High score of 91 this season. Brooke Guest, the wicketkeeper bat. And the lead is 114, which is substantial, but they'd like at least twice as many. There we go.
Number 29.
Number 29, Brooke Guest. Good old Guesty. Another former Lancashire man, of course. Born in Manchester, raised in Perth. That's the one in Australia, not the one in Scotland.
Right, yeah. Sensible, really, I
might
suppose.
have played Australia under 19s, I believe. Came back, played a bit for Lancashire, and then moved down to Derbyshire, as many do.
So
for good reason, I'm sure.
I'm going to go with a leg slip and a short leg. It's quite a deep short leg, actually. As Murphy is into Guest and has turned away for his first run straight away. Might even be 2, and they will go back for it as the off-balance throw comes in from Actor from the deep. So 303 for 3. Derbyshire's lead 116, so it's hardly a case where you'd say, oh, bang, bang.
Well,
But there we go. They have to try and keep themselves going out there, Gloucestershire. They have their first point.
oh yeah, 5-1.
5-1. Murphy over the wicket, came forward defending to cover. So, well, I mean, I suppose in all seriousness, of course, it's Guest on strike. Apologies, they took 2, didn't they? But when it comes to Kane, been in a long partnership with somebody.
Starts missing him.
Well, yes, maybe. Murphy.
Is that where you were going?
Guest defends back to the bowler. No,
Yeah.
well, 303 for 3 at the end of the over. No, well, just sometimes a couple of things, isn't it? You've just got to 3 figures, there's the danger sometimes that just leads to a little bit of relaxation, and then also you've just lost the person that you were batting with for a long time, and then just a little bit of mental reset needed. So I'm not saying it's not going to make an enormous amount of difference, you wouldn't imagine at this stage, the match situation, but I'm sure Harry Kane wants to go on and make this a really big one, because there's no reason really why he shouldn't be able to. There is the new ball in 3 overs time, but can't see that doing very much.
New over begins from Charlesworth as that one is pushed backward square on the offside by Harry Kane for a single, and he moves on to 101. Derbyshire to 304 for 3. Harry Kane with a high score of 141 not out in first class cricket. Broadcast fell 3 short of a double century for his high score. I should remember who it was against, but I can't. So that's not much use at all. But I do remember the innings, because he was very close to doing something special as a wicketkeeper batter. In comes Charlesworth and bowls to Guest. That one's into the ground and loops into the hands of Cameron Bancroft.
It was that game, 360 for naught.
That was Harry Kane, so it was 197 that...
oh, sorry, you were talking about Guest.
Brooke Guest got that, I can't remember.
Obviously wasn't listening.
No, don't worry about it. I've not been listening all day, if I'm honest.
I was storing a thought in my mind and then joined halfway through. I thought I was able to do both at the same time, and clearly not.
Charlesworth bowls to Guest, pushes this out into the offside, nicely fielded by the skipper Bancroft, who's fielding at extra cover. He's trying to put some pressure on Brooke Guest here. In a blink of an eye, his strike rate's gone from 200 down to 40.
Durham.
Against Durham, okay.
2023.
That was his really good season. Brooke Guest 2023. That was his really good season 2022. Anyway, he's pushed that one out into the offside. He's had some pretty good seasons all round. Bit of a bat twiddler. I do like a bat twiddler.
Yes, nobody can ever reach Luke Wells levels, though.
No, he was twiddling away on Friday night at Derby. There's Charlesworth bowls to Guest, who pulls this into the leg side and is caught by Ollie Price. He can barely believe it. Charlesworth gets the wicket that was predicted by Ed Seaborn.
Well, not quite predicted.
And Derbyshire are now 304 for 4.
It's curious, though, isn't it, that given that they tried quite a lot of things, that Ben Charlesworth didn't get a go earlier to me, and then gets the go right before the second new ball, and I think that's just a prime example of it. You sort of think, I think maybe you can just get a bit almost carried away with the fact that it's the Kookaburra ball, and therefore we must be bowling out and out, flat out pace or spin the whole time. But just sometimes it's cricket, and people get out to people who aren't bowling quite so quickly.
Yeah. He hit that very hard indeed. The umpire gave him.
He had his
the umpire gave a no ball.
But he looked over at the square leg umpire, thinking that the square leg umpire had signalled a no ball for some reason, and then put his hand down again. Like he hadn't called no ball himself. He looked over at his colleague, and I guess he must have, I don't know, did he just misread something that Mark Newell had said? And then he changes it to, "Can I have the ball, please?"
Well,
I don't know what's going on
no,
there.
I'm not sure what's happened there.
There's a lot of strange stuff going on out there.
There is, isn't there? Yeah. The new batter is Martin Anderson with 2 S's. Another bat twiddler. And Charlesworth is coming in to bowl to him. Final ball of the over. Finally, he reaches for a short wide one, misses it, and it's taken by Bracey, leaping in the air and to his right to take it. I'm not sure what Martin Anderson was thinking of there. The over comes to an end. 1 for 4 from his 2 overs, Ben Charlesworth. 304 for 4, Derbyshire, leading by 117. And just a little bit of something for Gloucestershire to cling on to. A little, tiny little bit of something.
A moat.
Yeah. Yeah. A little bit of guacamole at the bottom of the bowl that includes a very large jacket potato.
Jacket potato of doom, no.
Marvellous.
Well, I don't think anybody from Gloucestershire has had a game quite like Adam Lyth so far.
No, okay.
Adam Lyth, he didn't bowl, he didn't take a catch, despite the fact that he's always at first or second slip.
Yeah, he's been out for a duck.
Been out in the field for 132.4 overs, and then he has Mohammed Abbas. First ball at him, caught behind.
Wow.
Todd Murphy starts a new over in game, turns it into the onside. Bancroft gets across and stops it.
Because with Mohammed Abbas, it's good to see Notts bringing the youngsters through. As ever.
Caught Kishan, bowled Abbas, and then Dylan Pennington opening the bowling as this is played past Hammond at mid-wicket. Two fielders tried to converge, both had to make up quite a bit of ground, but the batters were waiting to see whether the ball got past. Eventually it did, and that will bring Anderson on strike, so Murphy might not be quite so annoyed about that extra run, given that he gets a bowl at the new batter. 305 for 4. Yeah, well, it's Nottinghamshire's Josh Tongue playing for England as well.
Yeah.
Is Murphy bowling Anderson back and playing leg side for no run. But, you know, well, Freddie McCann, local youngster. Yeah. Murphy round the wicket in to bowl. This is played in the air by Martin Anderson, but wide of Joe Phillips. I mean, you'd get very lucky to take a catch in close to a ball that was hit that firmly off the face of the bat. Anderson gets underway, but again, Gloucestershire may just start to feel that at least there's one end a little more open, and yes, there is a harder new ball to come soon. Murphy bowls and came reaching for that a little outside his body at the at the leg stump and takes a single. Van Buren has a almost playful shot at the stumps, really, just to force Harry Kane to do a bit more running. He was dawdling somewhat, but yeah, I don't think he was ever quite in danger of getting run out. It was just one of those things where cricketers just like to do that. If they see somebody dawdling, just
I think it's worth doing.
Make them run a bit. 307 for 4, lead to 120. Murphy bowls on the back foot. It's played firmly and well watched by Bancroft at mid-wicket as the ball bounds across the square, and there's no run. The end of the 79th over. And Durham 91 for 2 against Sussex, 361 all out. Jofra Archer has his first
thank goodness for that.
Wicket for a while. Emilio Gay, the man dismissed. Italy's Emilio Gay. Well, he's in the Italian squad for this Europe qualifier to the T20 World Cup coming up soon.
Is he? Mm-hmm. Wayne Madson's playing in that. Grant Stewart's the skipper, isn't he?
Yeah.
Wayne Madsen in it. Italian international. Or Italy, isn't it? It's an Italy international. Here's Ben Charlesworth continuing from the Ashley Down Road end, and it almost gets, it does get underneath the bat of Harry Kane through to James Bracey. Almost 3 o'clock. We know what that means. Lead 120. Game in the balance. Here comes Charlesworth to bowl to Kane. That one's down the leg side. Oh, that's hurt Bracey. Threw his glove off straight away. He's wringing out his hand. They're going to come back for 2 byes.
was going to throw the ball into Brace's
yes,
hands.
he didn't want it, and he's now removing his glove inside his glove, so that'll be his inner glove, and looking at his left hand as well, and that hurt him. And they do. If you get one on the end of the finger, it's nothing. I've got to look at the funny shape of that finger there. Look.
Oh right.
The cricket ball landed on the end of that.
Oh, he's done so well even to get a fingertip on it and just be wishing he hadn't. Charlesworth is of enough pace that,
it hurts.
Nice.
It hurts. I dropped the catch for that. Broke my finger. That's why I can't play cricket anymore. 309 for 4. The major reason is I'm not very good at it. Lead is up to 122 with those 2 byes. Harry Kane remains on 103 and he caught behind. What a tame dismissal that was, Harry Kane. It was a ball that bounced. Charlesworth's got another, and it's 309 for 5 now, and Derbyshire in danger of throwing away what has been a very good position. The lead by 122 Kane is dismissed for 103.
Yeah, it was a bit of a soft dismissal and a tame ending to a fine innings, but it was very short, it was very wide, and I mean James Bracey, after having just the previous ball got a smack on the fingertips, to be in the position to take that, he's made that look so easy, and it's not. It's short, it's wide, you've got the bat flashing at you in the line of sight, but an excellent take, and Harry Kane walks off, and you do see it quite often, although there's been another wicket as well, but 2 batters who've been just absolutely chanceless. One goes and the other so often in fairly quick succession does follow. It's happened here. And I know, again, I almost don't need to say it because I said it before, but I just wonder whether there hasn't been a little bit of the thought of Kookaburra ball must have pace or spin. Charlesworth gets a 3-over spell. What was it, 3 for 5 in the game against Kent with the old ball, but that was an old Duke's ball. If he's come on and taken 2 for 4 with an old Kookaburra ball, having effectively been not quite a last resort, but yeah, I don't know. You'd have thought that he'd probably done enough in previous games to deserve a bowl sooner. Anyway, here he comes bowling to Anuj Dal, who has to leave that one alone, and there is just a hint of movement there. Oh, nice of you to join us again, Mr. Healy, back from his repast. Did you lunch well? He did. Right. Well, they're obviously doing a good job in the Grace Room. Was it downstairs? Yeah, obviously doing a good job with the Sunday lunch on a Monday. In comes Charlesworth bowling to Anuj Dal on the back foot. It's turned into the onside to short mid-wicket. Thank you very much to Harvey for your work on the replays.
He's been kicked out.
Well, James has finally decided to return
Do a
from
bit
his
of work.
long luncheon.
Is that all lunch?
Just back in time for tea.
Wow.
Charlesworth in and bowls, and Dahl is, I think, struck on the pad, but going just down the leg side, but he was across his stumps a bit there, and that is, despite the 2 byes, a wicket maiden for Ben Charlesworth. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 4.
Where's this Charlesworth character been all this time?
Well, that was the question I was floating for a second time whilst you were doing your update.
Seems fair. Seems very fair.
I mean, yes, his 2 wickets. It's a short ball which has been thudded to mid-wicket and a short wide ball that's been cut behind. But again,
it doesn't matter, does it?
It doesn't matter, and you know that you're not going to get pretty wickets probably with this ball most of the time anyway.
There haven't been many.
So, you know, not to seamers anyway. Morley's wickets were pretty, but
Some.
as a seamer, you know, just you've got to create something, and sometimes that change of pace does.
Todd Murphy from the pavilion end at 309 for 5. Derbyshire bowls to Anderson, who clips that one into the leg side. They've gone from 301 for 2 to 309 for 5. Derbyshire. And that is slightly alarming. But they do still lead by 122. They probably want to get that. Well, they want to get that to about 250, I would imagine. But that seems a long way off now as Anderson defends this next delivery from Murphy. Going back into his crease. It's that time of day. The school children will be out in a minute. Always an exciting time.
I wonder if they're going to be... Sometimes they don't seem to be allowed to walk across there.
All right. That one turns into Martin Anderson, who goes back and pushes it out to Ollie Price. And there is no run. That ice cream van's not going anywhere until all the kids have come out of school, certainly.
Right.
Why would they?
There was a while where I thought I was told that they weren't allowed to walk across that car park anymore, but then they seem to have done it again.
Murphy bowls to Anderson, who pushes this out off the back foot into the offside. Price again. The fielder, I seem to have opened an old wound here, which wasn't my intention at all.
Well, no, I'm just trying to trying to remember.
Most of the wickets seem to have fallen since the batting and bowling coach went for a walk round the boundary. I'm not blaming them, of course. That's merely coincidental. As in comes Murphy again, bowls. That one is clipped into the leg side. Tumbling effort by Phillips under the helmet. Did stop it.
Yeah, just enough wrist work, I think, from Anderson to have that full short.
It's a different proposition altogether. Two new batters out there. As Murphy is in, that one is turned into the leg side on the bounce. I'm entirely sure why Phillips has got his hands on his head there. He seemed to turn that into the ground. Maiden over from Todd Murphy, 23 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 89. His bowling figures. And Derbyshire are 309 for 5 after 81 overs of their innings. Martin Anderson has one, and MATCHDAY is yet to get off the mark.
I assume they haven't taken the...
I haven't seen a signal. They usually... Surely there would have been an announcement.
Oh, yes. There would have been.
There'd have been an announcement.
Better have been. We are relying on Ian Randall here.
Come on, Ian.
So, Charlesworth continues into his 4th over. Short extra cover, short mid-wicket. A short ball is pulled and it's gone on the bounce over the top of leaping Ollie Price at short mid-wicket and out to the boundary for 4. You can't exactly blame Charlesworth for trying the short ball, given that it's already brought in 1 wicket, but that time all it brings is MATCHDAY 4 runs. He controlled it well and is off the mark with that boundary. 313 for 5.
Mark sent me an email with the what they called subject, cloudy with a chance.
Somehow the charade didn't quite work that one.
In a minute.
Charlesworth bowls and Dull stabs down on that, plays it to backward point, no run.
It was cloudy with a chance of missed opportunities. This was this morning, said at the risk of bringing the total number of emails in your inbox to 2. May this find you both in fine fettle. Is it too early to speculate about a batting collapse before we get to 300 following the dismissal of Wayne Madsen, just shy of a milestone score? And he just nudged me and said I wasn't too far from my earlier prediction.
Charlesworth goes in and bowls, and Dahl with a defensive shot out to cover. Miles Hammond makes a meal of it, but there's no run.
He concludes, call me Mystic Mark, on second thoughts don't. Yeah, that's very close to what almost happened. Okay, so it was after 300 and he was nowhere near a milestone, but excellent work from you.
Very close to what almost happened.
Yeah, very close to what almost happened.
Charlesworth in. Dahl runs that one delicately down to a wide third position. They're coming back for a second run. This could be tight, and Bracey tries to shovel the ball onto the stumps, misses them. Dahl may have been just home, but if that throw from Singh Dale had been right over the bails, I think Dahl might have been a goner.
He's quick.
He is quick.
He is very quick, MATCHDAY.
He had a bit of a wide turning circle, though.
Yes, he
there.
did.
It wasn't quite heavy goods vehicle, but no, it probably would have been, if it had been a direct hit maybe, but I think
if his auntie had been his
anything other
uncle.
than that. 3:15 for 5. As Charlesworth back of a length, Dahl gets into line and plays defensively off the back foot.
I think we ought to remind everybody that tea is at 3:54.
Well, I thought you might like to do that, so I was waiting for you to do that.
3:54 this afternoon. No idea why. It's as good a time as any, I suppose.
Charlesworth in bowls, full and on leg stump and turned away leg side, end of the over, 6 from it. 82 bowled in the innings, 3:15 on the board for 5 wickets. It's got that feel. I don't mean to go back to old ground, but if they made the close the odd time, because we don't really ever announce what time the close of play is, because
it's pointless.
Yeah, because it doesn't close at that time. It never does.
No,
whereas they all know that we're going to announce lunch and tea because that's times that people need to know about during their day.
Yeah.
So, why not just make it seem normal?
It's a good shout. Murphy bowls to Anderson, who pushes it up towards mid-off, where it's fielded by Bailey.
They're just trolling us, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. Unsuccessfully, by the way.
I like it.
Oh, I think it's terrific.
I like it if they're trolling us.
Everything about it's great. There's Murphy bowls, Anderson goes back, pushes it back to the bowler. No, I don't mind that at all. More power to their elbow. That's what I say. Anderson, who really does smash his bat into the crease. It really does. Yeah, it's very much a Martin Anderson thing. He's going to have another fielder to distract him on the leg side. So 2 close catches. That's a short leg and a sort of close mid-on as Murphy bowls, and he slaps it out into the offside. Good half stop though by Ollie Price, diving down to his left. They're going to come back for the second run, and Martin Anderson moves on to 3, and Derbyshire to 317 for 5. 2 centuries this season for Anderson, his first of his career, which was at Leicester, and the second of his career, which was against a team called Middlesex, with whom I think he has a reasonably long association, or had, as he goes back now and just pushes this out into the offside. And there is no run. Anuj Dal is yet to get 50 this season, which is un-Anuj Dal-like. Perhaps this is going to be the game in which he does that. He's on 6. Anderson has 3. The lead 130. As Murphy is on his way in, turned into the leg side by Anderson. Picks up a single, moves to 4, 318 for 5. Ben Smith and Ajmal Shahzad are now marching round the boundary because they're just coming back around from our left, and it was only about 30 seconds ago, it seems to me, that they were down below us starting a circuit there. They were talking about Strava last night. That's a running app, isn't it? I believe.
Oh, a lot of people seem to be talking about that.
Do they? Yeah.
So, yeah. Some sort of score that you get.
Oh dear. That one is clipped very wristily by Anuj Dal up to Singh Dale for a single. Singh Dale didn't field it cleanly. It's the final ball of the over. Ben Smith is stretching out his calf muscles now, so perhaps he's gone a bit too quickly. 319 for 5. Dal has 7. Anderson has 4. The lead 132.
So everything needs to be about an app and a score and competitive, you know.
Yeah,
I was listening to a couple of people talking about their respective paddle abilities. I can't.
Paddle.
Why?
Made up sport.
Nobody needed it.
Why do you make up a sport that already existed but change it to make it look like a child's game? I don't get it.
No, I don't
Really
understand.
don't.
And then on top of that, you turn it into this sort of, again,
You play
world
yeah,
competitive sort of thing via apps and stuff.
yeah.
I'm sounding I'm sounding awful here.
It's the equivalent of the 100 in the tennis world, isn't it? Nobody really needed it, but somebody's invented the damn thing, and now everybody's jumped on board. Including,
well, it's nearly Wimbledon time.
No, I like tennis. And I like tennis. That's a proper game. Been around for hundreds of years.
Real tennis?
Well, no, I don't really understand.
That's not real tennis.
That's not real tennis, no.
Okay.
My sports editor's a puzzler.
Van Buren replacing Charlesworth, and Dahl is playing this one actually too firmly up to mid-on to take a single. So Charlesworth's spell, I didn't expect it to be a long one, to be honest. 4 overs, 1 late and 2 for 10. And Buren bowls bowled him. That's a beauty. And Anuj Dahl has gone for 7, and that was similar to a couple of that Jack Morley success yesterday, just finding that perfect spot, just full enough that Dahl is just about forward, but well, it's a fine bit of bowling, and well might Graham Van Buren punch the air. Again, if you're Derbyshire, you're not exactly disappointed to see that with a lead of 132, but Gloucestershire are now making some inroads. Van Buren deserves that first wicket. He's come close on a few occasions, but there, just, I mean, it's not turned square, but it's just turned maybe a stump's width, stump and a half's width, and nips the top of off. Dahl gone for 7, 319 for 6.
Into the bowlers. Well, Alex Thompson might object to that, actually, as he comes out to bat. He's a very capable batter. Alex Thompson hasn't played a huge amount this season, I don't think. In fact, he's had just 3 innings so far. 60 top score down at Glamorgan in the first innings when Derbyshire were looking for some runs, and then perished for 8 in the second when they were desperately clinging on. They eventually did cling on with Lewis Rees on one leg, seeing things out, along with the man who's just been out to take Martin Anderson a drink, Blair Tickner, who you can't keep off the field. The 12th man.
Dragging himself
he
off
doesn't
the
want to
field.
leave. He doesn't want to leave.
He wants to stay out there.
Yeah.
Let me at him.
He's in his whites. He's eager.
That must be awful when you, especially when you're probably not used to it, really. I can't imagine that he's been left out of too many sides in his career. It must be difficult when you're suddenly having to do something like that.
The good news is he was bowling this morning, and I spoke to him briefly last night. He said he was heavily strapped up on Saturday, but he was bowling and looked quite free this morning.
Van Buren to the new batter Thompson, floats one wide of the off stump. There's a bit of drift in there and then turn away, but too wide to force Thompson into a shot. Actually, who else was bowling earlier was Marchant de Lange, who was doing a bit of bowling in the nets that were set up first thing this morning. Van Buren bowls to Thompson, full ball squeezed out towards point for no run. I say first thing this morning, you know what I mean.
Well, it's first thing for you.
Yeah.
I'll tell you who else was bowling at lunchtime. Ajmal Shahzad.
Oh, right.
Limbering up for the Legends matches to come. Derbyshire's bowling coach.
Van Buren bowls and Thompson drives out to Ollie Price at extra cover and won't get his first run there. So actually now poor Ajit Singh Dale is the only bowler without a wicket in this innings. Van Buren bowls, there's some turn there. Thompson off the back foot, and it's whipped away wide of mid-on, and he will take his first run and keep the strike at the end of that over. That's some deserved applause for the perseverance of Graham Van Buren, his first wicket in his 23rd over. 320 for 6, but again it's been pretty miserly stuff from Van Buren, but ends up producing the ball of the innings, certainly. So a wicket for Actor, for Bailey, for Murphy, for Van Buren, and 2 for Ben Charlesworth in his 4 overs. 116 for 2 became 301 for 2, which is now become 320 for 6.
Yes. Lead 133. Nick suggesting it's smart for Derbyshire to push this game on, knowing the weather forecast tomorrow.
Well, it never hurts, does it? Well, unless you want to pick up maximum batting points.
Nobody wants that. This one is defended by Murphy begins a new over. It's defended
Just
by.
Just which
Oh,
one to stir.
every time. Complete waste of space. 5-2 now. Those bowling bonus points are a lot easier to get though. As Murphy's in, bowls to. Well, he's given him down the leg side. Well, he doesn't like that at all, Alex Thompson. He does not like that at all. It's a catch down the leg side. It's another wicket for Todd Murphy. And Derbyshire are 320 for 7. But I didn't for one moment expect that to be given. It has been. Neither did Alex Thompson when you look at his reaction. He goes for 1. Derbyshire 320 for 7. That was remarkable.
Well, and again, I've only had one look at it. Let's have another look at it. Come on. Behind. I mean, it just looks as if it's taken a good chunk of his left leg and gone behind the stumps, but...
Is he going to be out LBW? I don't think he has, by the way. But another wicket for Todd Murphy.
That's what it looks like anyway, but... perhaps not anyway. It wasn't quite the Bancroft reaction, but
It wasn't far off. He stood there and his head went back, which is never a good thing.
The glove sort of went up a little bit.
Yeah.
Quite as far as Bancroft's did. But
these things even themselves out. I think we mentioned this yesterday.
I'm never quite sure they do.
Well, neither am I.
No.
So from 301 for 2 to 320 for 7. This is spectacular from Derbyshire. They still have that lead. How good is that partnership looking now? 206, by the way.
It's just astonishing, isn't it? They did not look like getting out.
No.
Pretty much never.
There could be some fireworks here. Zach Chappell is the new batter. 61, 37, 30, 24. He likes to score. He likes to score quickly. Does Zach?
Sent long on halfway back already.
Yes,
Mid-wickets disappeared off.
I think that's a good idea. I don't think he'll be able to hold back for too long. He'll defend the first ball, is what I would guess. And then after that, all bets are off, really.
We've got 2 fielders on the offside. Nobody finer on the offside than cover.
As Murphy is in, and it's turned into the ground, into the leg side. Sort of defended. A little bit too aggressively, perhaps, but defended nonetheless. And now it's open season. Looks at his stumps, turns to face the bowler. Murphy is in, he goes back and gets off the mark with a single, pushing it up to a long on where Singhdale is fielding. The hope of all the batters getting into double figures disappeared a long time ago. We'll reset and reconvene at the next match. We're always looking for it. Once in 1932. Anderson with quite a weight on his shoulders now. Last of the remaining recognised batters. Ooh, drives that in the air. Sort of drove it. To the left of Murphy. Drove it. It wasn't a good shot. That's the top and bottom of that one. Just about had the legs to reach Bailey at mid-off as Murphy is in. That's a proper defensive shot, you see. Back to the bowler, and the over comes to an end. Murphy now has 2 for 94 from his 25 overs. Derbyshire 321 for 7, leading by 134.
Well, I said bang, bang.
Bang, bang, bang,
I'm not
bang, bang.
I'm going to try and count them up, but it's been 5 wickets in under 8 overs.
Yeah, that's a proper collapse.
And all started with a reverse sweep,
Wow.
which was top edge to backward point.
Yes.
And you thought at that stage, well,
It's just one of those
yeah,
things, isn't it? Just one of
exactly.
those things.
There's plenty of batting left. The lead's already up there. Well, it still is up there. 134, not to be sniffed at.
Still the Rochdale Riches to come though, so no panic yet.
Graham van Buren to bowl, and Chappell is defending away back to his, I suppose, his former captain for a little bit. I'm sure they'd have got on well. I think everybody gets on well with Zach Chappell, don't they? Van Buren bowls, stays down a little bit. Well, I say it stays down a little bit. I think it may just be the fact that Chappell is that tall that he's got to reach down a little bit lower than some and drives it for a single through the covers.
If you mean he's a character, yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely he's a character.
He was certainly very popular here amongst both supporters and, I think, his teammates in a fairly, well, actually it wasn't an insignificant loan spell. As going back, pulling it away, Anderson, he beats short mid-wicket, and he's staring desperately after it is Ollie Price, after having laid out and maybe even got it. Sorry, it's Bancroft, maybe having got a fingertip on it. It's looking as though he's thinking, well, come on, I've got something on that. You just can't go for 4. And it did. Very easily as well.
Yes,
326 for 7. Anderson moves on to 8. And Buren bowls, cutting away. That'll be extra cover. That is Ollie Price. And that is Zaman Akhtar sending the throw in. Anderson to 9, 327 for 7. And probably one of the brighter skies today, really, as clouds just parted a little bit. As Van Buren bowls and Chappell drives to mid-off. Hammond, hands clasped behind cap, shielding some of pink hair. How long it's going to take for that to die?
You're probably asking the wrong person.
Chappell goes back and defends into the covers, and there's no run. 327 for 7. No, well, I was with somebody at school who was convinced that I dyed my hair.
Yeah?
But because they said nobody has natural blonde hair. It doesn't happen.
Well, I'm not sure that's true.
Well, I couldn't convince this person.
I'm not sure that's true.
It did seem slightly odd, but for some reason it stuck with me. You must dye it. Nobody's naturally blonde. What?
Yeah, no, I'm not sure about that. But I can't remember the last time I bought hair dye, certainly. 327 for 7 as Murphy is in to bowl to Anderson, who turns that into the leg side, and he's called through for a quick single by Zach Chappell. It turned out not necessarily to have been that quick in the end. Anderson moves to 10. That's 328 for 7. The lead is 141. Another 60 runs would be very handy here, but from the last 3 wickets. Whether they're going to get them or not, I'm not entirely sure. Zach Chappell on strike as Murphy past the umpire now, bowls to him, and he just guides this one out into the offside. Singh Dale finds himself in the covers. And Fields.
Wow, Surrey have collapsed. 160 for 1 to 210 for 6 against Worcestershire.
Murphy bowls. Zach Chappell gets the reverse out. Misses it. Ball goes through to Bracey.
So they're still 4 runs behind, actually, Surrey. 214.
I would like to see Worcestershire prosper. And goes Murphy again. This one is a straight drive by Zach Chappell with the bat some way away from his body. Fielded initially by Murphy.
One side who definitely aren't collapsing are Leicestershire.
Oh, no.
183 for 1 in the 37th over. Sol Budinger is out, but he made 118 from 102 balls.
Murphy bowls. Reverse comes out again. This time he does connect, and he's going to get 4 runs for it. That was well played from Zach Chappell. And it's fielded by the Derbyshire batting coach, Ben Smith.
Oh, and the force of his throw is burst through the hands
the
of
throw's
Ajit
always the
Singh Dale.
first thing to go. I'm sure I heard Ben talking about that the other week, actually. But it is. It's horrible when you get to a certain age and the throw goes. You don't want to roll it back in. Sorry, lads.
Yeah.
Chapel moves on to 6, 332 for 7. He's got the reverse out again, and he's got 4 more. This one's a lot finer. So he's picked up 2 boundaries off 2 successive deliveries. He has a quick look up to the changing room, says that's how you play him. 336 for 7, 10 to Chapel off 11 deliveries, 10 to Anderson off 20. And Derbyshire's lead is 149.
Been trying to make eye contact with Wayne Madsen, won't he?
I wouldn't have thought so. Not unless he wants a lengthy bowling stint in the heat.
Yeah. Sorry, Zach, you're not opening the bowling. Oh, and you're fielding at short leg.
I don't think he'd mind not opening the bowling. The short leg thing might upset him a touch.
Well, sorry.
I said
Going back to that. Oh no, go on.
No, I said it was Ben Smith. It actually looks more like Alex Hughes, and he still plays club cricket. It is Alex Hughes.
I think we're having the new ball.
Oh, right.
Well, I say we're having the new ball.
They've not brought it out. That's the problem.
The box of balls is coming out.
So they're going to change the old ball for a second time.
It looks like that. Because surely the new ball is in one of the umpire's pockets.
Well, you'd
by
think
now.
so.
They're looking at the ball, and then the box coming out. And yeah, I think they're unless we've missed, and I don't.
No.
Don't think there was. Well,
Do you want me to go and ask?
There was no announcement.
I'm going to go and ask.
Yes, good idea.
I need my drink.
All right. At the moment, the umpires are just deliberating. I mean, it doesn't look like a new one, does it? Right, let's run through some scores whilst that's going on. Northamptonshire 151 for 4 now in reply to Middlesex's 413. Zafar Gohar has 3 for 40 from 20 overs. Luke Proctor made 62, but Northamptonshire 262 runs behind. Luke Holman's got the other wicket, so all 4 wickets to spin there. Kent now 342 for 8 against Lancashire, with Ben Compton dismissed for 135. Harry Finch for 52. And
no new ball. No.
Thought so. Warwickshire now batting 31 for no wicket in reply to Somerset's 498. Which actually, given that they were 407 for 3, this is not the worst comeback from Warwickshire. Is it my over? I think it is, isn't it?
I think so, but
yeah,
I can't remember. But by all means, take it.
10 to Anderson, 10 to Chapel. Van Buren in, and it'll be 11 to Anderson as he cuts away through the offside for 1. Yorkshire 38 for 1, replying to Nottinghamshire's 487. Durham now 121 for 3. Response to Sussex's 361 all out. A couple of wickets to Finn Hudson-Prentice, 1 to Jofra Archer. He might be getting Ollie Robinson bowling to Ollie Robinson at the moment. He's definitely halfway through and over. Ollie Robinson's out there. Chapel goes back there, defends to point. Essex bowled out for 296 at Chelmsford, and Hampshire 168 for 4 in reply, as Van Buren bowls to Chapel, who gets down quickly and defends. Tilak Varma, the Indian superstar, is 50 not out for Hampshire. Fletcher Middleton made 61. 2 wickets to Sam Cook. Driving Chapel firmly down to long on along the ground, and he's on to 11 as well. 338 for 7.
Be remiss of me not to say you can listen to all of those games on the BBC Sport website.
Yes.
New Zealand A 39 for 2 in the 10th over, replying to England's 297 for 4 at the Central Co-op County Ground.
Anderson comes onto the front foot, defends into his pad, rolls out into the offside. It doesn't help that there's, is it Hove that's known as the first central county ground at the moment?
Yes, I think so. That's an insurance company,
doesn't
isn't
help either. 2 short extra covers as Van Buren is into Anderson, and that's smothered back to a bowler who bends down to pick it up, and Van Buren looks as if he might have had enough of bowling for a bit. 25 overs, 1 for 68. I think he's bowled a lot more this season than he might at one stage have imagined. With Gloucestershire's, say, the departure of Zafar Gohar, and then, I mean, Ollie Price might have bowled, but I suppose they've got Murphy as an off spinner. But Van Buren with that left arm spin option has been worked hard.
Well, the 2 left arm spinners between them have taken 7 wickets in the match. Todd Murphy's going to continue. He's got a couple of wickets himself, 2 for 103. And he's going to be bowling initially to to Zach Chappell, beg your pardon. Chappell turns this into the leg side. There is only going to be a single there as Van Buren picks up. They move on to 339 for 7, the lead to 152.
In the test match, Rishabh Pant caught Crawley, bowled Bashir 118. KL Rahul also has 118 not out.
Murphy bowls to Anderson, who's caught at short leg. He just flicked it straight into the hands of Joe Phillips, and another wicket falls. Somebody gets very excited down below. I mean, it was a sharp catch because he hit it quite hard. Martin Anderson, he goes for 11, and Derbyshire are 339 for 8.
Yeah, slaps that pitch next door as he walks off. But, well, I mean, it was a fairly innocuous delivery, really. It was on leg stump, and I mean, as much as it sort of had to be hit straight at Joe Phillips, he's done a great job to hold on to that, because he got no reaction time there. I suppose you've almost really got to just put the hands there, but he scooped it up a little bit as well. That's a cracking catch off the face of the bat. Yeah. And, well, the flurry of wickets does continue, and whilst the lead over 150, maybe if Gloucestershire can finish this off in short order, which Jack Morley has frustrated them before this season, so it's certainly not a done deal, but maybe they will just start to see, admittedly a long and winding one, but a route back into the game.
Well, we're going to get past Ben Aitchison first.
Oh, it's not Morley. I looked at the scoreboard rather than at what was actually going on out in the middle.
Yeah, no, it's definitely Ben Aitchison.
It's a fairly big giveaway.
Well, the pair of them don't look much alike. I'm not having a go at you there, but they don't.
Well, as I said, I didn't look out in the middle. I just looked at the scoreboard.
I'd have been very surprised, that despite Jack Morley having been padded up last night, as he told us, as a potential night watchman. I'd have been very surprised if Jack Morley came in ahead of Ben Aitchison. Aitchison waits as Murphy is on his way in. 3 wickets in the bag now, and he bowls a very full delivery and allows Aitchison to get off the mark straight away with at least a couple. Singdale is chasing it. The ball will stop before it gets to the boundary, and they come back for a third. So Aitchison off the mark with 3.
Yeah, that's the way Ollie Price dive and make sure that
He's
the fast
hobbling.
bowler's got to go.
No, he's hobbling.
No. Oh gosh, is he just? I think maybe he's just hit his knee.
Yeah, banged his knee on an old pitch.
I don't think it's anything. Well, I hope it isn't, but I don't think it's anything serious.
He's putting it on a bit, laying it on thick. 342 for 8, lead 155.
He didn't look at Singdale after that.
Murphy in bowls to Chappell, who plays it straight to Joe Phillips at short leg, who's just taken that terrific catch.
Actually, I didn't really think of that until I saw him throw the ball to Bancroft, but actually Bancroft had been Gloucestershire's usual short leg, so it's not as though the skipper's told the youngster to go and field under there.
Murphy bowls, and that's defended by Chappell. Straight back to the bowler.
Ben Charlesworth was the most reluctant short leg I've ever seen. That didn't last too long.
Goes Murphy once more, and he tries to I don't know what he tried to do really. He tried to whip it round the corner, did Zach Chappell, with a shot straight out of the MCC coaching manual. He's on 12. Aitchison has 3 in Derbyshire, 342 for 8, leading by 155. Well, it is weird, isn't it? Because all 3 of them not out.
Yes,
Excellent.
there are 3 batters out there who are all not out, apparently.
Yes, well, Jack Morley's definitely not out there. There must be strange Australians then, because at the moment Derbyshire's short leg is Caleb Jewell.
I think Bancroft quite likes it.
Like to be involved. We've seen a lot of David Lloyd in there as well, Harry Kane before that. The old ball is being put through its paces by the umpire, I think, at the far end. It'll be like a dishcloth now, though, won't it? It's 89 overs old, this ball.
Yeah, and this ball's come to life at the 70, whatever it was, 77th over mark.
That's what you've got to wait for.
Yeah.
All you've got to wait for.
Graham Van Buren is going to have another over, and he's going to watch as Aitchison defends back to him. Been both innings, it's been not really the old ball, but it hasn't been the new ball that's done the damage in either. Van Buren in, and Chappell, Aitchison, sorry, plays that one in the air for a little bit of time, but well short of the bowler.
T won't be at 354, of course, given that they're 8 down.
Or is it to be 9 down?
I think at 8 down you can have an extra quarter of an hour, can't you?
Driven through the offside by Aitchison out to the boundary. That's single.
That's what we want.
343 for 8. Yes.
40 and a half overs left today.
Well, whatever happens, last wicket or 9th wicket as Chappell drives to the straighter of 2 short extra covers. It's Cameron Bancroft. Do us a favour, hey, Derbyshire. I don't mean us as in Gloucestershire, for goodness sake. As Van Buren bowls and Chappell is back and playing that one with the back leg raised delicately off the floor. Beautiful poise as he defends into the offside. Now there are only 2 batters out there anymore, it's all right.
Good.
Van Buren bowls, always chucked that one right up there, and Chappell wasn't going to be able to resist an attempt at a drive, but actually he did keep it down. Just didn't get any runs for it, and the end of the over at 343 for 8. Lead is 156. Still 2 wickets for Gloucestershire to get, but it is now, 6 for 42 that Derbyshire have lost since the Kane-Madsen epic partnership of 206 was broken.
Ben Aitchison, it's only the second match he's played in the County Championship this season, but he has hit a 6 already. A couple, I think, of factor as Murphy bowls to him and he defends that out into the offside. 6 4s and 2 6s. Zach Chappell 24 4s and 2 6s, and they're both averaging in the early 20s. As Murphy comes in to bowl to Aitchison, defends into the offside, and there's a no run. Batted nicely up at Old Trafford for 45 off 63 balls in the first innings to help Derbyshire avoid the follow-on and effectively kill the game. As Lancashire batted so slowly on a pitch that you could barely score on, that one's pushed into the offside as well.
Another slab.
Oh, it was dead, absolutely dead, and deadly to watch. The one saving grace is that we had about 1,000 people on commentary, so you could nip off for a snooze halfway through. There's Murphy over the wicket to Aitchison, who drives into the offside. He might get 4 for this, you know. is slowing up and it's being chased, but he does get 4 for it in the end. Ollie Price gave it everything as he raced. He lost his cap, everything was flying all over the place, glasses, the lot. Aitchison picks up a boundary and moves to 8, and it's 347 for 8 on the brink of a 6th bonus point for the match. The excitement's far too much. As Aitchison waits, and that one is just pushed into the offside by the Derbyshire seamer. Now he's going to come around the wicket. Todd Murphy. The youngsters with the bats have actually got somebody to throw the ball at them now, which is up to them, not at them. Murphy bowls. That one is whipped into the leg side. I had some quite violent games of cricket when I was younger. Single taken by Aitchison off the final ball of the over. He moves on to 10. Just slightly less than a runner ball. 349 for 8. I'm waiting for confirmation from some scoreboard somewhere. It doesn't appear to be forthcoming. I think the lead is 162.
1.
Well,
is it?
They put the single on and then said Aitchison was, because it was the last ball of the over. That is a disgrace from the scoreboard.
They've already switched to the start of the
that
next
is
over.
An absolute disgrace from the scoreboard. I apologise.
On the scoreboard's behalf.
No, for my mistake.
Oh, Zach Chappell's taken his helmet off here, and there's...
You think he's feeling dizzy?
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder whether there's something that isn't quite right, because everybody seems to have stopped. The umpire
they've gone for the new ball.
Is he waiting for something to be brought out?
Yeah, the new ball. It's just been thrown there by Ben Charlesworth to Cameron Bancroft. Well, the ball has come in from the boundary here. Singdale has a look at it, obviously, because he has to. It's gone into the umpire's pocket. There you go. The new ball wasn't out there.
Okay. Oh, yeah, there we go. It's been waved.
Oh, no, it has been waved.
Yeah.
Good grief.
What a rigmarole.
All right, it's not about you. Come on, let's get on with the game.
Everyone was crowded round Chappell for a moment as though he was suddenly feeling faint. And it
turns out that the new ball's been taken. Perhaps that's why he's feeling faint.
Graham Van Buren charging in from the Ashley Down Road end with venom. So it is Van Buren with the new ball. He's bowling it short and wide, so that'll scuff it up already. And it's cut away to Actor on the boundary rope. As
how peculiar was that?
On to 10. I guess because there's no drinks break, so the umpires didn't have it. Chappell forces that one into the same gap, and happy just to take the single. And there is the 350 for Derbyshire. There's about 4 people applauding that, so that's more than they got for the 300.
Yeah, people are getting excited now.
Chappell has 13, 3 batting bonus points. And Buren loops one up there, and it's cut right into the ground and into James Bracey. The ball almost then ricocheted onto the stumps, but Aitchison wasn't going anywhere. Wasn't the prettiest piece of cricket ever. And Buren bowls always given in the charge, and he's whacked it out through extra cover for 4. As Ben Aitchison.
I think this is the future for these two, because they are big hitters. They can hit the ball a long way, the pair of them. And I wouldn't object too much if they just put on 20 or 30. Useful. Get that lead up to close to 200.
Gloucestershire instantly regretting taking the new ball. And Buren is in, and this is played off. Maybe just outside of off stump by Aitchison, through square on the offside, and they will be able to come back for 2 as Actor fielding out at deep cover now. So a rare, expensive over this from Graham Van Buren. He's gone for 8 off it, and there's still 1 ball left in it.
They both have first-class half centuries to their name, these two.
Aitchison 16, Van Buren bowls, he's come down again and he's wiped this one way up in the air. He's going to be caught at backward point and Ben Charlesworth catches it. So Gloucestershire will take their third bowling point and Graham Van Buren has a second wicket. Ben Charlesworth with as simple a catch as one ever is. And, well, he gave him the charge very early. Van Buren bowled it quite wide outside the off stump and Aitchison, he was still looking to try and hit either straight down the ground or leg side. And, well, I think from that point on, the inevitable happened. Caught Charlesworth, bowled Van Buren for 16.
He's bettered his career average. You can ask no more. What you can do is hope that he actually connects properly with it, but he was unable to there, Ben Aitchison, so he goes. And this will be Jack Morley coming into bat, but it can't be anybody else. He loves his batting. Batted up for the second time in the match, having been waiting as the night watchman. Drinks taken out by Blair Tickner, of course.
Extra half hour now.
Oh yeah, so that scuppers the tea. And of course, if we get, oh dear, what time would we have to get to? 3:44. Have we got there yet? Oh, we're there. Yeah. So.
Oh, in terms of the tea.
If a wicket falls now, tea will be at 3:51. If it goes on longer, it'll be beyond the 3:54 we were told.
And then but the extra half hour could start on the 5, couldn't it? So then presumably it goes from the end of the over that tea would have been. So then it's half an hour, and then we could have tea at a round number still, which just would not do.
No, it would be 3:24 surely.
But I think that extra half hour would start from the not from the point that tea would have been, but from the point at the end of the over.
It doesn't take much to confuse me, but you've managed it quite nicely.
Right, fielders scattering. There are only 2 fielders inside what is effectively the circle as Murphy bowls to Chappell. He's happy to take the single into the onside. Thinking about 2, it's definitely not there with the left arm throw of Van Buren from a fine-ish position on the leg side. And it's 357 for 9, so Murphy gets what he wanted, which is a go at the left-handed Morley, whose first class average of 7.5 I think is a little bit deceptive.
Yes,
because
I'd go along with that.
Clearly, well, he certainly didn't look like somebody who
his average this season is 28.
Yeah, there we go.
High score of 41.
Murphy round the wicket to Morley, who jabs it out into the offside. There's hesitation. There'll be a shot that stumps at the non-striker's end. I think Morley maybe would have just made that. Again, it wasn't the most direct route from Morley taken, and they scramble through for 1. 358 for 9, so Morley off the mark.
No dive.
First point of
I noticed.
No dive, and then he ran. Well, actually, he might have been out with a hit. Very close, anyway. But he would have been fine if he just run in a straight line.
Yes, yeah, that would have helped him.
Or dived. Oh dear.
He's a number 11.
Lead 171. Murphy to Chappell, forced away hard, and he's picked out one of the 2 fielders saving the single. Miles Hammond at straight mid-wicket. Joe Phillips is the other at short extra cover because he's got the shin pads on. What was that?
Don't know.
Murphy bowls, and that's crashed away through extra cover. That's a great shot from Zach Chappell because Murphy dug it into the pitch. Whether he was thinking Chappell might fancy either a charge or a huge hit, so he bowled it into the pitch, but Chappell has whacked that perfectly safely into the ground and between long off and deep cover. So it's 362 for 9. Murphy goes in and bowls, and Chappell's defending back towards the bowler. I suppose there's the third fielder technically saving the single, is Murphy himself. And now, might have wanted to do that a ball earlier.
Closing in.
Yes.
And going back out again, Charlesworth.
Right, Charlesworth going back just in case Chappell wants the heave. leaving deep square out as well. So he's got a couple of single options. There's nobody deep on the offside. Murphy into Chappell. He struck on the pad and not out. Maybe there was some edge involved, but
virtually hit his stomach, didn't it? I waited for the finger to go up.
Well, I think Murphy, I mean, he's bowling round the wicket, so the first thought was it pitching in line? I think it probably did. I thought it actually looped up off the pad onto the stomach, but yeah, anyway.
Almost nodded it away.
It's the end of the over. The second over with a new ball.
Yeah, what a waste of a new ball this could turn out to be.
Well, it could be a dream though, because you know how many changed balls that are quite new are you going to get to use?
You're not going to need one that's only 2 overs old, though.
Bang it into the pitch a couple of times.
Get it in the net.
Get your scissors out and.
Jack Morley about to face Graham Van Buren. He's just taking guard. It's all sorted. He has 1 to his name. Derbyshire 362 for 9, leading by 175. Van Buren is in, and that one is played very pleasantly into the ground to the man at short leg. Joe Phillipson, there's no run. Chappell's dropped his gloves.
Oh no, I don't like that.
Next delivery, what? Taking them off? Yeah. That was pushed up to mid-off, incidentally. There's no run. People do it, don't they?
Yeah, I don't love it.
There is Van Buren. Ooh. Wide of the off stump. Didn't really do much, and it was missed by Jack Morley. He went a long way to try to touch it. But being shorter of stature, couldn't get anywhere near it. Van Buren in, and this one is pushed into the offside by Morley. I can't think of a place near where he lives beginning with W to call him something. There's something Wall. He's actually from Haywood rather than Rochdale, but this next delivery defends it. It's backward and square on the offside.
Wythenshawe, is that
No,
up there somewhere?
well, it is. It's in the northwest, but thank you for trying.
No, well, I've no idea where it is. I just threw it out there.
Sort of South Manchester,
Okay.
Wythenshawe.
Right.
Rochdale's very much in the north. As Morley struck on the pad, there's an appeal of sorts. Half-hearted behind the stumps and sort of three-quarter-hearted from Van Buren himself. That's maiden over his 5th for Graham Van Buren. Derbyshire remain at 362 for 9, which means they've lost. Oh God, no, I shouldn't have started that. 7 wickets for 61. Is that right?
Sounds about right, yeah.
Excellent. Yeah. They've lost the last 7 wickets for the addition of 61 runs. It's a good job. Wayne Madsen and Harry Kame are here.
And further underlining just how far short Gloucestershire were in the first innings. Chappell goes for the reverse sweep and wears it midships.
Yes.
As the field again has scattered. In fact, now there's only the one fielder, as it were, saving the single on the onside. Because even Phillips has been pushed back at extra cover.
I didn't think they'd be still playing when I did my 4 o'clock update, certainly.
Murphy bowls, back foot, turned leg side by Chappell, and that one fielder, Hammond, will stop the ball. And there is no run. And Charlesworth glugging some drink down below us at long on as Chappell thuds that one horribly into the ground off the toe end of the bat, and oh gosh, that noise just goes right through you. Murphy's able to field off his own bowling.
He's got numb hands now.
Gosh.
I know they're well sprung these days, these bats, but that's horrible.
Murphy in, and Chappell no run. Hit straight to Hammond, so 4 balls gone in the over, and they're not
coming in, are they?
Either, no. They seem to do it well. Bracey's now motioning out to Bancroft at deep mid-wicket, who seems to say, I can't be bothered, I'm just going to stay out here.
Do what you want, lads.
Murphy bowls to Chappell. It's down the leg side, off pad, was it? Down to the boundary for 4 leg byes, yeah. Obviously far too leg side-ish to be given out LBW, you would have thought. But it's for more runs. 366 for 9. Lead 179.
What I don't want is the last wicket to fall during a 20-second update. That would be really awkward.
I'll just look away.
Yeah, pretend it hasn't happened.
Murphy, last ball of the over, fires that one in, and Chappell prods it defensively. So that was a maiden despite the 4 leg byes. And, well, I mean, still a handy, more than handy 18 here from Chappell, and it may yet prove to be more than that. Was it Chappell who was batting with Morley for a while? I sort of remember at Derby. Anyway.
Can I answer that after 4 o'clock?
Yeah, go on.
Okay, thank you. I certainly won't have time to answer that now. It could have been. Van Buren bowling to Morley, who guides this very nicely down towards third man. He's going to get at least 2 here. And if Zach Chappell gets, no, just 2. Oh, Zach Chappell did call him back for a third. Morley set off and then was sent back. Don't do that. They move on to 368 for 9. So 67 for 7 since the loss of Wayne Madsen. Remarkably. This one again is pushed backward square on the offside. But this time there is no run because it's fielded there by Archie Bailey. Morley on 3, Chappell on 18, the lead 181. Oh, that strikes the pad. There's an appeal for leg before wicket from Van Buren. Umpire doesn't even scratch his nose this time, which he did earlier to almost send everybody into a palpitation. I'm panicking now, over to you.
Buren bowls, Morley sweeps, and another shout for leg before wicket is turned down. Van Buren liked that one much more. Sort of a, oh, well, why not? Which obviously you've got to be a little bit careful with, but, well, maybe just outside the line, because Morley's thrust that front pad out there. I know it's hit the very inner part of the pad, but that pad out there before he sweeps. As Van Buren bowls, there's a little bit of turn and bounce out of the foot marks, but Morley's able to just shove bat and pad towards the ball and keep it out. And, well, it might be a different line of attack that Morley might choose in the second innings after having taken 6 in the first innings. But Morley can bowl into those foot marks as well as Van Buren. Last ball of the over, and that is kept out with a degree of comfort. So 2 off that over, and still we go on. We're only, well, in fact, we're not even 10 minutes into the extra half hour, which I mean, I get that it's there to save a couple of overs, but I still think that you end up punishing the fielding side for being out there for even longer. Yes. because of the extra half hour. I don't really see why the fielding side get punished for taking 9 wickets as opposed to 8. It's a little bit odd to me.
Yes, no, I think you're right. There are some strange regulations in cricket, though, aren't there? Like the wicket falls in the final over of the day.
Oh, yeah.
I don't like that one. No. Todd Murphy bowling to Zach Chappell, pushing it out into the offside, and they're going to go through. Well, Jack Morley thought there's a single here. Zach Chappell didn't fancy it, and then nobody went for the ball. That was bizarre, wasn't it? Is he okay?
Yeah.
He just sort of walked.
So. It's the towel. That's what it was. Something fell down.
His towel fell out of the back of his trousers. Zach Chappell's just handed it back to him. I thought for a moment I'd come in and done the final ball of an over there. It all seemed very strange, didn't it? 369 for 9, lead 182. Another 18. You can all relax. As Murphy is in to bowl to Morley, who defends. into the offside. That's clearly his role in this particular partnership. He's not really, well, he is a whacker. He's got a 6 this season. Nobody was more surprised than Jack, who waits now, and this next delivery goes back and forces it into the offside for a single, as the score moves on to 370 for 9. I'll tell you all about that last update in a minute. That was very exciting. The line had dropped.
Oh.
When I pressed redial, it said no number. So I had to redial manually, and then I just heard the newsreader say, "At the cricket is Dave Fletcher." So whether she hadn't, it was a bit of a mess, really. 370 for 9. Chappell whips the ball into the leg side. It's fielded by Miles Hammond at sort of straight mid-wicket, really. We've seen 19 wickets fall in 3 sessions at Bristol. In comes Murphy, bowls. That's a long way down the leg side. They're claiming a catch. Chappell's not interested, obviously, because he's the batter. Nobody else really was, apart from Bracey, who did well to get that far across and take it in both hands. He tried to hit it. He definitely tried. Field closes in. Final ball of the over. Murphy in and bowls. That one is turned into the leg side. They think about the single. It's not there. And Murphy has done his job. 370 for 9 then, with Chappell on 19, Morley on 4. The lead 183, and we go on at 6 minutes past 4.
We go on and on and on.
Well, interestingly, the final session is going to be quite a short session in comparison to the, well, certainly in comparison to this one, because there's only 33 overs left today now.
Although they won't lose the 2 for the
no,
innings.
unless we get to,
unless you get to
yeah, and then we have tea, and then
yes,
we do lose 2, and all of a sudden you've got a 20 over session. You can absolutely pile into them.
Van Buren bowls. Morley smashes that one up in the air. Fielder tries to get there from mid-on. He's not going to, at least not to take the catch, although a good sliding save from Singh Dale will limit the scoring to 2. And Morley to 6. Derbyshire to within 15 of that 200-run lead. So Morley clearly deciding he would like to open his shoulders. I wonder whether Chappell might have opened his shoulders a bit sooner himself, as Van Buren bowls to Morley. Oh, it's gone right through everything. And that will go to the boundary for 4 byes.
That's very reminiscent of the 4 byes that Derbyshire conceded, which were the only extras in the first innings. That it turned a lot and went through everything. That seemed to turn quite a lot.
Yes, into the foot marks, and turned a good amount. And Bracey, I don't think Bracey saw it really, with Morley lunging in front of him. 376 for 9, and extras up to 21. 98th over. Van Buren in to Morley, drives off the back foot. That's a good looking shot, beats the 2 fielders at backward point and cover. Again, won't quite get there. Bailey will tip it back in for Ollie Price to send the throw in, but it's another 2. Morley moves his score to 8. I mean, at some point I wondered whether, what did I say, Chappell might not quite get bored, but he might just think, well, time to get bowling.
I think so. Well, no, I'm sure he'd say that, but he might just get bored with tapping the ball back.
Especially as he knows, whilst as Van Buren bowls to Morley, goes for the slog sweep, hits it high in the air and hits it well over mid-wicket, and it's gone all the way for 6. Oh well.
The second of the season.
Was his first against Gloucestershire? I think it was.
Oh.
Oh, go on. I'm just going to bring this scorecard up. It's not that.
No, I've got it printed out here. In the old-fashioned way.
Right. Okay.
Old school.
I had a feeling he may have hit a slog swept 6, but I'm going to be wrong now. Shouldn't have asked. The lead's up to 197, by the way.
He did.
Ball's returned, yeah.
2 4s and a 6 in an innings of 17.
I think it was in pretty similar fashion to that.
Yeah. Zach Chappell made 61 in the first innings up at Derby.
14 from 19, but it is 14 runs, 4 balls this over. Oh, that pops up from Graham van Buren, and Jack Morley is wrapped on the glove as the ball goes down into the ground.
Singdale's warming up.
Well, yeah.
Jack Morley will not want to see that.
Enough of lining the spinners up. Van Buren into Morley, who is forward and defending. Obviously, the action of Singdale warming up, I don't know whether that forced Morley maybe just to think,
stay there.
You have the strike for the next one. Zach, 384 for 9.
I think it would have gone through his mind. Derbyshire 16 away. It sort of changes the dynamic, which is a shame, and it shouldn't really. 16 away from the next batting bonus point, and 3 away from a lead of 200, which may or may not be substantial on this pitch. 384 is closer to the kind of score you might expect. Certainly a lot closer than 187. It's going to be Ajit Singdale pops the headband on. I'm not sure whether he wanted 3 for 120 being read out over the loudspeaker there, Todd Murphy, but it was. it gained little traction amongst the spectators, certainly. He wasn't greeted like a returning hero. Here is Ajit Singdale, who is the only bowler yet to take a wicket. So for a Leicestershire-like performance, they're going to need him to take the final one. He's going to be bowling initially to Zach Chappell. He hasn't had a bowl for a while. He bowled, didn't he, at the start of the session, I think. That was 2 or 3 days ago. We're now deep into added time in the afternoon session as Singdale is on his way in to bowl to Chappell, who is edging this one to slip and is dropped. It was a tough chance.
Short, I think.
Do you think?
I thought so.
Well, I'm not so sure.
Okay.
But my eyes aren't very good. I'm old, I'm frail, and my eyes are going. He picks up a single, Zach Chappell, which is exactly what Jack Morley wanted.
Yeah, I think a long way short, wasn't it? Yeah.
We're going a long way here,
Well,
and just short over there.
Relatively,
Okay.
I said long way. I mean,
Dropped a
it's
yard.
not as though it was a mile in front of him.
5 yards in front of him. My apologies
No.
to Cameron Bancroft.
What would you reckon? A couple of feet, 1.5 feet? Let's go with 1.5 feet.
It doesn't matter really. It was short, and I had missed it. Spent too long in the microwave. 385 for 9, lead 198. And Singdale is bowling to the number 11, Jack Morley. He's in and bowls to him full delivery that is driven very pleasantly by Jack Morley. Didn't actually get all of it, but he got a single. It was nicely stopped by Archie Bailey.
Is it tea everywhere other than here?
I'd imagine so.
Not quite. They're playing at Chelmsford.
386 for 9.
Everywhere in the second division is tea.
The lead, 199.
Oh, extra run, all important.
It is for the maths. As Singdale is in, bowls to Chappell, and he's going to get runs here. He's going to get 4 of them out towards the mid-wicket boundary. Nice shot. And 6 off the first 3 deliveries. Chappell moves on to 24. The lead is 203, and Derbyshire are 10 away from that extra batting bonus point that may or may not make any difference come the end of the season.
Well, Glamorgan got what? Actually, difficult to tell because they were 353 all out in 110.2 overs. So what happened off the previous ball? Did they get 3? Probably they did get 3. They could gain a point here.
Singdale in and bowls. That's clipped into the leg side again by Chappell. He calls Morley through for the single, or Morley calls him. I think it was more likely to be Chappell. He moves to 25, 391 for 9.
Lancashire finally bowled Kent out, by the way, in 123.2 overs for 374. You sure they're not at Old Trafford? Good grief.
Wow.
Ben Compton, 296 balls faced for his 135.
These two are racing along by comparison. 15 to Morley now off 22. Singdale is in to bowl. Jimmy's already on the move, and he pulls his bat inside the line.
That was an almost Courtney Walsh-esque leave there, obviously right-hander rather than left-hander, but the way they sort of hop away and then hop back in.
He was on the move before the delivery stride, sort of saying, go on then, bowl it at my stumps, and then I'll move back across and leave it. Twiddles his bat. Final ball of Singdale's 15th over. Still wicketless. He's in to bowl to Morley, who defends that one up towards mid-on. And the over comes to an end. We're edging perilously close to tea here at 4:15. It's going to have to be 4:20. What would it be? 4:24?
Something like that.
4:24, we reckon. Well, I reckon. I'm getting no help from anybody else. Something like that.
Yeah, but that's what I was saying, though. I don't know whether it goes on half an hour from the original time that tea was, or half an hour from the time that they would have taken tea. You know, if the over ended at 3:56,
okay.
then is it I think it's probably half an hour from that point.
No, I think it's half an hour from
half an hour from the original time.
Yeah, it's got to be, hasn't it? Otherwise it wouldn't make any sense, would it? Like the rest of it.
Long off's back, extra covers back, mid wicket's back, backward square is back. Chappell hammers that off the back foot, and it's stopped by Bancroft. Cover as he tried to blast it through the offside.
35 useful runs been put on by these two, though.
It's not done no damage. This from Buren bowls, well, it stays down a bit, and Chappell, which does well, sort of French cricket really. Which is not quite French cricket. You don't like to move your legs, are you?
No.
He certainly did a lot of moving his legs there, but he kept it out.
Nearly fell over.
Van Buren in, driven away, down to long off by Chappell. Trot through for one. I mean, it's still from the position where Kame and Madsen were going. It's still a position that I think you could hardly sniff at the opportunity to bowl Derbyshire out for around about 400, considering the score was 301 for 2. However, just never like to be held up by your last wicket pair, and that can still provide some frustration, and then you're still starting your innings 205 runs behind. Short leg and slip as Van Buren bowls to Morley, who reaches forward and deadens that one straight out in front of him. There's not really any hurry for Derbyshire. I mean, they might get bored anyway, but there's no reason why Derbyshire need to just get bowling. Van Buren into Morley, who's reaching for that one a long way outside the off stump, but he's played it and he's prodded it and he's kept it down. And there's no run. 31st over for Graham Van Buren, and he's going to be batting at 5. I hope the top order does their job this evening. When they finally do get to bat, as Van Buren bowls, it's inside edge. Morley had no idea where it had gone. He's done a full pirouette trying to find where the ball was, and then he has been called through by Chappell for a single, which I don't think he really wanted.
He didn't want that at all.
That it's Singdale bowling the next over, but he's got 16. So yet again, I remember that first class average. I thought I had to, you know, you like to see batters with those sorts of numbers. It's great, and he's ruining it all. He's throwing it all away, is what he's doing. 393 for 9.
It's still only 7.5.
Yeah, but it's just not good enough.
And it's only his 22nd first-class match. He hasn't played an awful lot of first-class cricket. Jack Morley made his debut, I think, at Aigburth against Derbyshire. I'm fairly sure in the Bob Willis Trophy 2020. And Derbyshire, if they'd have won the game, I mean they didn't, obviously, but if they'd have won the game, they could have qualified for the final. They lost heavily which is a very Derbyshire thing to do. Zach Chappell's having a drink at the moment, around about 4 minutes before tea. There's been actually a fielder has gone off to put some pads on as well, so perhaps it's not that. But in fact, James Bracey nipped off for something. He hasn't nipped off to put pads on. He's had them on all the time. So James Bracey's now back on. We sort of need a wicket keeper.
I think there's something. Well, actually, yeah.
He's brought.
Oh gosh, that's no. I'm not going to go down that route because I can't remember the answer to this.
Excellent. You only ever ask questions that you know the answer to.
About what are the laws surrounding wicket keepers
and gloves and stuff.
And gloves,
yeah, I don't know.
What equipment they've got to wear.
I don't know.
I can't remember, which is poor because I'm trying to remember this stuff and I've forgotten it.
Singdale in to bowl to Morley short, and he fends this off. They're going to go through for a single. He was discomforted there, I would suggest. At 393 for 9, he picks up another run though, and he moves on. Let's see, 394 for 9. I beg your pardon. He moves on to 17. The lead is 207. Now, these extra 6 runs. I wonder what words of wisdom Blair Tickner imparted when he was bringing the drink for Zach Chappell. Take the quick on. Here is Singdale racing in, bowls a short delivery. Chappell ducks underneath it. It's not easy for Zach Chappell to duck underneath anything.
Yeah, you don't need a wicketkeeper.
You don't need
a wicketkeeper, but nobody other than the wicketkeeper can wear gloves or external leg guards, as it describes.
Right. Which is why they have to pull the trousers over their internal, which makes it sound like they're actually in their body. Because you have external and internal injuries as well, don't you? Here's Singdale in and bowls to Chappell. Another short delivery. This time he just sort of leans back and lets it go through to Bracey. Because in that game at Cheltenham against Glamorgan, he only had one glove on. Is that right?
Yes, he'd already taken the glove off. So yeah, I mean there's
sort of standard procedure in T20s as well, isn't it? When there's a close finish.
But it's interesting that I know that James Bracey was told by an umpire in the game between Gloucestershire and Sussex at Hove.
Singdale bowl, short delivery, ducked underneath by Chappell.
That he had to have his glove on.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and then later on,
subsequently, it happened
checked twice again, and he didn't have to have his glove on.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Sometimes
suggestion
people
there
forget these things.
The umpire might not have known the regulations and rules and laws of the game.
Well, I'm not suggesting anything. I'm just repeating what I was told.
No, I didn't expect you to answer it in any other way than that. 394 for 9. 207 the lead. Singdale in and balls to Chappell, who makes room for himself and hammers this out into the offside, but there's only going to be a single. Much to the disgust, I'm sure, of Jack Morley, Miles Hammond doing the fielding. 395 for 9. And these two have now put on 39 runs for the 10th wicket, which I'm fairly sure will be very irritating. And more power to them for being irritating. I think that's the job of the 10th wicket pair, to be irritating, I always think. It doesn't matter how many runs you put on, although they put on plenty. You can be irritating as well. Singdale, final ball of his over, bowls to Morley, who defends this back to him, and there is no run. We are getting perilously close to that tee time. The umpire is just having a glance across. He's now looking at his watch. It's saying, well, we might as well have one more. You never know. And we are going to have one more over, but this will be the last over before tea, I fancy, and it's going to be bowled by we're going to have a bowler who hasn't bowled before.
Well, Ollie Price hasn't bowled yet.
I mean before. I meant in this match.
No, I know what you mean.
Clearly he's bowled before.
Joe Phillips isn't coming on and bowling.
No, that's it, yeah. He's Caleb Jewell. Never bowled a ball in any form of cricket professionally. That's when you know the game's gone.
Ollie Price has bowled 119 overs
Well, there we are.
this season, but
This season,
yes,
but not in this match.
not in this
No,
match.
no. Well, why bother?
No, it did feel as though Madsen and Kane were batting for about that long for somebody to bowl 119 overs, but it wasn't quite that long. Ollie Price will be afforded the 1 over. If he takes a wicket in it, then it'll be tea, and if he doesn't, then I think it'll be tea anyway.
I think it'll be tea, yeah.
I think the point about when the half hour starts might be moot by the end of this anyway. Price bowls, chopped into the ground by Chappell. A couple of bounces out to Bancroft at extra cover. There's no run.
A moo point, as Joey said on Friends. I said, no, what do you mean a moo point? Well, it's a cow's opinion.
Price bowls wide ball left.
Cow's opinion. It's still funny to people of a certain age, clearly, but I love it. If they didn't have adverts in it, I could watch a lot of Friends, but I can't be doing with the adverts.
Never seen an episode.
Wow.
Ollie Price bowls. Oh, it's gone right past the outside edge of Chappell. I don't think it really turned particularly, but there we go. Ollie Price could do a Ben Charlesworth. 4 overs, 2 for 10, Ben Charlesworth's figures. Ollie Price bowls, driven by Chappell. Price will cut it off in his follow-through with his left hand. There's no run. Whilst Murphy and Van Buren have wheeled away for 31 overs apiece. Murphy 3 for 120, Van Buren 2 for 91. Price bowls, and Chappell comes down on that fairly late, but is defending solidly enough into the offside. And Chappell and Morley seemingly very happy to come back after tea, and again, no reason for them not to be. Still 5 runs to go for the 400. Last ball before tea. Price into Chappell, who steers that away towards backward point. Singdale will field. Ollie Price 1 over, 1 maiden. The extra half hour passes by. Gloucestershire taking 7 wickets for 55 runs. However, that's then been followed by what is now a 39 run last wicket partnership unbroken between Chappell and Morley, and a session which started off with Madsen and Kane both on 82, both going on to make terrific hundreds. Actually, it's been a pretty action-packed session in the end.
Were they batting in this session?
Yes, I know. I just couldn't believe it.
Yeah, no, it's been gripping cricket. But Derbyshire got a lead of 208, which sort of makes it slightly less gripping.
It's exciting, but it's not even.
No,
in terms of the match position, I suppose it's been a session of.
But Gloucestershire are now closer than they were at lunchtime. Certainly, even though
yes.
they were. Yeah, and you all know what we're talking about back at home.
They fought back.
Yes.
However, it may be too late. It only depends really on. Well, firstly, they've got to wrap up this last wicket partnership, but then they're going to have to bat extremely well and try and set Derbyshire something at some point. So a session of 235 overs, a session which has seen 153 runs for 7 wickets.
Well, the record 10th wicket stand for Derbyshire against Gloucestershire is 63, set in 1937 at Buxton, between Dusty Rhodes and...
Dusty Rhodes?
Yeah, that's his nickname, and Tom Armstrong. Neither of whom, sadly, are with us anymore. Yeah, so they've got some way to go before that, anyway.
But there is that to look forward to.
Isn't there?
Derbyshire's lead is 208, 395 for 9. Fletcher and myself will be back in 20 minutes.
Elsewhere in the second division, at Blackpool, Lancashire bowled out Kent for 374, and they were 10 without loss of reply. It's tea at Grace Road, where Glamorgan made 353 and Leicestershire are 234 for 2. And at Northampton, Middlesex 413 all out. Moorhouse 191 for 4. At the start of this post-tee session, please welcome back Mark Newell and Simon Wood, our equaliser for this match. In the field at the start of this session, the Gloucestershire side captained by number 1 Cameron Bancroft, and resuming for Derbyshire their 10th wicket pair, number 18 Jack Morley and number 32 Zach Chapel. To resume from the Bristol Pavilion end, number 39 Jeet Singh Dale.
Derbyshire's last pair are back out in the middle.
Straight in there.
Yes.
Hello, everybody.
Well,
welcome back.
I just think it hasn't been that long since they've heard us before.
He's just getting on with it, the lad.
It's 395 for 9. The lad is Ed Seaborn, and alongside him is Dave Fletcher.
Everybody's a lad to me. You know that. I don't mean it in a derogatory manner.
No, I know.
Blimey.
I know. Just being silly as well. Singdale, it is to bowl. There's a slip. There's a short backward square leg as Singdale round the wicket to the left-handed Morley. It's turned into the leg side for no run.
Well, there's my tea time prediction from next door gone, because I said they'll come out, they'll get a wicket with the first ball, and they'll have to go back in for 10 minutes. Turn the tea interval into a proper half hour.
So the maximum amount of time that Gloucestershire would have to bat this evening is 25 overs, because we will now lose 2 plus the one in progress. Yeah. But the lead is 208 as Singdale bowls to Morley, and he's up onto his toes but has a bit of time there to play that one out into the offside. It's one of those that we sort of dig it in back of a length, and then that's pretty much all you can do as a bowler. You don't really quite know whether it's going to zip through or stick there. So yeah, that one was one of those that stuck there.
Yes.
There's not been many, but there's just been the odd one that Singdale has got to really go, and if he can do that here, maybe he might just wrap things up. He bowls, and Morley fends that one off into the onside, but he makes sure that he gets it in front of square and away from that fielder at backward, fairly short leg. And now, of course, Singdale's demanding that the fielder go in front of square. In fact, he wants to now, effectively. He's changed personnel with the backward square in close and moved Joe Phillips under the helmet, so it looks as though pretty much everything's going to be banged in. Jack Morley here really with this field, as I have no idea what Ben Charlesworth is doing it backward square leg. He's jumping about all over the place as Singdale bowls, digs it in short, and Morley sways out of the way of it. Just not quite straight enough with that one. Singdale's in his 17th over, and we've only seen 10 overs from Zaman Akhtar and 9 overs from Archie Bailey.
It's a bit strange, isn't it?
And then it took until, what, the 77th or 75th over? This might have been 75th over to see Ben Charlesworth. Yeah.
That worked out, huh?
4 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 10. Singdale round the wicket, bowls. Oh, Morley flinches and gets out of the way of that one. That was more down the leg side, that short delivery. I don't think it's been signalled as, or has it been signalled as? Yeah, it has. One of the bouncers over shoulder height.
Might have been more. Excuse me.
Yes. It might have been.
Better to have spoken to Jack Morley tonight after this batting than last night.
Singdale into Morley, who lifts everything out of the waves. That goes down the leg side. It's a maiden over from Singdale, so the last wicket partnership with 39 stays put. 27 for Chappell, 17 for Morley. And Gloucestershire will go to Ollie Price, I think.
Yes, why not?
Back to Ollie Price.
Well, it's in the middle of a spell, isn't he? He pulled 1 over before tea, which was reasonably delayed. The prices are in. These next 5 runs, I think, are what are on these 2 batters' minds. It will have been drilled into them, unfortunately, that they need 5 more runs for an extra batting bonus point to take Derbyshire up to 7 points, which then, even with a draw, gives them 15 points, which is a fair old haul. Will certainly keep them in 2nd place, you would have thought. Here is Price then bowling to Zach Chappell, who jams his bat down on that one, pushes it back towards Price, who strolls to the ball. There's a chap down below who's just put his sweater on. I was led to believe it was still quite warm out there. Let's just put a sweater on. There's Price again, in and bowls to Chappell, who taps this one into the leg side. And again, there is no run. The game up at Derby. New Zealand women at 170 for 4 in reply to England's 297 for 4. They need 128 as Ollie Price is in bowls. That was clipped nicely into the leg side by Zach Chappell for a single. He moves to 28. 396 for 4. They need 122 now as 176 for 4. 122 runs from 16 overs and 4 balls, which is around about 100 balls from memory. Might just have played those and had done with it, really. Somebody at the ECB will pick up on that at some point. Put a lot of money behind it, I'm sure. Morley to face Price then. I'm sure he'd rather face Price than Singdale. And he gets a full ball down the leg side that's taken about bail height by Bracey. Wasn't a very good ball. But, you know, they can't all be good. Sun shining brightly in Bristol as he's in again. There's an appeal for leg before wicket. It comes off a pad, definitely, and he's got the single that he didn't want because there's only 1 more ball to go in the over. It was a leg by, 397 for 9, so unless Zach Chappell can get a boundary here, you'd rather feel that Singdale might be back to work over. And who knows, end Derbyshire's hopes, and he's not going to get a boundary by playing that shot as he pushes it out into the offside. And Jack Morley walks down the pitch to have a chat with Zach Chappell and thank him profusely for letting him face the next over from Ajit Singdale. Morley has 17 from 37. Chapel 28 from 57. And Derbyshire 397 for 9, leading by 210.
I don't know the way it's going. Chapel might leave it up to Morley.
Yes.
So I think the short ball play is going to be persisted with.
Morley will know that.
Fairly obvious by the field set. Singdale bowls, digs it in. It's dinked past.
Yeah, nicely done.
The fielder at backward square on the onside, and they take one. So Derbyshire within 2, 398 for 9.
The serious side of it, of course, is that neither of these bowlers, Derbyshire certainly wouldn't want either of these bowlers to be struck.
No. I'm not quite sure what happened there, but the umpire seemed to be having words with Morley. Whether that
just
was
run down the
just
pitch a touch.
Yeah, I think that looked as if that was the gist of
Mitch
what was going on.
Santner, who didn't bowl until goodness knows when. He's conceded 5 penalty runs today, batting.
Oh, right.
Yeah, he was
for running down the middle.
No, better than that.
Oh.
I'll come back to it.
Singdale into Chapel, who prods defensively to mid-on.
I'm sure you can find it on the internet. He was given out leg before wicket, then showed the umpire his bat once, and then showed him the umpire his bat again, before turning around and swishing it across the stumps without hitting the stumps.
Oh dear.
Yes,
you
a bit of dissent.
Wow, that's strange, isn't it? I mean, some of the big name overseas players who've come to play in county cricket. Well, I'm sorry, but is there a review system in New Zealand domestic cricket? In goes Singdale, bowls a short ball, it loops through behind the stumps. I mean, you'd have thought he must have played in games of cricket before where he's been.
He played for Worcestershire last season, or the season before. I think, he took Derbyshire apart in the T20. And he was supposed to come to Derbyshire about 6 years ago, before his knee fell apart.
Oh gosh!
So he didn't come.
That surprises me. I didn't see Santner as that.
No,
oh,
he was clearly unhappy.
Well,
residual unhappiness from the lack of bowling.
Singdale into Chapel, plays in the air and just past Joe Phillips at short leg, went diving after it and just couldn't quite get there. It's fielded at square leg for no run. Well, they have been an angry side over the years, have Surrey. I didn't think this particular incarnation was quite as angry as the Jay Dernbach, Gareth Batty side.
Slightly entitled though, aren't they? I think. I mean, they're entitled to be entitled, given what they've done.
398 for 9. Singdale bowls to Chapel, who hops but defends safely enough into the onside. Surrey are 281 for 8 now, as Dan Lawrence made 52, Jordan Clark made 34, but they did collapse somewhat. It may not matter an enormous amount with the 67-run lead already and a bowling attack that many test sides will be quite happy with. Singdale to complete the 105th over. He's in, and Chapel tries to poke that one away into the offside. He was sort of up in the air and backing away as he played that shot, so he didn't get a huge amount of bat on it. But another Singdale over completed, and Gloucestershire continue to strive for this final wicket. 398 on the board, lead of 211. And, well, they're playing a patient game, Morley and Chapel, as far as this 400 goes.
Yes, a characteristically patient game, I would suggest. But take nothing away from them. I certainly wouldn't. 42-run partnership, still a way to go for the record. 60-something. I'll look it up again when we get close. If we get close. His Price bowling to Morley, the left-hander, turns it into the leg side, and there is no run as it's fielded there by Bancroft, who who I didn't know until I looked it up this morning, played in the first game I covered, Derbyshire, 2016. As Price is in again, that one is guided backward of square on the offside by Morley. They haven't really played a shot in anger since tee, either of these two, which does suggest that these two runs are precious. As he goes and forces the ball off the back foot into the offside. They have a very short, 5 o'clock, a very short spell bowling at Gloucestershire. Sorry, I was panicked when I saw the time on the scoreboard. Price bowls, that's defended by Morley. I don't know why I panicked. I don't normally panic.
Don't panic, anyone.
Don't panic. Everything's going to be all right. Probably. So what are we getting now? A short leg?
Yes, or maybe
silly mid-off. Yeah, that makes more sense. He's
on something silly in a way.
He's on that side, so that would make more sense from a logistical point of view.
Yeah, he has defended a lot of balls there, so
yes.
whether he's going to get a catch or he's maybe forced Morley to play the ball in a different area.
Price bowls and he attempts to sweep, and he's been given out leg before wicket. Full delivery, might even have been a full toss on the pads. Morley goes. Chappell's the not out batsman, and Derbyshire are all out for 398 in their first innings. That's a lead of 211. Morley trapped leg before wicket by Price for 18. He batted long and hard, but couldn't survive that final delivery.
Well, what have we got? The 6th bowler for Gloucestershire, 2 for 10, and the 7th bowler, 1 for 1. So I suppose if Surrey showed anything, it's that you leave your best bowler as your 7th bowler. Ollie Price, 1 for 1. Well, it's a bit hard to know what to make of that, really. With Harry Kame and Wayne Madsen batting it, it looked as though Derbyshire were just going to kill this game completely dead. They may yet have done with a lead of 211, but Gloucestershire taking 8 wickets in the end for 97 runs, although that frustrating 42-run partnership between Morley and Zach Chappell has just, well, pushed that lead up above 200, albeit from a table point of view, falling 2 runs short of a next batting point. However, Derbyshire in a terrific position, and they will have 22 overs, I think it is, at Gloucestershire this evening. So important moments, important hour or so, I suppose, for first of all Bancroft and Phillips to try and negotiate, and Gloucestershire could do with not losing a wicket, or certainly not losing more than one in that session, and tomorrow trying to make some serious inroads into that deficit. But a lot of work to do with the bat for Gloucestershire. We'll see what they can do shortly. But Wayne Madsen and Harry Kame's hundreds highlighting that innings for Derbyshire of 398. We'll be back in about 10 minutes for Gloucestershire's second innings.
And there will be 21 overs left on the day when play resumes. drivers Simon Widdop and Mark Neal are back in the middle for this final phase of day 2. In the third Derbyshire side, captained by number 77 Wayne Madsen, and to open for Gloucestershire, Captain Cameron Bancroft, wearing number 1, and number 24 Joe Phillips. To open the morning for Derbyshire from the Bristol Pavilion end, number 32, Zach Chapel.
Hello again, and the warmest of welcomes back to Bristol. As
That's how they should be treated. Hold on, Ed.
Gloucestershire second innings resumes with Cameron Bancroft. Not resumes, it commences with Cameron Bancroft ready-ish to face the first ball, and Joe Phillips at the non-striker's end. And Gloucestershire with a mountain to climb, but there's a sizable hill of 22 overs that they've got to negotiate first. 211 runs is the deficit, and Zach Chapel will start things off with the brand new kookaburra in his hand from the pavilion end. They've already just gone with the one slip.
Yeah, well, I think that's fair enough.
Yeah.
I think that's fair
Oh,
enough.
well, actually, maybe no. Maybe they are going to go with 2. They were going to go with 1, but they've decided they may as well put 2 in there just for show. There's a short mid-wicket. There's a fielder back at deep third, at fine leg, and at deep square. Mid-off, mid-on. A short mid-wicket. Backward points. The sizable gap in the covers as Chapel bowls the first ball of the innings, wide of the off stump, and Bancroft calmly lets it go. So
Can't see Jack Morley out there. No, I can now. He's on the boundary. No, that's Harry Kame. I can't see Jack Morley out there. Blair Tickner's definitely on the field.
I suppose he's got a little bit of time before he's...
He was wrapped on the hand, wasn't he?
Yeah. We'll see. Chapel in to Bancroft, who's forward and pressing this one out towards wide mid-off and taking a run. So Bancroft underway. Second ball. Gloucestershire 1 without loss. 58 for Bancroft in the first innings. Phillips made 27. And with Gloucestershire deciding to bat first, all looked fairly calm, and progress was pretty serene at 68 without loss in the 24th over. But from then on, steady flow of wickets. So, well, these two have got to do similar to what they did in the first innings. Well, I suppose if they stay together for 23 overs, then at least they've seen the evening out. But it's a fair chunk of overs to survive as Chapel bowls to Phillips, and that's left alone. Not that they'll be thinking about survival as such, they'll just be batting, but there will come a point in about, I don't know, 10-12 overs time maybe, when it might start to feel a bit more like survival.
I'm just looking for Jack Morley. I'm concerned.
I reckon he's just having a break. I think everything will be fine. Don't panic.
Okay.
Chapel bowls to Phillips, who's pushing forward an appeal for LBW. I think there may have been an inside edge there. Umpire Widdop says no to the appeal. When I say pushing forward, he was having a bit of a drive at that, and I don't know. I thought there was an inside edge, but if there wasn't, then that's got to be pretty close. See if I can try and look more closely for the ball. Don't know. Chapel in bowls. Phillips, inside edges into the ground and over the top of the stumps. And it's picked up by the wicket-keeper.
Doing all sorts. Absolutely all sorts.
Well, I say inside edges, actually. It was almost just played it so late that he played it straight into the ground. It wasn't even a toe-ender.
Into the ground, over the stumps.
Oh.
Thanks for coming. Nicely done.
Thank goodness from Phillips's point of view that the pitch is so hard, and it's just been heavy rolled as well.
Yes.
Excellent. Chapel into Phillips, who watches that one go by. I think we're quite happy to have done so. So first over certainly not without alarms, as Gloucestershire are one without loss, and presumably it will be Aitchison to
Yeah, he's already removed his cap. Ben Aitchison at the Ashley Down Road end. I think they're just looking round. I think he's expecting to see Morley fairly shortly, which is good news. But he's out there at the moment. Not good news for Blair, because he'd like to be out there for the entirety of the remainder of this game, I'm sure. Need a runner.
Of course, we can have them in County Championship.
You can't have the 12th man as a runner, though.
Well, not the 12th man as a runner, no.
That would be too much. Oh, no, we've had a runner this season already.
Oh, right.
I think Harry Kane ran for... Lewis Rees had a runner in 2 separate innings down at Glamorgan. And had a runner on the field when the last over came around with Derbyshire 9 down, which was interesting. Kellaway bowled it, and bowled one ball with his left arm and the rest with his right. Anyway, here's Aitchison in and bowls to Bancroft, who defends the first ball he faces straight back to the bowler. And there is no run. The coaching staff, including Mickey Arthur, going for a wander now down below us. Ben Smith and Alex Hughes both with him, so just Ajmal Shazad left at the ranch to look after the cooking or whatever. As Aitchison is in and bowls, and Bancroft again defends straight back to him. I think Mickey Arthur looks a fairly contented coach at the moment. He's had a difficult time in the T20, had some questions to answer, which he did. Championship wise, not too many questions to answer, in all honesty, this season so far. Is Aitchison is into Bancroft again, pushed out into the offside. Anderson jogs over the ball and allows it to go through to Jewell. And Harry Kane has moved from third man to backward point, and Anuj Dal is just, you just patrol this. You see that huge expanse there, Nudge? That's yours. He's a sort of fly gully. Very strange position. Aitchison in, and that one is on the leg stump, turned away for the first runs of the Gloucestershire second innings. 2 of them was Thompson Fields. Where was the other run then?
A second ball, Bancroft came forward and played it into the gap in the covers.
Missed it completely. Was I watching? For the second and third run of the
well, they were the first runs.
Yeah, well, that's kind of it. This one's turned up towards mid-on by Bancroft, fielded by the substitute fielder Tickner. And there's no run.
Remind me, this is Mickey Arthur's
fourth season? Yeah, fourth season. Yeah, first season was a relative success when they won more games, all formats, than they lost. Next 2 seasons were relatively disastrous. Didn't qualify for the knockout stages of any white ball competition, as Aitchison bowls a short delivery that Bancroft ducks underneath. Here's Jack Morley, everybody. We can all calm down again. He's coming on. Tickner's going off. First season they didn't win a game. Second season they didn't win a game in the county championship, but didn't finish bottom. Last season they won 1 game and did finish bottom.
Yes, I was going to say that was Gloucestershire that finished bottom 2 seasons ago.
And this season, I think it would be fair to say that the members and fan base had relatively low expectations in red ball cricket, especially. and have been mildly surprised, positively.
I think that's a good way to go into anything, really, with low expectations.
Oh yes, yeah.
Especially when it comes to my commentary.
As a Tranmere fan, I would concur with that wholeheartedly. There's no point in expecting success. Expect the worst. Yeah.
Here comes Chapel.
Great team.
There's Phillips yet to get off the mark this innings, and he'll do so with a boundary. It's a fine shot because he's just allowed that one to come to him and then timed it off the back foot into the gap between cover and backward point. And again, it's a shot that he likes. He tends to stay, by the looks of things, quite deep in his crease, Phillips. He doesn't really come massively forward, so he's in quite a good position to get up tall, and certainly strong square of the wicket on the offside. So Gloucestershire 7 without loss. Chapel in to Phillips, who tries to cut at that one and misses it. That was a bit of a wafting, flat-footed effort from Joe Phillips. Maybe he went at it. You go at it just about hard enough, it might have gone over the top. He could also have got a thin edge on it for sure.
Certainly could.
There's certainly plenty happening when Chapel is bowling to Phillips. In again he comes, a full ball squeezed away, backward of square on the onside. It's going towards the boundary. It'll be intercepted out there just before it gets there, and because of the speed that the ball went and the speed of the fielder, it's only 1, 8 without loss. So Phillips will at least get up the other end, which may not be the worst thing, with Chapel asking plenty of questions early, and I mean to a certain extent, I think also from Bancroft's point of view, he quite enjoys the strike being rotated. Chapel in and bowls, there's good carry there, but Bancroft allows that one to pass as he sees that it's well wide of the off stump. So it looks to be attacking Bancroft a little bit differently this innings. There isn't that strong leg side feel set for him. Not yet, but they did go to it straight away in the first innings. They just didn't even consider really bowling outside Bancroft's off stump. So they're going the other way, at least to start with this time. Chapel into Bancroft. That's a bit straighter, though on off stump again, drawing Bancroft forward, defending carefully back to the bowler. So 203 runs behind, and that's pretty much just got to be erased. It's the Miles Hammond just bat again from Old Trafford. What do we need to do tomorrow? Just bat. That's about it, really. Chapel in, and he tests out the middle of the pitch, and Bancroft has just about swayed out of the way of that. That is the end of the over, into the gloves of Brooke Guest, and 5 runs off it. 8 without loss. 3 of the 22 overs have been bowled in this mini session.
Yeah, gloriously mini, given how long the afternoon session was.
How long was it?
Long.
41 overs. It felt longer than that. Sorry,
Yeah,
but it did.
No, it did.
Because what did we have? We had a 40 over middle session yesterday, I think, didn't we? It felt an awful lot longer than that.
I've slept since, and it felt very long. About 3 hours worth. Ben Aitchison then to bowl to Joe Phillips. He's on 5, Bancroft on 3, 8 without loss, Gloucestershire. Aitchison is in, and that squirts into the offside. Potential leading edge. He goes back to me. I can't really see.
Aircraft on the approach to Bristol Airport, away to the right, one of the Orange Company's ones. Do a sort of a loop round the ground, and then make a...
Use the ground as a
yeah, I'm sure
as a guide.
beacon, yeah, definitely.
we should wave. Aitchison bowls and Phillips pushes that one out into the offside. Fielded by Martin Anderson, no run. Mickey Arthur looks like he's marching purposefully over there on the far side of the ground. He's really getting a move on. And now he's going to sit down and lean against one of the title sponsors' boards.
Oh, they won't like that.
Well, they will when the TV cameras pick it up, because everybody knows what it says. As Aitchison is in and bowls, that one is played into the leg side this time by Phillips. And again, there is no run. They're still trailed by 203, Gloucestershire.
What's happened at the Test match?
I have no idea. I've not been following. Oh, they've collapsed.
What has happened there? There were 333 for 4. And India are now 349 for 9.
Who's done the damage? The skipper. Aitchison bowls, Phillips covers up, pushes it up to mid-on, and there's no run, 2 to go in the over.
Well, Tongue is mopping up the tail again,
Yeah,
which is, you know...
clever.
Yeah, well,
Clever.
it is. And it's also something that, goodness knows, we've had so much trouble doing. I mean, even Bumrah out for a duck. One Bumrah did to poor Stuart Broad at Lord's. And Tongue's mopping up the tail. 3 wickets to Bryden Cast as well.
Aitchison in and bowls. That one's defended again by Phillips up to mid-on, and there's no run.
1 each for Wokes, Bashir and Stokes. So, well, Bashir 1 for 100 in the first innings, although the 1 wicket was arguably the most important one of Gill, because it precipitated the first innings collapse from India.
But keep him in the side for the rest of the series.
And then he got pant out in the second innings for 118.
There we go. Aitchison in, bowls to Phillips, who turns this up to mid-on again, and the over comes to an end. That and his height. Huge bonuses. Maiden over from Ben Aitchison. Gloucestershire 8 without loss in their second innings.
Yeah, as much as the excitement's there, I'm sure. India 349 for 9. England will still require over 350 runs to win a Test match in which Jasprit Bumrah is bowling. So
yeah,
it doesn't feel impossible, but
it's
it
Headingley.
Still feels rather tricky.
It's Ben Stokes.
Oh yes, it's bound to happen again. Just because we
all say it would never happen
say
again. It's a once in a lifetime. It's just happened again.
Chappell bowling to Bancroft. Ooh, inside edge, really. It'll go out towards deep square, and Bancroft will move to 4, 9 without loss. I say again, I say it so many times, but he does that, Bancroft, and it will infuriate bowlers. And sometimes he might lose his wicket, but he'll also play an awful lot of forward defensive shots that go through square leg and fine leg, and to your annoyance, not only do you see that he's still there, but actually you're no longer bowling at him because he's found a way to get off strike. 9 without loss. Chappell to Phillips, that's full and driven for 4. It looked as if it was pushed up there temptingly by Chappell. He was willing to take the risk of being driven for 4, and this time he was, as Phillips hits it through cover point. And it's 13 without loss. The deficit is under 200.
Psychological barrier.
Yes. Changes everything out there. When he was reaching for it a bit was Phillips, so Chappell won't be totally discouraged. And as I say, I think he just put it up there, realising there's a lot of runs to play with, and you've got to put it up there
speculate
sometimes
to accumulate.
Ooh, love it. Phillips prots this one from the crease towards backward point for no run.
We have to look at this in another way. And Derbyshire would love an innings victory. I don't think that's going to happen. But Gloucestershire are going to have to score, what, 450?
Yeah.
It's a big ask.
It is.
It's a big ask. If they scored 450, they'd give themselves an opportunity, of course.
Chappell in, tries a shorter one. Phillips, for a moment I thought he was going to have a go at that, but ended up dropping the hands and having nothing to do with it.
Because normally we'd take 10 overs to get the lacquer off the board. No idea what this one. There's no point in getting a lacquer off it, is there?
No,
really?
there is no.
Is there no lacquer on it?
I don't think is there. I think that's that's the reason why the Dukes takes that time, and the Kookaburra just, if it's going to swing, it does it straight away, and then it just stops after about 7 overs. Chappell in now, and Phillips is onto the front foot. So he doesn't have a massive stride. Phillips just a little shuffle forwards and a defend into the offside. But yeah, I mean, in terms of what we've seen in the match again, and this innings could be completely different, but the most deadly spell in the match was with the ball past 80 overs
Yes.
in Derbyshire's innings, as Chappell bowls, Phillips lets it go to end the over. 5 overs gone, 13 without loss, and again, Gloucestershire's innings, 24th over for the first wicket, 30th over for the second, and it was that spell around the 30th to the 40th over. But in terms of more wickets in a more compact space, it was that spell between the 77th and 85th, then 89th over. Just watch it. It gets a second wind.
17 overs left today. Which will give you a rough idea as to what time we might finish. About 25, between 7:30 and 25 to 7. Which, in the grand scheme of things, is not bad at all.
No, especially not. I mean, even for a 96 over day, not
it will be
terrible.
Good.
But
yeah.
102 overs.
Derbyshire's over rate is not on the board. We've got 2 mid wickets now. Here we go. There's Dahl and David Lloyd, the 2 mid wickets, as Ben Aitchison comes into bowl to Cameron Bancroft, who forces the ball off the back foot and heads into the offside, but it's fielded by Anderson. And there's no run. It's been a strange old game in that there have been periods when not a lot has happened, and the batters, while occasionally looking comfortable, it's really never far away from a few wickets falling. That's what Derbyshire will have to remember. Jack Chappell's putting his sweater on down below us as Aitchison is in, and that is guided out into the offside. Harry Kame is running around, and he'll get there now. He'll keep them down to a single as well. That's twice Harry Kame has got to the ball really quickly and released it in this Gloucestershire's second innings, and prevented at least 1 extra run from being scored.
Yeah,
Good
the
work.
scoreboard felt there should have been 2.
Did they put 2 on?
They seem to have done, yeah.
Oh dear. 14 without loss. I'm not sure 2 were there.
No, not with that throw, especially.
No, I
think Phillips was right to send him back.
He's a very good outfielder, Harry Kame. Scoreboard's corrected itself to 14. And Aitchison is in, bowls a short delivery that Phillips ducks underneath.
That's a good job he got as low as he did there.
Didn't
One of those
bounce
ones that
much,
didn't
did
get
it?
up a huge amount, yeah. But as we said in the previous innings, really, you've sort of still got to test it out, and just sometimes the one that doesn't get through, if you've decided to take it on, is the one that will maybe slap to mid-wicket or something.
Aitchison bowls to Phillips, who pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run. Not bright sunshine, still warm out there. Quite a breeze. The sun is obscured by a cloud somewhere at the moment. Bright enough. Jack Morley starting his bowling action at mid-on. As Aitchison is in there is a short one that does get up. That gets up so far that when Phillips ducked underneath it, he ducked probably too far. And it goes through to Guest. There's a slight alteration to the field now as we're getting the second mid-wicket for Phillips. And as Dahl has come across from backward point, he's gone to a sort of conventional mid-wicket with David Lloyd with the fielding pads on, going in that straight mid-on position and forcing, if Cameron Bancroft
doesn't seem to want to move
to have a
Bancroft.
run, he'll have to move. Here comes Aitchison, final ball of his over, and it's guided down to, well, it would have been guided down to third man for 4 runs, and it's a no ball as well. The first no ball of the match?
First no ball Derbyshire have bowled. Singdale bowled.
He did,
one,
he bowled one that I missed. Yes, you're right.
Yeah, that's the only one though.
Yeah, that's the first extra other than 4 byes that Derbyshire have conceded in the game, which is quite something. There's Aitchison's in, that's short, and it actually swings after it goes past, goes down the leg side and then swings back and forces Brooke Guest to reach out to his right to take it.
It's always the most useful point for a ball to start swinging, I think.
No point in having swing there at all. But there was some swing. 20 without loss after 6 overs, 16 to go, so about an hour. Gloucestershire at 20 without loss. Bancroft has 5 of those. Phillips has 13.
They're supposed to laugh, aren't they, Kookaburras? I think the Kookaburras have been laughing at this game. The only time I've seen the Kookaburra swing there is after it's just been smashed into the surface and way after it's gone by.
It swung quite a long way as well, didn't it? Yeah.
And then the only time it seems to have been amazingly tricky is when it's old.
Yes.
And in the last innings' case, I mean, actually,
very old,
much past its use-by date. Chappell is going to have a 4th over. I imagine we'll get a fair chunk of Morley before the end of the day. Wanting to give the seamers a go with the hard new one as Chappell bowls down the leg side, and looked as though there might have been a deflection there, but maybe off pad. There was a brief start of an appeal and then stop. There's no leg slip. They had a leg slip to Bancroft for quite a bit in the first innings, but again they were more looking to bowl straight at him. Yeah, it was off the thigh pad. Bancroft looked in slightly concerned fashion towards the umpire.
It's nowhere near his arm.
Chappell bowls Fuller, and Bancroft gets down on that one, and the on push won't get him a run as Thompson fields.
David Lloyd is about to don a helmet.
Excellent. Well, we haven't had a field change for 2 balls.
No. You know how many overs you could get in a day's play if they didn't change the field every 2 deliveries. Wayne Madson's going into mid-wicket. And David Lloyd is going into leg slip, presumably. Oh, short backward square leg.
Yes. Chappell to Bancroft, full and straight, and Bancroft is comfortably enough blocking that one out into the offside. Yeah, he's just on, David Lloyd, that borderline between when you need to wear the helmet and when you don't. I mean, goodness knows I'd have one on there, but
can't be too careful with your looks though, can you?
some fielders, I think, in this match even have fielded there without one. Chappell to Bancroft, thought about having a play at that one, and he wasn't too close to it, but yeah, and again, as Bancroft let that go, I mean, I would like to think that they weren't listening in the first innings, because I'm sure they weren't, but but it is noticeable. I mean, they would have sat down and thought, well, actually, it may be how we're going to go about the start of Bancroft's innings maybe differently this time. As Chappell bowls, Bancroft lets it go, because you did feel in the first innings that actually someone like Bancroft, you do just want those questions about play and leave a little bit, because you can try, it won't succeed always, because he doesn't have 11,000 first-class runs for nothing, but sometimes you can succeed in dragging him across the crease a little further. Chappell bowls, not that time really, he's staying fairly still really as he leaves it alone. It's a maiden over from Chapel, and Gloucestershire to 20 without loss.
Here we go, everybody. Jack Morley has removed his cap. Game on.
Game on. Oh, gosh, that's another one that gets me.
What?
Game on.
Game on. It's usually used for a pastime, isn't it? So it's nice for it to be used for a sport. Pat Brown has replaced Caleb Jewell, who's just left the field temporarily. Brown has gone into mid-wicket. Now, they had any number of overs of Jack Morley in the first innings, but it's going to take him a while to set his field. Even though they all know where they're going, really. They don't have a dinner reservation until 8, so they're okay. I imagine.
I think Phillips might be brave to come down the pitch and try and get over the top again. Having seen that fantastic one-handed catch from Aitchison off him in the first innings at mid-on.
Who is loitering at mid-on. Tall figure of Ben Aitchison. And Morley comes into bowl his first delivery of the second innings. It's turned into the leg side and fielded eventually by Martin Anderson. Leicestershire 317 for 2.
Oh, goodness me.
They still trail by 36. Presumably we'll be looking to bat for most of tomorrow as well if it doesn't chuck it down. Morley is in, and that's played straight back to him by Phillips. Northamptonshire 5 down now, 266 for 5, trailing Middlesex by 147 at Wantage Road. And Lancashire just getting underway really, 3 and over, 61 without loss against Kent, 313 behind as Morley bowls, and that one is very full and guided out into the offside by Phillips for a single. Kane does the fielding. Phillips moves to 14-21 without loss.
I was wondering why Leicestershire was still going so quickly, because I thought Lewis Hill would be in at 4, but of course I forgot about Rehan Ahmed at 3.
That's how they've been going this season, isn't it?
Yeah.
As Morley bowls, and that's turned into the leg side by Bancroft. He fancies 2 here. Chapel will get round to the ball. Zapple, as somebody was calling him the other day.
At least it's not. Well, James Healy will like the mention of this as always. At least it's not Chappelle.
No.
As he was with the start of his Gloucestershire career.
Oh dear. This one is defended by Bancroft.
Well, I say career, I mean loan spell.
Yes. Yeah. It was Greg Cork, my summariser on Friday night, who couldn't get the word Zapple out of his head. Bless him. He'll be back with us for the game against Yorkshire at Chesterfield in the T20. Greg. As Morley bowls, there's a bit of turn there for him, but it's comfortably played by Bancroft out into the leg side, and the first over comes to an end. Morley concedes 4. Bancroft has 8, Phillips has 14, and Gloucestershire are 24 without loss after 8 overs with 14 to go.
Surrey bowled out for 291 by Worcestershire, but they'll enjoy that. Worcestershire members. Nathan Smith has reduced Worcestershire to 9 for 2 in the second innings, having been poached from Worcestershire by Surrey. Chapel digs one in short to Bancroft, who gets down low, and underneath that Warwickshire making good progress at 124 for 1 in reply to Somerset's 498. Looks like another Edgbaston thriller. It's remarkable how so often pitches at Edgbaston, I mean, I'm not saying Somerset won't take wickets, perhaps they will, but it's amazing how often pitches at Edgbaston produce enormous number of runs in the Championship. As Chapel bowls full delivery, attempting the York. Bancroft was already across his stumps a little bit anyway to squeeze it into the offside for no run. And yet when it comes to a lot of T20 cricket there, particularly as it gets towards the important games. Not the Gloucestershire minded the low-scoring games. I think they quite enjoyed those in September, but I'm not sure everybody would like a final with a sort of average of 130 and 40.
No, it's not right, is it?
Chapel bowls. Bancroft ends up steering that one through square leg. I'm sure he'd say deliberately Chapel wouldn't. It's 25 without loss.
Leicestershire made 196. The Midlands Mania.
Oh.
At, yeah, I know.
Was it not branded as that?
Yeah.
It was?
Yeah, it's also being branded as Edge Blasting.
Yes.
That's not good, is it? Not good at all.
Edge Blast Off.
Edge Blast. Well, no, we had Blast Off last year, but we'd already started.
Yeah.
When they had blasted off.
There were lots of blastings off. Chapel bowls too. Phillips, who defends with a straight bat, and Chapel picks it up.
Well, they made 396, I think it was, in their 20 overs, and Derbyshire chased them down. So there was plenty of runs in that pitch, and then Nottinghamshire pulled off a remarkable win over Bears, as apparently they're known, or Warwickshire as we like to call them.
Short leg as Chapel is in and bowls another fuller one. Did he take some pace off that one?
Very much so, I think.
The slower ball that he seemed to develop, that ball was played for no run to backward point, by the way, but the slower ball that seemed to start to achieve its real potency in actually about the time that he was playing for Gloucestershire on loan, because he hadn't played an enormous amount of consistent T20 cricket, and in what was a fairly well, it wasn't a forgettable campaign, it was just a frustrating one, as Chapel bowls a good short ball which Phillips has to sway out of the way of. End of the over, 25 without loss. And it was, well, it was just a sort of a stuttering one and a frustrating one, because Gloucestershire had, I think that was the year they had 2 chances to beat Hampshire to make the quarter-finals and lost both of them.
Nice.
But Chapel was a surprise package there, because as I said, he'd not played much T20 cricket at all, and that slower ball, people seem to really struggle with it. Either they weren't expecting him to bowl it, or there was something about it that just really foxed them.
He tends not to bowl it anymore. Alex Thompson warming up incidentally, might have spin at both ends and an early finish. As Morley begins a new over from the Ashley Down Road, and it's turned into the leg side by Bancroft and fielded at short leg by David Lloyd.
When is the close again? You reckon it's 6:24?
Something like that. That's what I've told my sports editor. This one is given pushed through, actually, a bit further, pitched further up, and defended by Bancroft again. Bancroft waits, Morley bowls, and he pulls him violently into the leg side for 4. That sat up and said, "Just hit me over there, would you?" And Bancroft did exactly that. He moves on to 13-29 without loss. The deficit 182.
Gosh, that's a noise off that bat there. That went right through my ears, that. Now, there probably have been shots that have been hit harder than that in the match, but in terms of the noise that made, that was fearsome.
He absolutely hammered that. Morley's got the ball back and bowls to Bancroft, who goes back and forces it out into the offside. Nice tumbling stop by Dal. Prevents a run from being taken. David Griffin has found himself over on the car park side of the ground now.
He's going to go and take a picture of the only 2 people in that area.
Yes, potentially. He's found a chair. There are a few. Goose is with him, as this one is played into the offside out towards Came on the cover boundary. They go through for a comfortable single. Bancroft joins Phillips on 15.
They've done us again.
Why?
Well, the ball before that single was a dot.
I don't know why we bother. 30 without loss then, yeah?
Yeah.
Excellent. And he's on 15, possibly. 14. That one is pushed out into the offside by Phillips, because it's not Bancroft on strike, even I know that. And the over comes to an end, and there is a score, but heaven only knows what it is. 30 without loss, we think. Bancroft on 13, Phillips on... Oh, no, Phillips has just gone down.
Yeah,
So
both 14, yeah.
Bancroft has 14, Phillips has 14. It's 30 without loss. I don't need this. Here's Tomo.
The mullet has been unveiled.
Unleashed.
Release the mullet. So he'll come, by the looks of things, round the wicket to Bancroft. 177th first class match. 5 for Joe Phillips.
Mm.
There we go. That's, well, I don't know. Without wishing to go all Nicholas Parsons, I think that's why we love the game so much. No, I wasn't quite going to go that far, but this lovely game that we love so much. Enjoyed by so many around the world.
Yes. Whether they can get to the ground or not.
Yeah, we're going to need to have another protracted discussion here. There's a fielder who'd been sent out to... Oh no, it's just a personnel swap.
Yeah,
so
Morley.
They want the different fielder at deep backward square.
Morley's going out there, and Harry Kane is, for the first time, I think, in this innings, coming a lot closer to the bat. Mid-wicket.
Madsen directing traffic with his... Well, I like it, more faded Derbyshire cap. I think that shows seniority.
It's falling apart.
Experience, etc. It's good. You can always... Well, apart from... You know, I mean, the real reason I like it is because you can always tell who it is. It's really the main reason.
That's true.
Thompson in round the wicket to Bancroft, who's reaching for that one and playing this one towards mid-off. The ball rolls very slowly towards Caleb Jewell, and there is no run. Leg slip, short leg slip round the bat. Mid-wicket in pretty close as well. Thompson to Bancroft, who is forward and defending. Thompson will stoop to his left. Sizable reach to pick it up. 2 wickets in the first innings. 2 for 20 from 7 overs. Bancroft again drawn forwards, but showing no signs of letting the ball past. Jewell in action again, well, they're almost keeping it amongst themselves. Again, the Aussies, like they see each other in the field and go, right, you're having this. Off the back foot goes Bancroft, and a neat little push through the covers. It's never really intended to be a shot that was going to bring him 4, but just annoy Derbyshire having set that particular field with the cover wide open and allow a gentle manoeuvre to pick up 2. Bancroft 16, 32 without loss. He comes forward to that one as well. Gets pretty close to the pitcher. The ball defends up to mid-off. And Thompson getting through this over, despite the fact that it takes about 20 minutes for the overs to start. They only tend to last about a minute themselves. As on leg stump, Bancroft turns it into the leg side for no run. So just the one scoring shot in the over. 32 without loss. The deficit is 179. Gloucestershire have got halfway through the 22 overs that they had to get through in this session, so glass half full or glass half empty. There's still 11 overs to go.
Yeah, it's a decent enough start, isn't it? What did they put on in the first innings? 68 in fact. In 23 overs, so there'll be no panic from Derbyshire.
No.
Yet.
Well, you know, they'll say, won't they? Because I think teams still do say these things, that we know there might be a time when the batters are in and the batters are set. But what we have seen in the match is that you can get wickets flowing.
Yeah, no question. Jack Morley then to bowl his 3rd over. once Wayne Madsen gets in place at slip, which he is now. And he's initially bowling to Phillips, who goes back into his crease. There's a big appeal for leg before wicket, and there it is, the breakthrough for Derbyshire. He went back, which is always dangerous. He's got his back to us, so it's difficult to tell, but the umpire's finger went straight up, and Phillips goes for 14, and Gloucestershire are 32 for 1, still trailing by 179.
Yeah, I mean, it did look concerning, really, as soon as it struck Phillips. I think that probably has straightened enough. He's a long way back. It struck him a roundabout leg stump, but having straightened and having very little to go, I don't think from the look I've had that I would have said that was missing leg stump. And as you said, playing a full ball off the back foot, Morley skidded a couple through. It's dangerous, and Phillips departs. So a couple of promising starts from Phillips, who was picked for this match essentially in a swap because of a change of overseas players. Gloucestershire were always going to need somebody in that top order. The question would be what they would do. Phillips seemed like the likely candidate to come in, and then the question was going to be where he was going to bat, whether Charlesworth would stay opening and Phillips would go down the order. Phillips has opened, and so he's still 5 matches into his first-class career. He does look promising, and despite the fact that it's a 27 and a 14 in this game, there's still clearly promise there, and you feel that the runs should come, and at some point he will get a really consistent run in the side, and who knows, it might be for the rest of this season now, with Murphy for this game plus the next 3, and then the championship matches to finish the season. Might even get a run in the One Day Cup as well. Who knows what that side's going to look like, with possible wild card picks to be done, so can't really start planning for that yet, but there's plenty of cricket left in the season.
It won't concern us anyway.
Ollie Price is out to the middle. Gloucestershire can't really afford to lose another one, still 179 back.
Price was bowled by Jack Morley in the first innings. Taps his bat now. Morley is on his way in and bowls a quickish delivery that is guided out by Price into the offside.
Enough turn there again. I mean, it's not, again, I don't think any deliveries other than out of the foot marks has gone miles, but Morley just seems to have the right trajectory and the right pace for this.
He's around the wicket again. Price, again, he's really hurled that one down, hasn't he? Will he hold one back and fool Price, or try to fool Price at least? 7 wickets for the match so far. David Lloyd moves to silly mid-off. Morley comes in and bowls, and that one is, I don't know what it was off. It's gone a long way to the right of Wayne Madsen, squared him up.
I'm not sure what it came off either,
No.
either, to be honest. It bounced a lot.
It bounced enough to suggest it might have come off some bat at some point.
Yeah.
Certainly squared him up. Morley in again. Bowls, and that one is turning past the edge of Price's bat, and he did well to keep his back foot in the crease because he was dragged a long way forward there. Excellent work from Brooke Guest behind the stumps, and already Jack Morley looks like he's the potential match winner here if he didn't already. Oh,
Yeah,
my
you can't play that.
word, no, you've got no chance. There's a leg slip coming in now, who is Martin Anderson, and he's just moved from leg slip to second slip, so he's not a leg slip at all. As Morley is in, and that he just lets it it looked like it let it hit him. It's a little paddle down to fine leg for 4 runs. So he gets off the mark after a troubled few deliveries. There's Ollie Price. And Gloucestershire are 36 for 1, still trailing by 175.
How often does that happen as well? You see a ball turn a long way and then the batter goes, right, sweep.
Yeah.
It does happen quite a bit, especially with English batters. Not Bancroft, I suspect. I can't see him doing that particularly, but English batters' default setting when it comes to ball turning is to start sweeping, and Ollie Price's strength, certainly particularly in white ball cricket, but one of his big strengths is sweeping. He has been out actually with that paddle this season with an anticipated catch from first slip at Northampton, as in goes Thompson to Bancroft, turns it up to mid-on, there's no run. And you could see the force that he put into that paddle sweep. He wasn't going to allow anybody to get anywhere near that one. End of the over. Thompson to Bancroft. Bancroft is forward and defending straight. Moving a little bit closer to the territory where Gloucestershire might send out a night watchman. Not quite there yet, I wouldn't have thought, as Thompson bowls right up to the bat and it's towed back straight. Thompson and Price just come together gently, but the ball is rolling up to mid-off. There is no run. Thompson in, Bancroft inside edge, it goes between short leg and leg slip, and they'll take a single. 37 for 1. Can't help but feel Bancroft didn't really know where that one was going. It's amazing, you get inside maybe the last 10 overs or so, especially after having lost a wicket. That changes everything, but it does feel more like survival for the end of the day now. Bright sunshine, strong breeze. Spectators have all made their way over to the far end of the ground to lap up the, I say all, majority of them have made their way to the far end of the ground to lap up the late sunshine. Ollie Price just taking his guard. He'll face Thompson for the first time. Madsen just pointing mid-on to go a fraction wider. Thompson into Price, who is forward and defending into the leg side, out to short mid-wicket. 174 runs, a small matter of before Gloucestershire even go in front. Thompson almost brushes the umpire actually as he snakes his way in from round the wicket and bowls to Price, and again defended leg side, and that completes the 13th over. 17 to Bancroft and 4 to Price as the floodlights start to loom with their shadows over the playing surface, and Jack Morley prepares to send down another over. I mean, he's not putting the curse on, but I mean, he's taken 6 wickets in the first innings and already got one here, and then ripped one from about middle and leg to, I don't know, 8 inches outside off stump. I mean, if he doesn't get 10 in the match, then either somebody else has done something special or Gloucestershire have done something extraordinary, because he's just providing that threat that I am not sure that we've really seen from any other one bowler with that consistency. We've got yet another protracted discussion at the start of this over, and I don't think anything's really changed. We've got a silly mid-off for Bancroft rather than the 2 slips. That's about it. Morley bowls, Bancroft forward and defending away, and Jack Morley will field off his own bowling. More tinkering. Madsen motioning off to extra cover, a little bit straighter. Morley wide of the crease, he bowls, and Bancroft is defending back to the bowler. He does get quite close with that landing foot before, I mean the back foot I suppose. He does get quite close to the return crease a couple of times, but I don't think he's ever gone over it, as off the back foot Bancroft whips it towards mid-wicket. There is no run. I would still love to know what the rationale is behind the way that he starts his approach, staring off to backward point. Gets himself into exactly the same position, right behind the umpire, staring at backward point, and then he bowls another ball that Bancroft can play off the back foot. That's not the delivery you want to see if you're fielding it silly mid-off, as the ball flashes past your luck hole. And there'll be a single to Harry Kame on the deep cover boundary. Bancroft moves up to 18, Gloucestershire 38 for 1. Particularly these Morley overs. Just feel you're counting them off one by one. He's back with Ollie Price in his line of sight, and Price goes back and gets off strike as he just plays a back foot, well, dry, without a huge amount of power behind it, knowing he's only going to get a single for it. 39 for 1. Ollie Price on to 5. I haven't been smoking, I promise. I've no idea what happened to the voice just then.
No, sounds good. Sounds good. Ooh, baby.
Here's Morley bowling in. Bancroft gets across his crease and then angles the bat so that the ball goes out to mid-wicket. 39 for 1. 8 overs remaining. I wonder if they're going to go with spin the whole way, or whether
I think they will.
Yeah, I mean, I probably would.
Ordinarily, if he hadn't been wearing the fielding pad, you'd say you might get an over or two from David Lloyd as well, who's been bowling a lot of off-spin this season. His knees will no longer allow him to bowl the medium pace that he used to churn out. And I think while he's out there with fielding pads on, it's a bit much to ask him to bowl as well. He's a short leg. There's a leg slip and a slip for the start of this over from Alex Thompson, bowling to Ollie Price, who's on 5. 39 for 1. They still trail Gloucestershire by 172. Wayne Madson's going to have a chat with Alex Thompson. I don't know why I even thought about telling you how many fielders were where, because they could well move. So I won't bother at this early stage.
I've just shivered and I can't work out why.
Excitement.
In the microwave. Oh yes, again tension.
I'd imagine.
Serious tension.
Are you in the direct line of fire of the aircon unit?
No, you have to be standing right in front of that thing to feel it.
You do really, yes. It isn't as warm in here today as it was yesterday, which is a blessed release, as Thompson does begin a new over. That's turned by Price down towards fine leg. Oh, there's a slight misfield from Harry Morley. Oh, I've done it now. Jack Morley. And that's first time today. And they come back for a second. So Price moves on to 7. 41 for 1.
I'm glad.
Afternoon, Harry, if you're watching.
I would like to see Harry more in a championship match, which I haven't yet. But
no,
but I would be calling him Henry Moore.
Well, exactly. Oh, now there's a reverse sweep coming out there that doesn't work for Price.
Ended up hitting it into the ground from right behind him.
It's a bizarre way for a shot to end up. So he goes for the reverse, hits it into the ground behind him, and goes into the hands of leg slip.
The reverse.
Yes. Thompson in. Price drives. Caleb Jewell will get to the ball and they'll stick to 1 as the Australian opener puts in the slide. The helmet has now been brought out for Martin Anderson, who's fielding at leg slip, or was, and he's going to continue for Cameron Bancroft, who's on 18 off 46, been very watchful as this one is pushed out into the side. They're going through for the quick single. It's picked up and the shot at the stumps comes in. It almost takes Thompson's shins with it. The ball on its way in from Caleb Jewell, and they get home for the run.
There was an awful lot in the line of that ball that wasn't the stumps.
Yes.
Thompson, umpire, fielder backing up, and then Bancroft hopping over it.
It's Thompson bowls to Price, who drives. More work for Jewell to do here. They've come back for a second, and in fact they'll content themselves with 2 as Price moves to 10, 45 for 1.
Just bouncing throws in the 15th over.
Just think, well,
as you do with the Kookaburra.
Of course you do. Trying to scuff both sides. Thompson bowls full toss, possibly. Certainly a very full delivery. He misses out rather there. Ollie Price, as he manages to do nothing more than bunt it up to Zach Chappell, who's holding the ball as though he's just picked it off the bottom of his shoe. And then he tosses it to Brooke Guest. 45 for 1 at the end of the over. Then Bancroft has 19, Price has 10. The deficit is 166 with 7 overs remaining today.
4 overs of Morley.
Another wicket would be nice. I don't think it's essential, but it would be nice.
Yes, I think it's very much essential.
Yes.
Bancroft and Ollie Price are there tomorrow for
that's
Gloucestershire.
the big difference in the mindset of the two sides at the moment.
Silly point slip. Morley in bowls, turns it past the edge of Bancroft. And that was not out of the rough either. That was off straight
pitch,
enough. But yeah, I think it was probably more like off stump and then turned wider. So Bancroft didn't get anywhere near it. But yeah, that's in your mind. It's very much in your mind. Morley in again, bowls, and Bancroft is just about playing this one from the crease, really.
Every ball's an event.
Back wasn't forward, it was right from the crease and actually defended comfortably enough. Anytime the ball disappears behind the batter at the moment, you're right, it is an event with Morley bowling. Emerges from behind umpire Newell. He's got a bigger target with umpire Newell. He's dragged it down and Bancroft hasn't middled that, but he's still going to get 4 for it because it's Chappell who is pursuing from backward square, but he won't get there as Bancroft's hit it through mid-wicket. So 4 to the Gloucestershire skipper. He's on to 23, 49 for 1. Gave that one a rip, I think. Morley, that was unlike the first drag down. I think that was a drag down from trying to rev it up. Chappell, I think, is going to field more at a backward square leg now.
Field where he wants, really, can he, out there?
Might as well, really. So just stay there. Morley bowls to Bancroft, a ball which is straighter and gentle roll of the wrists from Bancroft to make sure that that doesn't catch a leading edge or loop up to mid-wicket. Hit it into the surface, might as well scuff it up a bit more. Morley bowls, flight to delivery over pitched. It's a low full toss outside leg stump, and Zach Chappell's in the right place for it, a deep backward square.
He's patrolling to a point. 50 up.
50 up indeed. Yeah. Nobody moved in the mount stand. Absolutely nobody. Arms folded. Some of them look a little bit, well, it's hard to tell whether they're nervous or they're just sticking this out, really, sort of grim determination. Final ball of this over, Morley to Price, who's forward and getting close enough to the pitch of that one. That one doesn't really turn. 5 from the over, 6 remain. Gloucestershire 50 for 1. Not sure who the choice would be if Gloucestershire were to employ a night watchman. There's that sort of happy medium between somebody that you think is going to survive and somebody who you don't want to lose. I think
Todd Murphy.
Todd Murphy would probably be the person.
If he's happy to do it.
Yeah, exactly. Whether you ask your overseas to do that, but that would be he's that happy. He's the happy medium between the probably more tail end likes of Singdale and Bailey, and then actor who might feel a bit of a waste, really, using him, especially considering he was one of the better batters in a disappointing first innings.
If he doesn't get out, as Thompson begins a new over, that's clipped by Bancroft straight to Kame at mid-wicket. If he doesn't get out, he's a useful man to have in first thing in the morning, I suppose, or whenever we get underway tomorrow with the rain. Thompson in again. That one is clipped up to mid-on, where Zach Chappell finds himself now.
I'm sure we'll see one, though, because it's Hammond who's due in next. Hammond tends to go for the Night Watchman.
Just double check the forecast for tomorrow. That one is probably on leg stump, and it goes down further the leg side. It's signalled wide by the umpire.
Well, that's interesting, because that didn't happen in the first innings, did it, when Thompson bowled one from round the wicket down the leg side?
I think they've had a word. He goes Thompson again. This one's on the stumps. He gets a hand on it, Alex Thompson, but he doesn't get sufficient on it to stop it from going for 4 runs. That was fairly well struck by Bancroft. There was a moment when Caleb Jewell thought that perhaps Ollie Price was out of his ground, and if it was deflected on, it might be interesting. He wasn't, looking at the replay, but it was a nice shot from Bancroft. 4 more to him, 28 now, and 55 for 1 is the Gloucestershire total run rate, around about 3 1/3, which is what it has been, which suggests that they'll get another 20 runs or so before the end of play, so would go in 130 or around about that behind going into day 3. Wayne Madson's had another chat with his bowler. The forecast for tomorrow suggests that the rain will be going by lunchtime, if indeed it arrives. This is the forecast, of course, not set in stone, so don't quote me on that. And the afternoon is fine, and it's perfectly fine on Wednesday as well.
Might even clear up before lunch, according to this one, maybe, but looks like it's clearing up.
I think it's the same one, actually.
Is it? All right.
Same company. Here comes Thompson again, and that one is over the wicket. He's bowling now. It's a good stop by Caleb Jewell, and they get the ball in. That would have been mighty, mighty close, as Bancroft managed to get back into his crease.
Out with the hit, I think.
Did they take a run there? Just the one?
I think Bancroft thought he might have got it past.
Yes, it was a good scrambling stop by...
in fact, it might even have been out if Thompson had deflected it on. He was
looking to the
struggling.
skies, Bancroft, wasn't he, when he crossed the finishing line just in the nick of time. Thompson in to bowl. That's a full toss, and it's swept away, but Morley's out there on the boundary. So Price will just get the 1 run. He'll move to 11. 57 for 1. 1 ball left in the over. It was a wide, of course. 1 ball left in the over. And then 5 more overs to go. So Thompson bowls, and that's defended by Bancroft. The over comes to an end. Bancroft has 29. Price has 11. The man out. Phillips for 14. Jack Morley's 7th victim of the match, and he's going to bowl the next over from the Ashley Down Road end of the ground. It's quite a long...
Yeah. Well, it's a shame.
It is.
That, well, yes, it is.
Very
You're right.
much.
We could end that
Yes,
sentence
it's
there, but
very much a shame.
But the ADR end, it is a shame that Alice Davidson Richards doesn't. If Gloucestershire could lure Alice Davidson Richards to play for Gloucestershire at some point, then it would be perfectly set up.
I think signing players because they fit the profile of a ground is new.
Well, why not? Morley bowling now to Price, who's playing with the outer part of the bat a little away from his body, which is interesting Morley, but the ball went straight into the ground and out to Dahl at backward point.
The Derbyshire physio, Ali, is wearing a bobble hat. I don't think it's that cold.
Wow. Wind protection. Morley bowls and a little leg side-ish, and whilst Price wasn't interested in scoring runs, he was able to keep it out pretty easily. Open stance. He has opened his stance this year as Ollie Price. Morley bowls wide of the crease, trying to fire that one in. Wasn't quite as back of a length as the one that he got through Price in the first innings, but it was a similar pace and similar angle, but on the front foot. And Price does have a considerable stride on him, and he is able to keep that one out into the covers. So no runs this over, but it's more about balls seen off. Fielder goes to short leg, switching to the leg side from the off as Price squeezes that off the outer part of the bat again, down to Dahl at backward point. 2 balls remain in the 18th over of the 22. Price just stepping back and contemplating, resetting, concentrating again. Morley bowls, and a leading, well, I don't think it was a leading edge actually. I think it was almost that he left the bat face open and could have spooned it back towards Morley. Certainly wasn't where it was intended to go. I wonder if halfway through that shot he thought, oh, hang on, there's a short leg there, isn't there? It did stay down. 1 for 20, Morley in his 6th over. Bowls now, and Price forward to defend a straight delivery. It's a maiden over from Morley, actually his first of the innings somehow, and it's 57 for 1 at the end of 18 overs. Still in play in all the Division 2 games. Close of play at Chelmsford, Essex 296, all out Hampshire 293 for 4. So a good day for them. Tilak Varma is 98, not out. Liam Dawson 79, not out. Durham 249 for 5, replying to Sussex is 361, so a deficit of 112. Jofra Archer 14 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 28. Couple of wickets apiece for Finn Hudson-Prentice and the Australian overseas Gurinder Sandhu. And in play in all the other games.
And Alex Thompson to continue from the pavilion end. Bowling to Cameron Bancroft, who goes back into his crease and gets the ball trapped in his the top of his pads, which of course becomes dead ball immediately these days.
Yes, and despite that, you always have a fielder that goes rushing towards the batter.
You can pick it out,
yeah,
and drop it on the floor, as somebody did in the test match against Zimbabwe, possibly.
Yes, it was, wasn't it?
And just dropped it on the floor as Bancroft pushes forward out into the offside and goes through for the quick single.
Because there was a question of just did it quite lodge long enough? Well, as long as it just sits there for any moment.
It's there.
Yeah,
absolutely. It's a load of old nonsense. Take that ridiculous mode of dismissal out of the equation, because if a fielder catches it in his pocket, it doesn't count. So why would it count if it was trapped in a batter's pads?
I'd still love to see that though.
Would you?
T20
in the
finals
pocket?
day in front of the Hollies stand, fielder just right in the pocket.
Some fielding alterations going on here. There's a man out at deep backward point. It's Ben Aitchison. Zach Chappell has trundled across to mid-on. Caleb Jewell is at a wideish mid-off. Thompson bowls and Price turns it into the leg side, which is fielded by Kame. 3.5 overs left in the day's play. Gloucestershire 58 for 1, still trailing by 153. Thompson bowls, and that one squirts out into the offside. There is barely a fielder there, so they can get through for a comfortable single. 59 for 1.
I suppose they have runs to give, but Madsen did seem to be pointing off there. I don't know.
We've changed
It's not a huge problem at this stage, is it?
Another change in the field as Harry Kame goes to backward point and Ben Aitchison goes out onto the cover boundary. And Alex Thompson thought he'd got through Cameron Bancroft there. What actually happened was he turned it up to Anuj Dahl at mid-wicket. It wasn't quite as deadly a delivery as the off-spinner thought it might have been. It bowls, and that's off the toe end of the bat. Now then, Price has set off for the single, Not sure that Thompson was entirely aware of that. There wasn't a single there. Well, there might have been, I suppose. There had been earlier in the over, which was interesting. Bancroft has decided he wants to stay at the non-striker's end, and we're going to see. Well, Martin Anderson has taken his cap off, but I think that's only because he's just removed, or he's put his cap on, because he's just taken his helmet off. I'd be surprised if Jack Morley didn't bowl the remainder of the overs from the incredibly long-named end. And he is indeed going to bowl the next over.
Oh, of course, Dave Bracegirdle calls it the breeze blocks end.
Does he?
He does, yes.
He's got a cheek, hasn't he? Remember the stupid stand at Trent Bridge? Which I call the stupid stand, and he doesn't like that.
Three overs left, Morley. I was going to say he was sort of surveying things, but it's a bit hard to survey things when you're standing directly behind Mark Newell, who looks about 6'3". Ollie Price will check his guard. Leg stump, looks like. They continue to try and shift about with these close catches. Back to 2 slips. Morley whirls the arms, bowls to Price, who's forward and running this one out into the covers. Scooped up there for no run. Whoever it is padded up. Be getting especially nervous now. As Morley drags one down, it's cut away by Price, only for a single through the offside protection out there in the form of Harry Kame. 60 for 1. So deficit 151. A lot of runs, but Bancroft and Ollie Price, 2 batters who've gone big this season, give themselves a chance to do so. Morley into Bancroft. There's some turn there, not prodigious amounts. Bancroft watches it, negotiates it back to the bowler. There would be an almighty celebration, I suspect, if Derbyshire were to remove Bancroft this evening. Morley in now, forced off the back foot to backward point. Dahl gets across and cuts it off, so no thoughts of a run. And Bancroft goes through his adjusted routine, which is exactly the same as he does against a seam bowler, but everything's just a couple of steps and a couple of moments shorter. Still exactly the same action every ball. Forward he goes and defends this one. Totally straight bat, but again, bat on ball, out safely into the offside, scrape away at the crease. Just a short twirl of the bat, then starts tapping it, getting into position before the bowler has actually even got ready to bowl. Morley goes in, bowls on leg stump, just touched into the onside. Through backward square, Bancroft will keep the strike. And there are just 2 overs to go, 61 for 1. It's turned out to be a fairly action-packed day from a point where Derbyshire were sailing off way away out of sight and looking as though they were going to bat really all day, or at least for as long as they wanted to. Wayne Madsen, the captain, 123, Harry Kame 103. Gloucestershire with a fight back to take some wickets through the middle. An important last wicket partnership between Morley and Chappell. I suppose we'll only know how important come possibly even the end of the match, but that 42-run partnership is not to be sniffed at.
Thompson begins a new over. Ball is forced out into the offside for a single by Ollie Price.
Deficit would be about 100 now.
Bancroft. Yes, quite. Well, plus the overs that they would have had extra to would have been. Yeah, no, it's important. It was important. I've got to go in the 6:30 headlines. Thompson bowls. That one is just pushed out into the offside by Price. It was Bancroft who got the single. I'm off.
Okay. Can't even answer whether there's anything special about the 6:30 headlines.
No.
Is it? There's no more pressure on 6:30. No, that's all right. Wouldn't like to have that sort of pressure at the end of a day. Ollie Price waits, even more open stance with the off-spinner bowling round the wicket. Thompson in, and actually probably could have kicked that one away because it did pitch away outside leg stump, but he used the bat to defend it into the leg side. Thompson in, bowls, Price back, and defending in studied fashion. Back towards the bowler. Close of play at Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire 487 all out, and Yorkshire 154 for 3 in response. Finn Bean 86 not out. Thompson bowls over pitches, and Price tries to slap drive that one and picks out the only fielder who is saving the single in front of square on the offside. But I don't think he'll be too aggrieved with the situation being as it is. This might be the last ball that he faces today. Thompson into Price, and he plays it solidly into the onside. And Alex Thompson's work is done, and whoever it is was padded up to come in next. We will not know. Well, I mean, we might know because we could ask and we'd probably be told, but in any case, we won't see them. That's, I suppose, what I should say. There's only one over to go. And no prizes for guessing who is going to bowl it. They've had enough for the day at Wantage Road. Northamptonshire 308 for 5 in their first innings. Middlesex made 413. Saif Zaib ends the day not out 83. Lewis McManus 55 not out. Zafar Gohar 4 for 83.
They're going to play this last over, do you think? Might as well, while we're here.
Go on, you take it, Fletcher.
Thank you very much.
Who's ends who's now?
It's Jack Morley to bowl the final over of the day. We've had 21 wickets in the first 2 days of this game. Who'd have thought that? Will there be a 22nd? You might regret giving it me. 62 for 1. Morley in, bowls to Bancroft, who turns this one into the leg side. Picked up by Anderson. I hope that Wayne Madsen doesn't mess around too much with the field in this last over, because I'm due back on Radio Derby very soon. Morley bowls. That's defended by Bancroft, slightly unconvincingly, into the offside.
Slightly unconventionally.
Absolutely unconventionally.
I've no idea what that back leg was doing. It went for its own little wander somewhere.
We're getting a second slip now. It is Ben Aitchison who took a catch at second slip off Morley in the first innings. He took 4 catches in all. And Morley comes in and bowls. That one is defended again by Bancroft. We're down to 3 balls left today. Still been a good day for Derbyshire, despite that collapse. A double century stand between Madsen and Kame, crucial. Morley comes in again and bowls to the Gloucestershire skipper, who gets a little bit tangled there off the outside half of the bat into the offside.
The real issue for Derbyshire would have been if that cascade had come first thing from 116
yes.
for 2.
Oh yes, yeah. The morning session is the one that did it, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then they continued into the afternoon. Came and Madsen as Morley bowls. That one is driven up towards mid-off, and so we arrive at the final ball of the day's play. Bancroft on 32, Price on 13. Morley about to bowl his second maiden over, I fancy, unless Bancroft does something remarkable, or he drops it in really, really short. In comes Morley then and bowls, and it's pushed out into the offside, and Gloucestershire are 62 for 1 after 22 overs in their second innings. It means that they still trail by 149 runs, and we'll all reassemble tomorrow, Ed.
We will. Thanks very much, Fletch. And yeah, Gloucestershire losing 1 wicket. I think that's really the maximum that they could have afforded, but a good job from Bancroft and then Ollie Price to see that Gloucestershire still have 9 wickets in hand tomorrow. You feel they're going to need to add, what, at least another 300 runs, at least to set Derbyshire maybe 150 chasing, but there's still the opportunity for Gloucestershire to take this game deep, and they've got that thanks to a fight back from 301 for 2, where Derbyshire had Madsen and Kane both going and both over 3 figures. But wickets shared about Ben Charlesworth coming in and taking 2 for 10 with the old ball, doing what he did against Kent, the old ball specialist. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 10. Todd Murphy took 3 wickets in the end for 120. Graham Van Buren 2 for 91 from his 31 overs, a wicket apiece for Actor and Bailey. Those were yesterday. And then 1 for Ollie Price from 2.5 overs. And then Jack Morley adding a 7th to his first innings haul of 6. He still looks to be the man that Gloucestershire are going to have to watch the most carefully tomorrow. There's still some turnout there. It's not extravagant always, but it's certainly enough to make it an interesting contest between bat and ball, it feels. Thank you very much for listening today. We'll be back tomorrow at the usual time. Enjoy your evening.